I'd be down. My vote would be to give it to Tyrannosaur first, though. Tyrannosaur is a more seasoned hunter than I am. And he also hit 60 before I did. I mean, it's ultimately up to everybody to decide, like in some sort of loot council or something, but I would pass on it to Tyrannosaur. Major mana potion drops from either the last boss of Scholomance or you can buy it outside Scholomance. Wait, really? Yo, I could have sworn you can buy it from Everlook, man. I have some vague memory of like camping it even. Let me go check this thing. How many 60 hardcores are there now? There is 6 at the moment. Yeah, if you guys can think of some cool recipes to go buy. Let me know.
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh, it's major healing. This is still pretty good though. Okay.
Keep it real.
Hell yeah. Somebody named Kungan just messaged me and said grats. Fake Kungan though, right? How crazy would that be if Kungan played hardcore, man? Did he retire or something? I haven't heard from him in a minute. Maybe he's playing retail. How many WoW accounts have you had your whole life? Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe like 5, 6. It is totally his style to play HC. Yeah, I remember when he did that Greenilla challenge, a green vanilla challenge, where they had to raid with green gear. He likes challenges. It would be sick. Oh, he's playing New World? Gotcha. That was on the same tip as HC, true. Okay, we got a second one. We got a third one. I'm gonna use deterrence. I'm gonna feign. And we're gonna reset, man. Put the pet on stay. Yo, deterrence though. A nice little oh shit button. On demand. Very nice. So deterrence, if I calculate all the avoidance you get from it, we have a 6 point. Well, it's not. busy? That's another thing you can do, yeah. That's so true. Oh, let me try the lotus thing. We'll just look around for herbs, shall we? Okay. Look up here. I feel like there's usually a lotus up by this chieftain. Okay, nothing here. Okay, I'm inside of a log. Very nice. Jesus, get me out of here. Mountain Silver Sage. Where am I, though? Okay. Silver Sage over this way. That's pretty cool.
What is nature's call?
Another slightly farther down the hill. What happens when someone dies in hardcore rag? Do they have to leave? Oh, they get deleted. One bad pull and you were ahead of Gargos? Yup. True, true, true. Doesn't the best healing pot recipe come from a vendor in Winter Spring? Yes, that's what we just got. Yep. Pretty exciting. Just in here to ask if anyone else can still see the dislike button. I heard they got rid of it. I can see it, yeah. I can see dislike, but you know what I can't see? I can't see how many people dislike. It's actually completely omitted. You know, I noticed that on Gray's video, his clip today, I thought he disabled it because he was getting a lot of dislikes or something, and I was like, I was having a chuckle about that. That's crazy though, yeah, they might have gotten rid of the number, the visible number. Positive feedback loops only, man. Crazy. Go this way. Ice cap down this way. Okay. $208 likes, 10 dislikes. Oh, you can see it? Okay. Yeah, I can't see it, seriously.
I'm out of meat.
Yo, Phalox, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription, my friend. Welcome, welcome, man. Welcome, welcome. Just vibing out, picking some herbs, talking WoW. So how are you guys liking SOM so far, though? I assume not all of you are hardcore players, right? You guys are just playing Jam Gabar, Dreadnought. Liking it so far? SOM hype, SOM hype. Yeah, it does feel like they're doing a better job with this one, man. Some of the changes they put in are pretty fun. Us. Search over here for some lotus. Ooh. Ice cap, ice cap. Leveling zones are very crowded. So even on the high pop servers, there's no more layering as well. Just all realms have no more layering. Seems like no layering. Wow. Nice little major healing pot, Pog. Yo, what beef? Thank you for the 250, brother. 250 bits. Thank you, Mr. Beef. What do you guys think, though? Are you having more fun now with SOM or more fun during Classic launch? And if so, why? Try not to get too biased. Like, SOM is new and fresh, so it's going to see more fun right now to some. Try to think about everything. Just go back. You know, and I'm curious if it's a you problem or if it's a Blizzard problem. Because I think I'm having more fun with SOM now. I'm less stressed out about everything. But a lot of it was me. Like, I like overworked myself. Like, I got too worked up about, like, the, you know, the real launch and stuff. And ended up, like, losing some fun and stuff as a result. SOM for sure loving it. Dungeon meta, no thanks. Yo guys, I actually gotta work. I gotta help with the baby for a little bit. Kind of change of plans. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow, probably doing more dungeons. We weren't doing anything special anyway, huh? We'll probably do some more BRD tomorrow when Graze is back. Do some more dungeons. Keep the pre-best grind growing. Thank you so much, guys, for all the support, the follows, all that good stuff. It's been a blast so far playing with you guys, getting to know some of you. And just keep it going, man. Talk to you guys soon, alright? Let me see if I can host somebody. Let's host Silver. I haven't hosted Silver in a long
closer. It's too far away. I'm out of range. need to get closer.
May the stars guide
Ishnu Allah. Be careful. Hello. Good luck, friend.
It's too far away. I'm out of range.
Hello. Farewell.
You beautiful bastard, welcome back. I missed your face. And before we jump into it, a big announcement. Just in time for your holiday shopping, whether it be a well-deserved gift for yourself or someone you care about, we have the beautiful bastard Christmas drop. With amazing custom ugly sweaters and beanies, the reimagined emotionally exhausted Drain Heart, including the new varsity zip-up hoodie, some fantastic split exhausted gear. I think these are probably gonna sell out, so grab those fast. Some One Day We'll All Be Skeletons, our brand new Good Friends, Bad Choices line. Last but not least, the heavily requested from the ladies of the nation, the Bitches Be Crazy, It's Me, I'm Bitches line. And all of that, of course, available at beautifulbastard.com for the next 7 days, but because a number of things here are custom cut and so there are stock limitations, so grab what you want while you can. There 100% will be items that sell out before the end of the full drop. Yeah, with all of that said, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Hit that like button to help support some common sense news coverage here on the YouTubes, and let's just jump into it. You know, the first thing that we're gonna talk about today is this very weird news that involves the likes of Justin Bieber and Mohammed Bonesaw. I'm sorry, his real name, Mohammed Bonesaw. Mohammed Bonesaw. No, the Crown Prince, Mohammed Bonesaw. And that's because over the weekend, Hatice Cengiz, the fiance of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, asked Justin Bieber to not perform in Saudi Arabia. As you hopefully remember, Khashoggi was killed at the Saudi consulate in Istanbul back in 2018, and a US intelligence report has since implicated Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in the murder, even though MBS has denied any involvement. So you have that, and then this coming December, Justin is one of a handful of singers slated to perform at the Formula One Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And so Hatice is asking him to please pull out of this lineup, writing an open letter published by the Washington Post and saying that ever since her fiance's murder, quote, many human rights organizations and individuals, including myself, have been calling for justice and accountability. That's why I am writing to you with a plea. Cancel your December 5th performance in Saudi Arabia. This is a unique opportunity to send a powerful message to the world that your name and talent will not be used to restore the reputation of a regime that kills its critics. With her adding that there are no doubts about the circumstances of the murder, that the UN declared it a, quote, international crime, just as the US placed blame on MBS. And adding that while Justin, yes, is traveling to Saudi Arabia for his fans, there are Saudis of all backgrounds in prison right now just for expressing opposition to MBS. With her writing, last year you wrote to your followers, I want to use the platform I have to remind people that racism is evil and is ingrained in our culture. Considering this very honorable commitment that you've made to take a stand against injustice, please use your platform now to support the cause of human rights in Saudi Arabia. Do not sing for the murderers of my beloved Jamal. Please speak out and condemn his killer, Mohammed bin Salman. Your voice will be heard by millions. And notably here, she's not the first person to say that Justin should speak out here. Last week, Human Rights Watch released a statement calling out Justin and other artists on the event's lineup, including Jason Derulo, A$AP Rocky, and David Guetta. With that statement reading, on the surface, the festivities are meant to show race attendees an amazing time. But a look beneath the hood makes clear the Saudi government's intent to use these celebrities to whitewash its abysmal human rights record. Saudi Arabia has a history of using celebrities in major international events to deflect scrutiny from its pervasive abuses. Some celebrities, including Emily Ratajkowski and John Cena, have declined gigs in Saudi Arabia, citing a concern for human rights. Bieber and his peer headliners have a prime opportunity to follow through on their public commitment to human rights and social justice. But all of that said, as of now, Justin has not responded. It'll be interesting to see if he or any others do respond. If so, what do they do? And so the question I want to pass off to you is, when you look at this situation, what do you think of the celebrities that are going to go there and do this, or have done that in the past? Do you see them as these people that it turns out they don't stand for anything? They're puppets that'll do anything for money? Or no, are you maybe of the mindset that Khashoggi's fiance and Human Rights Watch, they're speaking incorrectly, this isn't how to handle the issue? I mean, as you can tell with how I open this story, I think Mohammed Bonesaw is a fucking monster, and I would never do anything to help wash the blood off of his hands. Also, side note, fuck Netflix again for removing that Saudi Arabia episode of Patriot Act. Big believer in beacon of free speech, except when it comes to the Saudis. Yeah, that's the story, my opinion. Of course, I pass the question off to you. Then, in kind of shocking business and shopping news, it turns out that people do buy other things and beautiful bastard gear for the holidays. And in fact, that is so much the case that some stores are genuinely scared and changing policies. Right? How many times over the last 15 years have we had a post-Black Friday show and we're like, hey, just look at this insanity. People trampling each other, getting into fistfights after waiting hours, if not days, outside of a store to open. And so now one of the biggest stores in North America, Target, is going, nah, not for us. Announcing this morning that starting this year and continuing all future years, its stores will remain closed on Thanksgiving. With Target CEO Brian Cornell telling employees what started as a temporary measure driven by the pandemic is now our new standard. And this also appears to be one of those things where it's like during the pandemic, we had to do something new, and now companies are sticking with it, like work from home. And for retail stores, that was during the pandemic in an attempt to limit crowd sizes. Instead of having a Black Friday, they just had Black Friday sales starting as early as October. And as it turns out, it proved to be incredibly successful, with the AP explaining that the old model of opening stores on Thanksgiving only ever served to cannibalize Black Friday sales. And in fact, under the new model last year, holiday sales rose 8.2%, with the National Retail Federation predicting that these holiday sales could hit anywhere between 8.5 and 10.5%. So maybe it turns out that it's not that Target doesn't want you to kill each other, but it actually turns out they make more money when you don't. Though, in other news, Black Friday or not, that is not gonna be enough to stop some crazed shoppers. Yeah, so what you're seeing here is a group of 14 people in a Chicago suburb raiding and looting a Louis Vuitton store in broad daylight last week, snatching purses, grabbing everything they could, reportedly all 14 working together and making off in 3 separate vehicles. Police confirming that the thieves had stolen $120,000 in merchandise, with police saying they've now recovered one of the vehicles, but also added that they haven't made any arrests. But main thing, this doesn't seem like an isolated story, because actually on Friday night we saw another Louis Vuitton in San Francisco's Union Square, as well as at least 9 other stores in the area being raided. Cell phone footage showing people running out of the store with their hands just absolutely full. And while I can't show it because of the platform rules here, the video goes on as a police swarm a Mustang begin beating its windows with their batons. Notably, they pull someone from the passenger seat and pin them to the ground. You also have footage of the aftermath showing the store picked clean, its windows absolutely shattered. TV reporter in the area also sharing similar images from inside, noting that stores for Burberry, Fendi, and YSL were also raided. Reportedly over $1 million in merchandise stolen. Also, as far as what happened with that incident with the Mustang, at a news conference later, you had the police saying that they were confronting an armed individual. Also adding they've now seized it and another vehicle, as well as made 8 arrests. And very interestingly, you had Police Chief Bill Scott calling the attack concerted and added, "There's no doubt in my mind that this was not unplanned." And if you think that's the end, it's not, because then the next day around 80 looters ransacked a Nordstrom near San Francisco, with all but 3 reportedly getting away. With each of these incidents seeming to escalate during the attack, 2 store employees were assaulted, with one even being pepper sprayed by the looters. You also had the police calling this specific raid, like the others, clearly a planned event. And yesterday night we saw another raid, this time at a jewelry store also outside of San Francisco. Though I do want to note here, investigators currently have not been able to confirm whether all of these San Francisco-based attacks are connected. And, you know, as someone that worked retail growing up, I see this news and I'm like, oh great, because working retail didn't suck enough already. But yeah, I guess main point, just try to be careful out there. But from that, I want to take a second to thank the sponsor of today's show, SimpliSafe. SimpliSafe is an easy-to-use, install, and completely customizable home security system that is effective and free from contracts or any hidden costs. And if you've ever wanted to make your home feel safer, there's no better time than now. SimpliSafe is giving you beautiful bastards early access to all their Black Friday deals. That's 50% off or more on their award-winning home security. With SimpliSafe, your home is professionally monitored 24/7, and if anything happens, SimpliSafe's always-on team will call the authorities immediately. As I've talked about before, I've even had SimpliSafe outside my shoot room. We've had some not so great security issues in the past. It was terrifying, and so I'm a big believer in you can never be too safe. And SimpliSafe launched a new wireless outdoor security camera with a 140-degree field of view that's wide enough to keep watch over your yard, an 8-time zoom, and built-in spotlight with color night vision, and 2-way audio that allows you to speak directly to someone on your property. It's really cool. So yeah, go to simplysafe.com/DeFranco and save 50% off or more on your SimpliSafe security system during the biggest sale of the year. Then, if you happen to be on a freeway in Carlsbad, California on Friday, the police would maybe like to have a word. And that is because on Friday, an armored truck dropped loads of cash onto the freeway, causing drivers to hop out of their cars, scramble to scoop up some of the money. The money reportedly belonging to the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and it scattered when one of the doors of the truck popped open, allowing bags of cash to fall out and break open as they hit the ground. With footage of the chaos that happened afterwards since being posted on social media by people like fitness influencer Demi Bagby.
Literally everybody stopped on the freeway to get money off of the freeway. This is literally insane.
And here's the problem with this video. As many people online have already pointed out, these people are basically just showing themselves committing a crime. As much as I am a believer, especially when it comes to other people's stuff, of finders keepers, that is not US law. And in fact, the same day, California Highway Patrol announced that they were working with the FBI to retrieve any of the money that was illegally taken. With the seeing by mid-afternoon, about a dozen people reportedly going to the department to hand in what they had collected, though it's unclear exactly how much was taken and returned. Authorities also saying they ended up arresting a man and a woman at the scene who reportedly locked themselves out of their car with cash in hand, with law enforcement officials then thanking those who had already come forward and adding that investigators were planning to track down those who had failed to do so using social media posts. With the authorities later releasing 16 photos and video still frames of people who stole cash, saying that they are encouraged to turn in the money within 48 hours in order to avoid potential criminal charges. So yeah, ultimately I think the 2 main things with this story: 1, shout out to the one person smart enough to cover their license plate. I don't know if you noticed that in the video, but that really stood out to me. And 2, consider this your yearly DeFranco reminder that if you get free money, right? It drops out into the street, an ATM gives it to you incorrectly, return that as fast as possible. You not get new shoes, they will hit you with charges. Then we should talk about how just in time for the holidays, COVID cases across America are spiking again. According to the New York Times COVID tracker, the new average daily infections have increased more than 20% over the past 2 weeks, with more than 90,000 cases being reported each day. And that figure is especially concerning because it's the highest that we've seen since early August, when cases were just starting to trend up at the beginning of what would later be marked as one of the most severe surges in the pandemic, with more than half the states seeing seeing sustained spikes in infections, but the upper Midwest and Northeast are currently being hit the hardest. But the sort of kind of good news here is that experts believe that the holiday spikes this year will not be as bad as last year, with nearly 60% of the population fully vaccinated now. So as a result, you have top public health experts like Dr. Anthony Fauci saying that wide availability of vaccines and testing this year make it so that fully vaccinated people can hold relatively safe, though never entirely risk-free holiday gatherings. And that is actually especially true because the CDC on Friday authorized boosters for all Americans 18 and older, massively expanding eligibility. So yeah, something to keep in mind, especially since over the next month there's an increased likelihood that you're going to be around more people and potentially more unvaccinated people. Also, when it comes to COVID, if we look to Europe, they're dealing with a different issue, right? Europe has been struggling to vaccinate its population and has also faced much stiffer pushback to COVID lockdown measures amid outbreaks. Over the weekend, Croatia, Italy, and the Netherlands all faced protests by thousands of people over new COVID measures. The situation in the Netherlands actually leading to gunshots by police in the city of Rotterdam, where the mayor said that the protests turned into, quote, an orgy of violence that had turned into alleged attacks against officers. From there, some cities face even bigger protests. Brussels and Vienna each struggling to contain tens of thousands of demonstrators, with the Vienna protests breaking out because of that 20-day lockdown largely for the unvaccinated that we covered last week, as well as the government unveiling plans to make the COVID vaccine mandatory by February of 2022. And in addition to opposing lockdowns and the vaccines, many of the protests across the continent revolved around the so-called Green Pass, which is the certificate that proves that you're either vaccinated, have recently tested negative, or have recently recovered from COVID-19. Without that pass, people would be barred from going into venues like restaurants, concerts, or bars, alongside more severe travel restrictions between European Union countries, which many protesters view as undermining a fundamental tenet of the Union. Where, and as I mentioned, all of this comes as many of these places are facing large outbreaks of COVID-19, with some outbreaks being so bad, such as in Germany, that the country's health minister there remarked over the last day that by the end of winter, people would either be vaccinated, recovered, or dead of COVID-19. But yeah, with all that said, I'd love to know your thoughts on what we're seeing with these protests, the reactions, and I say that whether you live in those countries or if you're kind of in the majority of the people that watch this and you're in North America. And then we should definitely talk about this Peng Shui China IOC situation because it's an absolute mess. So on November 2nd, Peng, who is a former #1 ranked doubles player, accused a senior Chinese official of sexual assault. And then it seems to happen with people that are in China that speak out against China, she kind of just disappeared, resulting in tennis players, celebs, politicians, and fans saying, where is Peng Shui? The head of the WTA, the Women's Tennis Association, also threatening to pull lucrative events from China. Then, as Axios explained, China's state-owned broadcaster released a statement from Peng that read more like a hostage note, and in it she said her sexual assault allegation was, quote, untrue and that, quote, everything is fine. China state media journalists publishing photos and videos showing Peng allegedly sitting in her room, eating dinner with friends, and attending a tennis event. With all that met with justified skepticism. And on Sunday, Peng held a 30-minute video call with IOC President Thomas Bach. And reportedly, according to the IOC, she is safe and well at her Beijing home and asked for privacy at this time. But of course, even with that, lots of skepticism. Right, a number of people looking at this photo that's being spread of the video call saying, okay, so she makes a big sexual assault claim, she then disappears, she then in a letter recants, and now she's here just smiling, having a good old time. With WTA CEO Steve Simon saying, it was good to see Peng Shui in recent videos, but they don't alleviate or address the WTA's concern about her well-being and ability to communicate without censorship or coercion. The IOC video does not change our call for a full, fair, and transparent investigation without censorship into her allegation of sexual assault, which is the issue that gave rise to our initial concern. With the IOC also getting slammed by many for this call on Sunday, calling it a publicity stunt. Right, and that in part because the IOC has already been on the receiving end of intense international backlash for having the upcoming games in Beijing, with President Biden last week even saying that the US is considering a diplomatic boycott. And y'all, I mean, China does not want people to know about this story. Right? They are the king of censors. They have armies of censors, whether it be social media or, I mean, something that was kind of eye-opening. CNN was doing a report on this, and at the bottom right hand of the screen, they were showing the CNN feed in China at that time. The moment they started talking about Peng Shui, bars and tones, which is in part why I do commend the WTA here. As Slate's Ben Rothenberg wrote, after decades of mostly silence from corporations, the WTA's willingness to challenge the Chinese government, demand transparency, and risk losing millions of dollars is radical and transgressive. And unfortunately, as tweeted by the economist Gady Epstein, we've grown accustomed to silence when there's money at stake in the China market. And while kind of different, it also brings us back to the Justin Bieber story that we talked about at the beginning. At what point, with so many of these peoples and these companies, is the money not worth it to look the other way? Personally, I'm a cynic. I think it'll require unprecedented pressure, especially because most people know that the
things fixed before everything freezes solid here.
Also tonight, the $100 million problem for PEI's potato farmers. Why they're losing their U.S. export market.
Our beef right now is not with the United States. It's the Minister of Agriculture for Canada who's wielding this knife.
More than 3 years after his truck hit the Humboldt Broncos bus, What happens next to the man behind the wheel?
He told me that he made a big mistake.
And why a trip to visit Santa could be an extra hot commodity this year. This is The National. British Columbia is trying to stitch itself back together, but with the landscape still drowned and shattered by a record-breaking atmospheric river of rain, eyes are on what is coming, and that's a foreboding forecast. 8 days after the historic deluge, parts of the province remain underwater, breaches in a critical dike, patched with stone, sand, and hope. Travel remains restricted. Gasoline is rationed. A whole town evacuated. Infrastructure gutted. And according to the forecast, now bearing down on all of it is one storm after another. On the ground, David Common shows us a province rushing to regain footing before the skies darken again with yet another storm.
This is our trailer. This is all we've got.
And that's not much. Cheryl Douglas's home is underwater. Her town, Merritt, partly uninhabitable, leaving her no option other than this Walmart parking lot.
In living in this trailer is 5 adults, 10 dogs, 4 birds.
Up the road in Princeton, the mayor says he needs soldiers, hundreds of them now.
I won't hide it. The bureaucracy between us and where we need to be is standing in the way. We need to get the mud out. We need to get the things fixed before everything freezes solid here.
The urgency is again weather. More atmospheric river systems bringing rain Thursday and then again Saturday. Snow in places, pounding already saturated ground.
I would just caution that we are dealing with very active weather for the foreseeable future, at least as far as the forecast is available with some certainty.
As those floodwaters have receded, they have exposed enormous damage. And so 24 hours a day, in many places in this province, this is the kind of work going on, trying to rebuild that infrastructure just so people can get places.
And look at this, a road that just abruptly ends. A key dike near Abbotsford, cut into pieces by surging waters, is now mostly plugged, while the CP rail link should be restored Tuesday. There are many setbacks, though. A major east-west highway was reopened for emergency traffic, though another landslide briefly knocked it out. Meanwhile, farmers are surveying the damage.
Yeah, Brussels sprouts and like the berries. That's not good.
On top of the livestock losses, fruit and vegetable plants have faced a mass kill. You cleaned all of this?
Yes, all of this, yeah.
So, David, we've watched BC pull together and cope, day after day after day. What are you hearing from people you've been speaking with today?
They're exhausted, whether it's those farmers you see in the story or the work crews behind me. They've been going nonstop for a week. And, this comes after one day got a month's worth of rain. And now in the aftermath of that, they're having to do years of work in just a matter of a few days. There is, though, some good news. The city of Merritt, which had been facing an evacuation order, is partially rescinding that tomorrow. The mayor, though, Adrian, warning people who will be coming back that it's a changed town.
Need help? I bet. David Common in Barrowtown, BC tonight. Thank you, David. Now, as David indicated, the last thing British Columbians want to hear is that more bad weather is coming. This is how a meteorologist with Environment and Climate Change Canada put it earlier today.
I couldn't say this more succinctly, but to say that there's really a parade of storms, one after the next after the next.
Okay, so that doesn't sound good. Let's bring in CBC News meteorologist Johanna Wagstaff to break this all down for us. So, what are British Columbians, Joe, in the affected area looking at in the days ahead?
Well, Adrian, luckily, this system that's hitting the south coast tonight is not coming in too heavily. Take a look at this, maybe 10 to 20 millimeters for places like Abbotsford. It's actually more of a snowmaker for the mountain passes, bringing 25 to 30 centimeters for those highways tonight. And that means significant moisture for the top of our watershed. So the real concern is the next atmospheric river starting Wednesday. And this one could bring over 80 millimeters of rain, plus all that melting snow. And Adrian, there's another one expected by the weekend. It's hard to get an accurate prediction on those rainfall totals, but any rain, not great news considering how saturated the grounds are.
Okay, we keep hearing that phrase. So let's talk about these atmospheric rivers. Can you take us through how they just became so much of a threat?
Well met.
Yeah, they've been called pineapple expresses out here, tropical punches, but atmospheric rivers are a real meteorological term and a very real hazard for the West Coast.
Atmospheric rivers are literal rivers in the sky. These narrow conveyor belts transport huge amounts of water vapor from the equator northward. They're often only a few hundred kilometers wide, but can stretch thousands of kilometers long. And when they make landfall, they can bring intense rainfall in a short amount of time, rising snow levels and strong winds. As this column of air hits the mountains on the west coast, the downpours can lead to flooding, power outages, and landslides. For BC, they are quite common in the fall and the winter, but climate change has already meant the intensity of these events has increased. And as the climate continues to warm and the atmosphere can hold more moisture, climate projections have shown a nearly 4-fold increase in atmospheric rivers hitting Western North America by the end of the 21st century.
And the threat of flood is compounded by another type of extreme weather, drought and wildfires that erode trees and soil, a natural buffer for the loss of rain. We need to plan for a future with more of these kinds of events, I'm afraid, Adrian.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Johanna, I know we will be talking again soon. Thank you for this.
With you.
You're welcome.
Light bless you.
But even in just the next few days, the weather is daunting. And with travel on the Fraser River restricted, volunteer guides have become a kind of lifeline. Katie Nicholson shows us the danger they already see in the water.
It turns into a bit of a slalom course.
Rick Stahl expertly maneuvers his jet boat through the Fraser River. Flooding debris is everywhere.
Lots of bits and pieces of trailers, lots of RV parts, quite a few fridges, freezers. If anybody's missing a freezer, I know where there's quite a few of them. Just been a lot of debris.
Propane tanks, oil buckets, even a helmet litter the shore.
We've got water sealant for concrete. There's a paint can. It's got something in it still as well. It looks like there's paint in there. Another propane bottle here. That's a huge debris bank down below Mission.
It's why Stahl and other fishing guides are working together to clean up the mess.
What we have here is a really good example of erosion. So as the river rose, you can see that this whole bank here blew right out.
And they're not just concerned about debris. This is salmon habitat. And Stahl fears the eroding shoreline will wipe away freshly spawned eggs.
You can see all of the fresh grass in the water, and this is all just pure mud now, basically, the entire bank.
He's apprehensive about what more rain
hydraulic fluid
could do to this region on the brink.
We can't handle another 10, 20 millimeters of rain. There's a bottle of Fireball. We're hoping that the river stays low, which for all intents and purposes it should now. But other than that, we can only cross our fingers and hope. I got a whole bunch of garbage bags back there.
Hope, a hard but vital thing to have in the middle of such a mess. Katie Nicholson, CBC News, Harrison Mills, BC.
Weather is also top of mind for officials in Atlantic Canada tonight as a strong storm bears down on that region. Nova Scotia is set to take the brunt of the storm over the next few days. As much as 150 millimeters of rain are expected and wind gusts of up to 100 kilometers an hour. Warnings also in place for PEI, southwestern Newfoundland, parts of New Brunswick, and eastern Quebec. Now, grief is settling across Waukesha, Wisconsin today after an unimaginable act of violence tore through the city's Christmas parade. A day after an SUV sped through, killing 5 and injuring dozens, we're learning more about those who died and the man allegedly behind the wheel. Susan Ormiston takes us through it, and we should mention, while the video in the story is upsetting, we will not show any of the most graphic images.
Shaking white pom-poms, the dancing grannies were lifting spirits as they always did at parades. Until 2 of them were mowed down by a speeding SUV. Virginia Sorensen, 79, the choreographer, and Leanna Owen, 71, were devastated, the dance club said. 3 others were killed when the SUV rammed into the parade, injuring 48 others.
And start doing CPR, and I saw people on the ground. There's blood. It was really bad.
The suspect, Darrell Brooks, has a long criminal record and yesterday was fleeing a scene.
We have information that the suspect, prior to the incident, was involved in a domestic disturbance.
No terrorism links, said the chief. Brooks faces 5 charges of intentional homicide.
He drove right through the barricades and the officers. When the officer tried to engage and stop the threat, he still continued through the crowd.
Did you say anything about why he didn't stop?
That's still ongoing.
Including questions about Brooks' past record. He was out on a $1,000 bail for allegedly trying to run over his girlfriend earlier this month. Waukesha is grieving, stunned how their annual parade turned so tragic. In a small city, just 72,000, most everyone will feel part of the loss.
We are a community that will come together. We will help those who experience the loss of a loved one.
Families caught in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Brooks is expected in court tomorrow. Milwaukee's district attorney says given his record, his recent bail was inappropriately low. Hindsight, no comfort to families tonight. Susan Ormiston, CBC News, Washington. Canada's 44th Parliament sat for the first time since the fall election, and for the first time in nearly 2 years, there was nothing virtual about it. But meeting in person raised questions about who's vaccinated. Ashley Burke shows us the answers weren't always clear.
Are you happy to be back?
I am, thank you. For the first time in 20 months, MPs back on Parliament Hill together.
Zoom was a good tool, but it doesn't meet that face-to-face.
And for the first time, they need to show proof of vaccination to take their seats. Do you feel safe being back?
Oh, absolutely.
Unvaccinated MPs can get a medical exemption, but then need a negative COVID test. Unlike the other parties, the Conservatives won't say how many of their MPs are vaccinated, only saying that everyone is either vaccinated or got an exemption.
Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 5?
The Liberals already raising concerns, saying the Conservatives who do have an exemption should prove it's for legitimate reasons.
Statistically, the likelihood that they would have multiple people who are exempt on that basis is extraordinarily low. There might be some possibility of it, but I suppose there's a possibility that chair could fly. We have to be realistic here.
Isn't it wonderful to see a full chamber of the House of Commons?
The Conservatives say their MPs are following all guidelines. The party confirmed one of its MPs has tested positive for COVID-19. Richard Lahou attended an in-person caucus retreat last week.
We wish him well. He was double vaxxed. It looks like he has minor symptoms, and I hope that he comes back really soon.
Be careful.
New Democrats say MPs shouldn't be arguing over vaccinations.
All we're hearing from the Conservatives is ongoing discussions about them getting special treatment, not having to show proof of vaccination.
Despite those disagreements, MPs were able to elect a new speaker today, Liberal Anthony Rota, returning for a second term.
It's time to get back to work.
That work starts tomorrow. The government will lay out its agenda in the speech from the throne. With MPs getting back together in a minority parliament, the Liberals once again will have to get together with opposition parties to get anything done. Ashley Burke, CBC News, Ottawa. And we will have complete coverage as the government outlines its priorities tomorrow. You can join Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton for a live speech from the throne special starting at noon Eastern on CBC News Network and CBC Television or CBC Gem. A First Nation in Northern Ontario has declared a state of emergency due to a suspected outbreak of a fungal lung infection.
Please go to the hospital if you're feeling any of the symptoms, especially in the lung area.
Officials in Constance Lake First Nation, that's northeast of Thunder Bay, say an outbreak of blastomycosis could be linked to 3 recent deaths. At least 11 others have been transferred to hospital with the symptoms including difficulty breathing, fever, and fatigue. In northern British Columbia, 2 journalists arrested at a pipeline protest camp last week are now out of jail. The pair were released in Prince George after spending the weekend in custody with 13 other people who were arrested by the RCMP on Friday. They were freed after agreeing to comply with the terms of an injunction intended to keep protesters away from the construction of the Coastal GasLink pipeline. A former chief of police is calling for a review of a case in Alberta after an assault charge was laid against an Edmonton police officer only to be stayed last week. Charles Rusnell investigates.
This is the moment at issue, caught on bystander video. Edmonton police officers corner truck thief Kyle Parkhurst in a downtown parking lot. In the course of a few minutes, he's tasered, handcuffed and kicked, slammed into a brick wall, and elbowed up against the police cruiser. After a 2-year investigation, Alberta's police watchdog charged Constable Dylan Awood with 1 count of common assault. But last week, the Provincial Prosecution Service stayed that charge. A prosecutor determined the case didn't meet its standard for prosecution.
If you have an incident like this that does not meet the charge approval standard, I really question where that charge approval standard is, where the bar is.
Former BC Solicitor General Cash Heed calls it one of the worst incidents of excessive force by police that he has ever seen. Now he's calling for a judicial review.
The officer that issued the brutality, the officer that it appears looked to see if anyone was watching before he delivered blows to this individual when the individual was not a threat to that officer has to be questioned, and it has to be questioned in a court of law.
The prosecution service and Alberta Justice Minister K.C. Madhu have refused repeated requests from CBC News to explain what the standard for prosecution is or how this case didn't meet it. Parkhurst is now suing the Edmonton Police Service. His lawyer, Tom Engel, says the Crown's decision to stay the charge sends a message.
There's a systemic problem with accountability for police officers who criminally assault citizens, and the Alberta Crown Prosecution Service is a major player in that.
Edmonton's police chief declined comment, saying there will be an internal investigation into the incident. Charles Rusnell, CBC News, Edmonton.
Prince Edward Island is demanding Ottawa reverse a sudden decision that impacts a huge industry on the island. It's over a blight that can ruin potato crops. But as Carrie Campbell explains, islanders say their potatoes are safe. It's the politics that are ugly.
Hey there.
After years of drought, this summer, island farmers produced a bountiful harvest, sparking hopes for record exports that were suddenly dashed.
As of today, the CFIA has temporarily suspended trade of fresh potatoes from PEI to the U.S.
The reason? Potato wart, a fungus that looks nasty but poses no risk to human health. It shut down PEI's exports 20 years ago when it first appeared. Now there's a system to isolate fields that have it, a system the province says is working.
The potato industry in Prince Edward Island is equivalent to the value of the auto industry in Ontario, the forest industry in British Columbia, the oil and gas sector in Alberta. And for a Canadian minister with a stroke of a pen in the face of good science and historical protocol to do this is inconceivable.
Prompting today's decision are 2 fields on PEI where potato wart was found last month. They were already closed, not just to U.S. exports, but to other provinces. But even so,
the U.S. would have imposed a federal order to the same effect, which would be much more difficult to reverse.
This is solely a politically based trade disruption that will limit trade in a year when potatoes are already in short supply across North America.
PEI has announced $10 million in provincial support, but says the lost exports could top $100 million, and it expects Ottawa to pay.
Where beef right now is not with the United States, it's the Minister of Agriculture for Canada who's wielding this knife, and it's cutting us deeply here in PEI.
But as frustrating as the export ban itself is, there are also no conditions set as to what it would take to end it. Until that happens, the country's smallest province will feel like it's being squeezed between Canada and its biggest trading partner. Kerry Campbell, CBC News, Charlottetown.
Kids will start receiving vaccine doses this week, but parents still have a lot of questions.
What I think is really important for parents to do is to bring their kids into the conversation.
Up next, what the rollout will look like and how doctors are trying to confront anxiety about the shots. Plus, a little later, convicted in the Humboldt tragedy, he wants to stay in Canada.
I just want one chance I can give back to the community and show that I'm not a bad person, bad human being.
His fight against deportation and some surprising allies. Plus,
it's quite the experience, yeah.
Not one I want to do again.
out of the chaos of the BC floods, a little bundle of joy from the side of the highway. We're back in 2. Welcome back. Now that the first batch of pediatric doses of COVID vaccine has arrived in Canada, parents are hearing more details about when and where children can get the shot. Today, volunteer group Vaccine Hunters revived its social media accounts, its team of volunteers ready to help Canadians navigate the new rollout and find a spot to get their kids the jab. Tashana Reid has the latest on the provincial plans.
In just a few days, kids 5 to 11 can finally get a dose of the COVID vaccine. And for some families, it's a relief.
We plan to get it the first minute it's available.
I think it's best for everybody. We'll probably get it.
For sure, I will take him to a clinic to get a vaccine.
But for these kids, the thought of getting a needle doesn't evoke the same enthusiasm.
I'm scared to get my vaccine because I'm scared of needles.
I'll be screaming in pain.
2.9 million Pfizer vaccine doses for children are expected to arrive by the end of this week, and some provinces have started to share their rollout plans.
The addition of the vaccine for our 5 to 11-year-olds puts us one step closer to ending the pandemic.
Saskatchewan says it plans to start vaccinating kids by Wednesday. Ontario, not far behind. Its provincial booking portal opens Tuesday morning.
We should be able to start getting shots into little arms by about Thursday.
Depending on where they live, kids can get their shots at doctors' offices, pharmacies, and clinics. Some provinces are setting up vaccination sites in schools, both in and out of class time. Experts say the key for parents or caregivers is to address their kids' worries.
What I think is really important for parents to do is to bring their kids into the conversation, help them feel a sense of agency when it comes to making this decision.
There are many battles left to fight.
and losing is not an option.
Some regions are calling on superheroes for help.
If you're 5, 6, 7.
For 5-year-old Jake Fernbach, it will take some convincing. As for her dad, he says he's made 2 promises to his daughter if she gets her shot.
Probably give her a candy. Pretty easy, yeah. And a promise maybe she could travel with me too.
For the Fernbachs, like many others, a shot means a long-awaited reunion with loved ones. Tashana Reed, CBC News, Toronto.
Dr. Cora Constantinescu joins us right now. She is an infectious diseases specialist with a vaccine hesitancy clinic at the Alberta Children's Hospital in Calgary. So that makes you perfect for this discussion. You know, by and large, Doctor, we understand that the infections have been relatively mild in this age group. So what do you say then to parents who feel that maybe getting their kids vaccinated isn't entirely necessary?
Yeah, many kids have had really mild disease, but not all kids are so lucky. We've seen kids in hospital, in ICU, with acute COVID, but also with multi-system inflammation. And in the US, when they looked at kids who are hospitalized with COVID, 1 out of 3 were previously healthy kids. And then in addition, we have this whole collateral cost that our kids have paid to this pandemic. The learning loss, socialization, mental health, family health. I would say this virus has not spared our kids.
Okay, one last thought. These are excellent answers for parents, but there are kids out there who are nervous too as the shots roll out this week. What would you say to, say, an 8-year-old in your clinic who is nervous about this?
So first, talk to them about the plan and provide a comfort plan. So what would their preferences be? How do they want to be held? Do they want to do it on their own? Do they want to be in your lap? Do they want to do it lying flat, sitting up? You can use numbing cream as well to help them with this pain. And then overall use really positive language. So praise them for the stuff that they do right, you know, for showing up in the clinic, even though it was scary, for relaxing their arms. And then if all fails, you shift attention. So you can use electronics, music, games, slow, deep breathing to help them through it. So have a plan. And above all, remember the kids are going to mirror your feelings and your attitude. So you put in that positive attitude when you take your kid for the vaccine.
That's always a good tip. Dr. Constantinescu, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
The flooding in British Columbia has some thinking about adaptation in the face of more extreme weather.
Specifically plan or design or retrofit that infrastructure so it can withstand those new conditions.
Coming up, lessons learned from another flood. Plus,
I apologize. I apologize to every single Canadian. I apologize to every single people in this country.
why the man behind the wheel in the Humboldt tragedy wants his second chance to be in Canada.
I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Welcome back. A tragic story felt right across Canada could take another dramatic turn as soon as next week. The man whose negligent driving caused the Humboldt bus crash is set to learn if he'll face a deportation hearing for his crimes. 16 people were killed, 13 were injured, mostly young hockey players. Some of their families support Jaskirat Singh Sidhu in his bid to stay. Others say that would deny them justice. Tonight, Karen Pauls hears from all sides, still navigating the grief of that day.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sidhu. How are you?
From this boardroom in the Bowden Federal Prison in Alberta, Jaskirat Singh Sidhu is making his case to stay in Canada.
I just want one chance so I can give back to the community and show that I'm not a bad person, bad human being. I'm just like everybody else.
But he's not like everyone else. Sidhu will be forever defined by a deadly mistake, blowing through a stop sign with his semi-truck and double trailer, colliding with the Humboldt Broncos hockey team bus, killing 16 people and injuring 13.
I apologize to every single Canadian. I apologize to every single people in this country. I apologize to all the family members.
Sidhu's lawyers won't let him talk about what happened on April 6, 2018, because he's named in civil lawsuits. But he does describe his recurring nightmare.
I can see the dead bodies, I can see the people crying, I can see the kids crying, I can see the first responders there, I can see myself standing there alone in the cold, and yes, everybody. So that's like, it's a scene of the devastation that was caused by me. I can see that around myself.
In his criminal trial, Sidhu pled guilty to all charges against him. He did not ask for a deal or appeal his 8-year sentence, the longest one ever in Canada for dangerous driving not involving drugs or alcohol. But now, as a permanent resident serving a sentence for a serious crime, he's fighting deportation.
Tell me about this picture.
When Tanvir Mann misses her husband, she pages through their wedding albums. She and Sidhu got married in India just 3 months before the crash. When they got back, Sidhu took the trucking job to pay for her schooling.
I need a target. I don't have a target.
I never wanted him to do this because it's one of the most difficult jobs out there.
Mann recalls that fateful evening, waiting for hours to hear from him. Then, when he finally called,
I remember he told me that he made a big mistake. I turned my laptop on and it was disaster. And I just couldn't believe. I just couldn't believe that had happened because of him.
I don't have a target. I need a target.
Mann doesn't want to hurt the families, but feels she must speak out on behalf of her husband.
I don't have a target.
He is a very simple and generous man. He should be given a chance to stay in Canada because he did not intend to hurt anybody at all.
The only reason he's fighting deportation, she says,
I am involved with him. If he was alone, he would have gone back.
So what do we have here?
So these are our submissions.
That's one of the arguments Sidhu's immigration lawyer is making.
he has, on paper, it would sound like a good case because he doesn't have a criminal history. This was one incident that was clearly not premeditated. He's extremely remorseful.
Michael Green made his case to the Canada Border Services Agency officer who is preparing a report that will either send Sidhu to a deportation hearing or recommend an exception be made.
He's never going to get in a truck again. He's probably never going to drive again, but he's not somebody that we need to be afraid of.
Sidhu is getting support from a few of the Broncos families. Scott Thomas still coaches minor hockey. It helps him feel close to his son, Evan, who died in that crash.
Well, I know he's always close. I know he's there with me, and I can feel his energy.
As part of their healing journey, Thomas and his wife met with Sidhu to tell him they forgive him. They also wrote a letter supporting his bid to stay in Canada. They believe it's what their son would want them to do.
I think empathy and compassion go a long way. While the result of his actions were violent and criminal, this wasn't by nature a violent crime. He didn't set out that day with the intent to cause harm. It was just a horrible, tragic accident, and it's our opinion that deportation doesn't need to be the necessary end to this.
But most other Broncos families vehemently disagree.
The city of St. Albert had approached our families and said they wanted to put benches in the community to honor our Bronco boys that were affected here in the St. Albert area.
Logan Hunter and Jackson Joseph spent hours playing shinny at this outdoor rink.
He couldn't get enough. He couldn't get enough.
It's why their mothers, Andrea Joseph and Shauna Nordstrom, spend so much time here. But it's bittersweet.
A lot of times people think that time makes the pain go away. But if you count, it's been 3.5 years, 365 days. You add those days up. That's hard.
Risks were too great.
They're speaking out now because of promises they made to their sons to fight for justice.
Consequences of these actions is deportation. And
I need a target.
That is the only solution here for us to even get to a layer of healing.
They say Sidhu made mistakes before running that stop sign. For example, he had 70 driver logbook violations in the 11 days before the crash.
It's not about forgiveness. Forgiveness should not change the laws in our country.
And if he was remorseful and felt really bad for killing 16 people, you would go back to your home country without a fight.
They say Sidhu's life will go on, even if he's deported to India.
He has a wealthy family at home with a big farm. He has a future there.
But their boys don't have a future.
And we miss our boys. We miss their smiles. We miss their laugh. We miss their hugs. We just want justice.
Well met.
Most recent ones I have received.
Back in prison, Sidhu gets comfort from letters like these, Canadians sending words of support.
We've talked about forgiveness a little bit. Have you forgiven yourself?
How can you forgive yourself? Because you're the one person who has caused this much pain to everybody. I can't hide from my own self. So it's with me for my whole life.
just as it will be for the families of the Humboldt Broncos victims. Karen Pauls, CBC News, Calgary.
With the flooding in British Columbia, many are warning extreme weather could become the norm.
Provide a shelter from extreme heat with trees and vegetation. It keeps the temperatures down, but also in receiving urban runoff.
Coming up, how some are trying to build a more resilient future. But first, as communities in BC deal with the devastating floods, a volunteer effort to get food and supplies to ravaged areas has taken flight.
I don't know how it all started, honestly. It was like people were in need. We got a couple phone calls, and then it was just the Sikh Nation started coming involved.
And that one is a joint effort with the whole community, with like a Muslim, Christian, Sikh, even anybody, they donate a food.
What started with 3 planes is now more like a fleet.
We ran it the first day, and then it got bigger, more planes the second day, and then more planes the third day, and then now we're at, I think we ran 21 planes today, or 24 planes, and 2 helicopters.
As bad as things get in BC, once again, people never seem to tire of helping each other. With the flooding disaster still unfolding in BC and more extreme weather expected there this week, it's pretty clear urgent action is needed to protect Canada's infrastructure from the effects of climate change. So what needs to be done? Alison Northcott takes a closer look at how some communities are shoring up their defenses.
Saint-Marthe-sur-le-Lac, Quebec was the site of a devastating flood in 2019. When a dike failed, thousands had to flee quickly.
I was shaking. I was on shock for sure.
Joelle Godmer's home, badly damaged, has since been repaired and the dike rebuilt much higher.
If they did it the same way it was before, I wouldn't be feeling safe.
It's one example of how some communities are adapting to the risk of extreme weather events as climate change makes them more likely. Experts say a lot of our infrastructure, like roads and housing, needs to be more resilient.
To specifically plan or design or retrofit that infrastructure so it can withstand those new conditions.
From household retrofits to government policies around new construction and protecting more natural defenses like wetlands.
Provide a shelter from extreme heat with trees and vegetation. It keeps the temperatures down, but also in receiving urban runoff.
This researcher says people need more information like flood maps and that adapting requires huge investments soon or will pay much more later. By the end of the century, one study projects it could cost up to $13 billion a year for flood damage alone. Selkirk, Manitoba already has plans in place to try to avoid that, like separating storm and septic sewers to handle excess water. In Mississauga, Ontario, stormwater from this road is now slowed and cleaned by a vegetation-covered wall. The kinds of changes experts say are needed on a much wider scale, but in some cases there could be resistance.
We do understand that we need to be protected, but we need to be protected with the right construction.
Back in St. Malt-sur-le-Lac, some homeowners aren't happy with the height of the new dike and are suing the municipality.
The price that we did pay our property was to see the lake. That was part of the value of our house.
Signs of the many challenges ahead in the face of a changing climate. Alison Northcott, CBC News, St. Malt-sur-le-Lac, Quebec.
With COVID restrictions lifted in many places this holiday, Mr. Claus finds himself in hot demand.
They call me up, they say, can you do this event or come to my home? And I have to tell them, no, I'm already booked.
Poor guy. Coming up, we'll check in on Santa ahead of another pandemic Christmas.
You need something? Have a good one.
I'm Angela Starrett. Tomorrow on CBC's Daily News podcast, Front Burner, why things are heating up again in Wet'suwet'en territory and the complicated legal questions surrounding this dispute. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. COVID-19 has created supply chain issues and manufacturing delays around the world, but the pandemic has also caused another kind of shortage, and it could affect how you celebrate Christmas, if you do. As Jamie Strachan reports, in some parts of Canada, Santa visits have become a hot commodity.
Look at the camera, say hi, say Merry Christmas, everybody.
At this suburban Toronto mall, a familiar face is back for the holidays.
I have photo number 1.
Trouble is, with most COVID restrictions lifted in Ontario, Santa and all his stand-ins can't keep up with demand.
You look at my license plate, it says I am Santa.
Jeff Gilroy is in the Santa business. He's a Santa himself and supplies Santas to malls and corporate events all across southern Ontario.
It's gone crazy, and right now I've turned away probably about 200 events.
Bye-bye. His roster of 25 Santas is fully booked, so he's trying to sell customers on other Christmas characters.
Maybe you do the Grinch and have a bit of a naughty Christmas.
It's not just demand driving the Santa shortage. Many Kris Kringles aren't willing to risk the close contact just yet. For Alberta Santas, it's a different story. They can't find enough work.
It's weird to see you down in Arizona. This is usually your busy season, is it not?
At Santa Jeff Baddock's Arizona vacation home, there's no sleigh. And he's missing his usual chair at a Calgary mall. With COVID still surging in Alberta, he only has a handful of December gigs booked.
To wake up in the morning and spend the whole day thinking, oh man, I could be out there, it really tears at the heart. I miss it a lot.
In Nova Scotia, Santa Floyd is taking Christmas cheer straight to people's homes. Limits on social gatherings mean his corporate party bookings are down 90%.
I have the list right here.
But he's still busy. His phone is ringing off the hook.
I love cookies. I have to tell them, no, I'm already booked. Do you know another Santa? And I'd say, no, I'm sorry. Are you going to have one?
When things do get back to normal, he worries that long-term there'll be a Santa shortage.
People are aging and retiring, and I haven't seen any new recruits as of yet. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way.
But for now, after 40 years in his red suit, he's happy most Santas are again back among people. Jamie Strachan, CBC News, Toronto.
As long as he's there for the big day. And up next, Mom and Dad were stuck in traffic caused by flooding on Vancouver Island, but babies work on their own timetables. The emergency roadside birth and this family's happy ending. Next.
It's too far away. I'm out of range.
This little cutie is Riley Jane, and should she ever decide to get married, her parents have a pretty good story to tell at her wedding. When she decided to make her way into the world, her parents were stuck in a traffic jam on a Vancouver Island highway thanks to a sinkhole caused by the flooding. The story of Riley's grand entrance is our moment.
It was intense.
Yeah,
it was.
It's quite the experience. Yeah.
Not one I want to do again.
We got maybe 15, 20 minutes down the road and realized how bad the traffic was. She was leaned back, taking her sweater off because she was hot and eyes closed. So we called the ambulance, and within 10 minutes, two of them had come by and put her on the gurney, and it started right there. Yeah, the dispatcher, she was great. It made me a little nervous though, because she was explaining how to give birth in the car if it came down to it. And not having been through childbirth yet or anything around it, I didn't know what to do. And she's like, grab some shoelaces, some towels and blankets.
Honestly, didn't think it was going to happen this way by any means. I thought I was silly for calling 911 because I still felt like we had time until the ambulance got there, and it was like a minute contractions. Thank goodness they got there when they did.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank goodness they got there. Thank goodness she's okay. Thank goodness they're all okay. Nice to see one lovely thing emerge from such a rough week for people in BC. That is a national for November 22nd. Good night.
House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy threw a nearly 9-hour tantrum on the House floor as Democrats passed their signature.
It's too far away.
You need something? See you later.
COVID-19 vaccines have been available to Canadians since the spring, but around 85% of people over 12 have taken both doses. As we slowly return to normal, many people are concerned about being around unvaccinated workers.
Your job involves dealing with the public or other people. Vaccination should be required.
I don't think they should be allowed to go to work. I would feel sorry if they lost their jobs because of it.
Some Canadians are more comfortable with the idea.
I wouldn't say they should be let go from work. I think that's a bit extreme.
Most people are inside right now masked anyways. So for those that choose not to be vaccinated, it's not really detrimental.
Many Canadians agree with finding an alternative.
Employees who, for whatever reason, can't be vaccinated need to be accommodated, right? But I think that any shared workspace, people should be vaccinated.
An Angus Reid study finds nearly 70% of Canadians support the idea of firing onboard airline staff, school teachers, police officers, paramedics, firefighters, and medical professionals who aren't vaccinated.
Canadians as a group remain very pro-vaccine.
Public health professor Devin Grayson says Canadians especially encourage vaccines in public-facing industries.
Support for vaccine mandates among those workforces tends to be very high. It may also be high in situations where infectious disease causes great risk to workers.
She says it's important to identify the type of mandate being enforced.
Some mandates require vaccination or proof of vaccination or an approved exemption, while other types of mandates may require just information on which workers are and are not vaccinated. That helps identify which people should be excluded if and when there are active outbreaks.
Employment lawyer Lior Sanfarou says the party enforcing the mandate is also very important.
If it's the employer's decision, damages are available, legal recourse is available. If it's the government making the decision, much more limited options.
He says unvaccinated workers let go without a government mandate can likely claim compensation.
They're going to be owed compensation. They're going to be owed severance. That could be as much as 2 years' pay per employee.
Sanfarou says employers should think twice before firing employees. Charmaine Samani, Global News.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Sidhu. How are you?
From this boardroom in the Bowden Federal Prison in Alberta, Jaskirat Singh Sidhu is making his case to stay in Canada.
I just want one chance so I can give back to the community and show that I'm not a bad person.
everyone, my name is Holden Hardman. Thank you so much for joining us again for another video. Today we're watching episode 4 of Daredevil. We're working our way through the Netflix Marvel stuff, and I'm really curious to see what you're gonna think about it. How are you looking forward going into this one?
I'm really excited. I'm very curious about the character of Fisk. I just got a little tidbit of him. He seems to be like a monumental character, so I'm curious to where that goes. I'm really liking the trio, which is Matt,
Foggy.
What's the girl's name? Karen. And also, I really like the character of Claire, too. Got a little tidbit of her as well, but she seems to play a much larger role as well. But more importantly, I like all the action. I'm hoping to see where Matt's outfit goes, because my understanding is this is like a temporary outfit.
Yes.
I always look for those moments in like superhero movies where like they haven't had their like
costume yet, or their official outfit.
Yeah, it's not like official. It's like in the work, so they're trying to find just the right style. So I always like that big reveal. So I'm curious about that. But it's been a good series so far. It's entertaining. Want to get into the Fisk storyline. Hopefully that'll be juicy.
Yep, well, let's go ahead and get into it. Episode 4 of Daredevil.
Oh, Falcon, I can smell you from over there.
Farewell. You need something? Light
Gruesome.
bless you.
It's not supposed to be blood, signify blood. It's too dark.
Yeah, it looks like
it's like a weird.
It's like a wax of what it looked like to me.
So Daredevil was not created by like Stan Lee.
Maybe he did. Daredevil was around that time.
See you later.
Yeah. I hear everything.
Get off the counter!
Charlie Cox showing off them abs.
I need to get some kind of body armor or something.
You worried about him?
What if I were?
Quite the pimp.
Yeah, well, Foggy always says that he's really good with the ladies. Wee.
This guy.
Yeah, my favorite.
Like a baby version of Thor.
The Russians can't seem to handle one man running around in a mask. Iron suit or a magic hammer, maybe.
Yeah, some more references to the MCU.
They're really building this Fisk guy up.
I mean, he's a pretty big deal in the comics, too.
They killed Daniel Fisher. They tried to kill me.
Stranger things, right? You don't understand how lucky you are.
Who's this guy?
This is Ben Urich. He's a journalist.
Okay.
Stories like this are built on sources, Miss Page. Credible. So did some digging into your
Uh-oh.
past activities.
Uh-oh.
Good girl, Buster.
I want to watch Daredevil 2. I want to be on the video, too.
Guys, up.
Please bleep out the language.
I mean, oh my gosh.
This kid.
Hola.
The brothers can't handle him. I'll find another solution. You stay with the car.
I know he's been in a lot, but I always think of the cell.
How are you enjoying rabbit in the snowstorm?
I hung it in my bedroom.
Would you like to come over and see it?
I was actually wondering if you cared to join me for dinner.
You're not gonna offer to buy every painting in here so I can close up early?
Can be bought. Isn't worth having.
Oof.
Deep. Got her. So he like genuinely likes her.
Oh, yeah. He wants some of that Vanessa.
Holden Thomas Hardman.
He does. It's just it's factual. Meanwhile.
I feel like that's literally me.
You don't talk to the dog like that, I do.
Well, that's not her cat though, right? I don't think that's her cat. I think he just like wanders in and she's allergic to cats, but she still wants to feed him and keep him alive. Uh-oh.
You think Lemon and Zach would have helped out then?
No, but they had free bagels and elevators. God, I miss the elevators.
Very valid points.
You got a new phone just for your girls. My life sucks. Get home safe. Hey, what's up?
Daredevil time.
Look at him go.
I know. Not playtime no more. Charlie Cox is great. Look at this. There we go. Come on.
I think his capability is definitely one of the coolest.
Yeah. I like the way they like show it in this too. Like he like kind of dials it in.
Don't turn around. This is how they get caught.
How did you know I was here?
No, he's Batman.
I'm more concerned about how she's gonna come up with this money.
Raise her paddle on something low. Be outbid.
Oh, crap.
Not Santino.
Oh, is that his name?
Yeah. Remember I said I worked at Santino's?
No.
They're gonna hurt her because of me, Santino.
Did he just taste for her?
Might have. I don't know how these fancy restaurants work.
I don't know much about wine.
At me.
You don't do this much, do you?
No,
The city's really changing.
not fast enough. I would do anything to make it a better place. For people like you.
Let's lay it down thick.
He's gonna.
To a better place.
Oh, jeez. Claire. It's pretty brutal. Oh my god.
Well met. Farewell.
She's kind of lost it a little bit.
Ask him yourself.
Your boy's back there. Why would you just be shooting like that?
I mean, he knows where they are. They don't know where he is. He definitely has the advantage. I don't know why they're just standing up like that.
Yeah.
You should be taking some kind of... Guys, never mind.
I like how Daredevil is like doing all these intimidating things, but at the end of the day, he just throws a crowbar at somebody's face.
Let her go.
Let her go.
Put the gun down, or I promise you'll never hold anything in that hand again.
Well, that's gonna be a major bummer for him.
No, he didn't put the gun down. Break it.
It hurts, doesn't it?
Break it. I was in the middle of my thing, Claire.
If I was Claire, I'd be a little PO'd
Yeah,
at
I'm
Matt.
sure she probably is. Yeah, right by the window.
$3,500 I don't have. Charge it to the law firm where I work. I just got my ass.
Matt's gonna get an American Express bill for $3,500.
Probably, yeah.
She's such an asset.
I mean, they probably could use some equipment, but it is like 30 years old.
And don't tell anyone else about this. That doesn't work for you. Get the hell out of my life.
I signed that. I can't ever talk publicly about this.
Yeah.
It's all right. Shh.
They take their job so seriously.
All 30 pounds of you.
They have an incredible zuppa inglese.
Don't children have that at birthday parties?
Yes.
Me ordering mac and cheese at restaurants we go to.
Chocolate was always my downfall. Not the dark stuff they say is bitter for you. Who are you, Wilson?
Tonight, I'm just a man enjoying the company of a captivating woman.
Aww.
Yeah,
Definitely get some tonight.
he really likes her.
I need to speak with you.
What is this?
I tell you, my brother and I, we gratefully accept.
Wesley will take care of you.
Put him in a car.
Understood.
Bad move.
Charge it to the office, but don't freak out.
I ever tell you my mom wanted me to be a butcher?
No, you're right. I remember her being like really angry. Think about him being blind too. Any bruises he gets, he can just attribute it to falling or bumping into stuff, which is really clever.
Tell me that you've got a plan, an end game.
End game.
Feel my heart. Come on, feel it.
Things about to get freaky deaky.
I say I can just hear it. I don't even need to touch it. But
You're scared.
You can do something about it.
Need help?
For all of us.
See you around.
Will I see you again?
I don't usually date customers.
I love how much he likes her.
oh yeah.
Whatever that was all about at the restaurant.
I'm sorry that our night it went sideways.
Cry?
I mean, he really he came out of hiding to try and take her on that date, and this guy came out here.
I wanted to speak with him in person. Why are we stopping?
He's about to be slaughtered.
Yes, passenger side.
I get it. He ruined his chance to get lucky.
Well, he also like loves her pretty much.
Was that his underwear?
No, it was like an arm protective thing.
Oh.
You embarrassed me. Brutal.
I think he's good. I think he's good. He seems so nice.
Yeah, I mean, to her.
All right, so our guy has some issues.
We haven't really even scratched the surface of his issues.
Oh, and there's all blood on the other dude.
Tell Mr. Potter, I'll need a new suit.
Yeah, it's like an armor kind of thing.
Take what's left of him and send it to his brother.
Savage. Crap.
Just finished watching episode 4 of Daredevil. Ended with Fisk beheading that Russian brother. We got to see Fisk go out on his little date with Vanessa. Oh, and Claire being abducted and being rescued.
Yeah, so I'll start with Fisk. You know, when he first came on and they had like the little date, it was very deceiving because he seemed like a nice dude to me. I'm like, oh
Yeah,
wow,
sure
he really
too.
like cares about her, like what, you know, how she feels.
I'm sure she feels like that too. He was nice.
Yeah, they seem to like have a chemistry, and so I was like, oh, great, how happy for them. Towards the end, this anger and this rage, although I do understand, you know, as a man, he was embarrassed by this other man. So he took that very personally, literally decapitated him using a car door.
Yeah, you don't see that in the MCU.
Oh my gosh, like that's insane. Like I didn't even know what to think. I just wasn't expecting that much coming off the heels of he was so like pleasant and just so soft-spoken, and then he barrels along and murders this guy. But I do have to say that I enjoy the fact that it was actually him that did that, instead of sending in his little cronies or...
Well, it's personal, so he made it personal.
Well, right, but, oh, he definitely made it feel personal. But I like that it was him that was handling his business. Not that I'm an advocate for doing that, but
right.
it said something about his character as far as a villain goes. That he is, to me, he doesn't have any fear. His character seems to be very emotional. So I don't know where it's gonna go beyond this, but that first little intro, it was a little off-putting not off-putting, but I was very surprised that they went with the date first. That was just kind of a weird introduction for me. But I like the transition from this guy being so soft-spoken, you think is just a nice dude. And then you see this completely other side of him when you cross him, and just, I mean, he murdered that guy in just a few minutes. I would say up until this point, it's probably the most violent I feel like the show has been.
Probably, yeah.
That was, wow. Moving on to Claire, I honestly feel bad for her. I mean, she's just getting the short end of the stick. She's having to use all her vacation days. She's like, you know, being beat with a bat. She just have to deal with this disruption to her life.
Yeah, you know, she don't got no PTO.
But she obviously has a clear soft spot for Matt. I really, really like that. I actually like them together. I don't know if they get together. I don't know if there's any like romantic angle to it. But he clearly has a lot of respect for her. And that's what I like about their relationship. I really like that dynamic. He obviously has a very different dynamic with her than he does with Karen, even though it's kind of along the same lines. Almost a damsel in distress, you know, protecting them. But it's very different to me. I like his relationship with Claire a lot. To me, it feels a little more equal than him and Karen, who, by the way, seems to be getting in a little bit of trouble on her own. I don't know what's going on there. I know she's investigating the company that she worked for, and she's trying to basically expose and avenge her friend. Were they sleeping together? The guy that was killed.
Yeah, no, they didn't sleep together, I don't think.
Okay, I get that she's trying to expose like what they did to her and to him. I'm very scared for her. I think she's gonna get I think she's gonna get herself into a lot of trouble, a lot more trouble than she's already been in. So that I think is definitely on the horizon. And to make it even more juicy, her bosses don't know that she's doing this. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. I fear for her life. And then she's like getting together with this like, I get he's a journalist, but he's very shady to me. I don't think he has her best interest at heart. So definitely think that there's gonna be some juiciness to that storyline. I think I'm really, really gonna like this Fisk character a lot as a villain. I can feel it in my bones. So yeah, I'm liking it so far.
Good. All right. Well, I think this one was a really good episode. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And we'll see you next time for episode 5.
Oh, can I add Foggy? He's quickly becoming my favorite though. Like he adds in some comic relief, like right when it's needed. And he's so chill about things. And he's kind of in a way the opposite of Matt. So I think so far he's my favorite character, even though I can't get his name right. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. He's kind of hit or miss for me. Sometimes he can come off as
like him.
A little obnoxious, but you know, I do like him overall though. All right, we'll catch you in the next episode. We appreciate you watching. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Gosh, it feels like 1,000 years ago. When Holden made me start watching all these superhero movies. Became a cinephile.
Be careful. You need something? Safe travels. Well met.
Water can be a powerful force, and flooding is a natural process. Here in British Columbia, melting snow raises rivers every spring, and sea level rise can bring coastal floods. When communities, governments, and businesses develop and use lands that are subject to flooding, this increases the risks and the consequences when the waters rise. In extreme cases, flooding can damage or destroy entire communities. To plan and be prepared for floods, we need to understand how water moves. That's why a new computer model has been developed as part of a Lower Mainland flood management strategy planning process.
On the Fraser River, we can anticipate some fairly extreme flows. And the design flow that is used is what's called a 1 in 500 year, so a flood that has a 1 in 500 chance of occurrence in any given year occurring. And the flow that we designed for is 16,500 cubic meters per second on the Fraser River. And by the year 2050, we anticipate a 16% increase to that peak flow. And by the year 2100, a 39% increase to the peak flow.
Most of the dikes in the Lower Mainland were built in the 70s and the 80s, and they were built to the standard at the time. And this unfortunately did not include for such things as earthquake impacts or climate change impacts.
The floodplain model and associated flood maps are intended to inform policies and actions to reduce the impacts of floods. These include diking, land use planning, and emergency planning. The Fraser River has flooded many times in the past. The biggest flood of written record occurred in the spring of 1894. Today, a flood of that magnitude would cause widespread disruption and displacement of residents. If flood protection dikes failed, the damage to buildings, agriculture, and infrastructure could add up to $20 or $30 billion. That would make it the costliest disaster in Canadian history. 5 to 6 times more costly than the floods in southern Alberta in 2013. The social, cultural, health, and environmental impacts would be immeasurable. A large coastal flood could cause similar damage in coastal parts of the Lower Mainland. Large floods are beyond the capabilities of any one community or agency, and the impacts would be felt all across the region. That's why more than 50 partners have come together to develop the Lower Mainland Flood Management Strategy. They include federal, provincial, and local governments, First Nations, and the private sector, with support from the nonprofit Fraser Basin Council. The goal is to work together to reduce flood risks across the region. Floods cannot be entirely prevented, but with planning, the risks can be managed and negative impacts can be minimized. To be effective, a regional flood strategy for the Lower Mainland will need to have broad support from all levels of government and other partners across the region. That will require agreement and alignment on some key questions. For example, where are the most important opportunities to reduce flood risk? What options and approaches make the most sense for the Lower Mainland region? And how can all jurisdictions work together to fund and implement the flood strategy? The fact is, BC is not facing this challenge alone. Coastal and riverside communities around the world face increased flood risks because of climate change and continued development in floodplains. We can draw on expertise from other jurisdictions, as well as traditional knowledge here in the Lower Mainland.
Luckily, we have many tools available to support us to reduce our risk to flooding. Some of them include flood protection infrastructure, like dikes like we have in place today, but also include things like our land use decisions and planning, how we build on the floodplains, and in terms of actually having a flood event, how we respond and recover during that emergency event. We have a whole suite of tools. The challenge at this point is to figure out how we're going to make decisions about what to use, and to do that we really need to understand our shared priorities and values.
Examples of these values include human safety and vulnerable populations, including First Nations communities that have little or no flood protection, critical infrastructure and essential services, ecosystems including fish and wildlife habitat, agriculture and food security, and private property including homes and businesses. The goal is to balance these values while identifying regional priorities. Those priorities inform the policies and actions we choose to reduce risks from flooding. Local governments, First Nations, and others can implement measures to reduce risk before a flood. For example, land use planning, zoning, or building codes. These regulations can encourage building designs and land uses that are resilient to flooding, such as parks, recreation, and natural ecosystems, while shifting high-cost developments and critical infrastructure outside of floodplains. This can be a tough choice for local governments because the same land is often attractive to developers. Flood risk reduction has to be taken into consideration alongside community development, economic opportunities, and physical constraints on usable land. Ground floors can be used for parking and designed to withstand flooding. Critical equipment, such as electrical and mechanical equipment, can be located at higher elevations. Similarly, hazardous materials and pollutants should be stored above predicted flood levels. There may also be potential to build homes and businesses to withstand damage, either with flood-resistant building materials or architectural designs that allow floodwaters to flow through. This can come with additional upfront costs and may require changes to building regulations. But overall, zoning measures and updated construction standards are worth considering alongside other flood protection mechanisms. When river or ocean levels rise, well-designed flood
Safe
infrastructure
travels.
can prevent large-scale destruction. When the Fraser River flooded in 1948, several dikes failed. This led to upgrades for flood protection infrastructure in many Lower Mainland communities during the 1970s and 80s.
So one of the most recognizable forms of flood protection that we have in the Lower Mainland is our dikes. We have over 600 kilometers of dikes that separate the communities from the Fraser River as well as our coastal areas.
In recent decades, these dikes, floodgates, and pump stations have succeeded in holding back high water and reducing flood damages. But our current diking system has yet to face a flood like the one in 1948, or the larger Fraser River flood in 1894. Dike upgrades need to be considered, along with other structural and non-structural measures.
An alternative to traditional dikes is to look at super dikes or setback dikes that communities are considering.
Super dikes, as being designed for global coastal communities, are higher, wider, and more expensive than traditional dikes, and intended to be more resistant to failure and resilient to seismic activity. In the case of a river flood, setback dikes leave more room in the river channel for water to flow. In some cases, this can reduce overall flood height. With setback dikes, flood-resilient land uses can continue along the shoreline, while buildings and other high-value assets are protected behind the dike.
The challenge with these dike alignments and dike widths is that they require more land for the dike footprint and may require moving of buildings or homes to allow for more space for these dike alignments.
Seawalls are a form of infrastructure that may be more feasible than dikes, where there's limited space, and that may help reduce risk of erosion in some locations.
Physical flood barriers are important ways to protect against floods, but they can't guarantee against flooding. Dikes can be overtopped, and they may also fail through other mechanisms such as erosion or collapsing when they're saturated. Seawalls and natural shorelines can also be overtopped, especially when they're exposed to large waves and high winds.
Some jurisdictions are experimenting with more natural engineered shorelines to help reduce wave energy and reduce erosion while maintaining shoreline habitat. In some jurisdictions, such as Manitoba, diversion channels have been built to direct floodwater away from high-risk areas. For BC's Lower Mainland, one option might be to use existing hydro reservoirs to store water in periods of elevated flood potential. This has been done in the past using the Nechako and Bridge River reservoirs, which drain into the Fraser.
There are some opportunities to divert some water in the upper watershed that would reduce the volume of water coming into the Fraser River during a flood. This doesn't offer a total solution because it has a lot of ecological impacts and wouldn't be able to reduce all of the flooding. However, it does offer an opportunity to change the design heights, for example, of the dikes because we have less water coming down the Fraser River.
Sediment removal has the potential to reduce water levels in some areas. However, flood modeling to date suggests that even large-scale dredging would have relatively little effect on floodwater levels.
One thing that was looked at was sediment removal around Chilliwack and Agassiz, so removing some of the sediment from the river to theoretically accommodate more water and reduce the water level. The models show that this had limited benefits in terms of the overall water profile. So it is potentially a tool that could be used very locally, but it's certainly not a silver bullet in terms of reducing the water levels and the flood hazard in the region.
In the lower Fraser River, there are concerns that removing gravel could destabilize the river channel, with negative consequences for salmon, sturgeon, and fish habitat. No matter how prepared a community is, in a major flood, many things will be out of our control. Even with updated flood protection infrastructure and proactive measures to reduce flood risk, there's still a need for emergency preparedness, planning, response, and recovery. Local and First Nations governments are on the front lines of making plans and preparations for their communities in advance of a flood. When a flood event begins to impact more than one community, provincial planning and response resources are triggered. Preparedness and response activities include shoring up existing measures, such as raising low spots in dikes, deployment of temporary works such as sandbags and other temporary measures, and if necessary, evacuating neighborhoods. The last line of defense is flood recovery, including cleanup and rebuilding after a flood. In recent years, overland flood insurance has become available in Canada. Disaster financial assistance may also be available from senior governments to help homeowners, small business owners, and local governments to repair and rebuild. Depending on insurance coverage and eligibility for disaster assistance, individuals, households, and businesses may have additional recovery costs. Insurance coverage and disaster assistance policy has changed substantially in the past 6 years. Homeowners and businesses in floodplain areas should look into whether they can obtain overland flood insurance for their properties. Disaster financial assistance may not be available to those who can gain protection through private insurance. Partners in the Lower Mainland Flood Management Strategy are working to set regional priorities and ensure there is funding available to implement the overall plan once complete.
So one of the challenges we have with flood is that water knows no boundaries. And so it's incredibly important when we think about water is making sure that we're not pushing water to our neighbor or making a decision that's going to make risk worse for another community.
The key ingredient really is that the province and with federal government support drive the process. And one way that they could help flood management, particularly in the Lower Fraser, is to provide support to each local government for them to develop a unique, integrated, comprehensive flood management plan.
A number of Lower Mainland local governments are actively updating and implementing local flood plans, and others are likely to follow suit, though the size of the investment for region-wide flood risk reduction is significant. The Lower Mainland Flood Management Strategy is intended to complement these local efforts, strengthen collaboration, explore priorities for investment, and review funding options. Many of the 50-plus partners in the Lower Mainland Flood Management Strategy are public agencies and local governments. So before finalizing a regional flood plan, it's appropriate to seek input from the public. Together, we can build a flood management strategy that brings communities together and reduces the impacts of future floods. It's taken years of work to build trust, share knowledge, and seek consensus. Now we have a range of land use planning and infrastructure options under evaluation in terms of what is likely to work best in the Lower Mainland. It will be up to governments and partner organizations, with input from the public and stakeholders, to finalize the plan and ultimately put it into action.
Hi and good morning, everyone. We're going to get started with a quick poll just to see where folks are joining us from today. We'll give you about a minute until 1 o'clock and then we'll get started.
Hundreds of people stranded for days in Hope on the eastern end of the Fraser Valley are finally headed home. Late yesterday, enough debris from mudslides was cleared away there to allow part of the highway to temporarily reopen. Global's Kamal Karamali is there. Kamal, bring us up to speed on what's happening today.
Can I help you?
Donna, the first people to get out of Hope, BC in days by car, headed to the lower mainland overnight, but many people still cut off with all other routes still blocked. Many are going to great lengths to get out. How's it feel to be going home? So good! The race out of Hope was on Wednesday night.
I miss my family. It feels amazing.
Crews temporarily opened up Highway 7 heading west, only to allow the hundreds of people stranded in the district access back to the south coast, back to their homes and their families.
You're either going to jet boat tomorrow or this was the better option.
Thursday morning, the highway reopened to commercial vehicles. Massive semi-trucks barreling along an already precarious road, some drivers still concerned.
You start pounding 100,000-pound trucks over that. Is it going to blow the highway out like all the other highways? Who knows?
The desperation to get home overriding other emotions.
Take the blankets and deliver.
For the first time in days, Hope returning to its small town self.
24 hours ago, we had about 250 people staying here.
This church packed for 3 days with hundreds of stranded people now empty.
A little fatigue. But relief that people have been able to get back to their homes.
But there are still those who are cut off from their homes. Jamie Roy lives in Kelowna. The Coquihalla Highway heading north into the Okanagan is ripped into two.
Like I said, step one is get out of here, and then step two, we go from there.
And that's when strangers become allies to battle the odds. This pair teaming up to try and get back to their families any way they can.
I'm giving this guy a ride home. I've never met him before. So he was by himself. I'm by myself. We need to talk.
The kindness in this town has been, it's been overwhelming. It's been really good for us.
It won't be an easy detour down to the lower mainland and then through Washington state. Border services are allowing drivers to pass through the U.S. without a passport and a COVID-19 negative test. What's motivating you to get back home so quickly?
I want to see my kids.
Now, the opening of the highway is only temporary to allow those who don't live here a way back home to the south coast. But now crews will block up the highway once again to repair all the damages, and that could take weeks. Donna?
Okay, Kamal Karamali in Hope, BC. Thanks. On this Monday night, BC braces for round two. Warnings of another atmospheric river as farmers tally up their losses.
The mental part is far more stressful than the financial part.
And the military assesses the devastation from the air. A battle sprouts over spuds.
There is nothing wrong with our potatoes.
The ban on Prince Edward Island's potato exports to the U.S. and the threat to livelihoods. A holiday parade turns to horror when an SUV mows into the crowd. What police say the driver was escaping. And under consideration of Canada's top soldier, updating the mission to award a veteran with the country's highest military honor.
Global National with Donna Friesen.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. 1 week after extreme weather led to a state of emergency in BC, a massive amount of repair work still has to be done. Thousands of people's lives are disrupted and more rain is coming. There are weather warnings on BC's north coast. As much as 90 millimeters of rain is expected there, with winds gusting up to 90 kilometers an hour. And in southern BC, more rain is forecast too, though not the record amounts of last week. And there's a new problem: snow. The Fraser Valley and Fraser Canyon are forecast to get 30 centimeters of snow, including along the heavily damaged Coquihalla Highway between Hope and Merritt. That key supply route has been closed for a week now. The snow will make it even harder for crews working to assess and repair it. Parts of the Trans-Canada Highway also remain underwater. Non-essential travel is still discouraged and gas rationing is still in effect. The long-term forecast is for more atmospheric rivers, what used to be called moist air bands, to wash over BC's south coast. With the ground already so saturated, people are bracing for more flooding. Our coverage tonight begins with Robin Gill in Abbotsford, where the owners of waterlogged farms have only begun counting their losses. Robin?
Donna, there are still pools and pools of water in the field that have been difficult to drain, and while the farmers in this region are bracing for another round of rain, they say it doesn't compare to the damage done in 24 hours a week ago.
And by 8 o'clock that night, the water had risen probably 8 feet.
That was a week ago when water came rushing over the farm that's been the family business for 4 generations.
I went to bed with the water rising and the cows standing up to their bellies in water. And there was nothing I could do. And as a farmer, that's a really hopeless feeling.
All 85 cows survived.
Hey, little girl.
The calves now back in their pen.
This is where the cows belong. They don't belong in my office.
Yet in the moment of disaster, they were put in an office for safekeeping. But the family farm's 30,000 chickens didn't make it.
The mental part is far more stressful than the financial part. But you know what, we'll move on.
This part of Abbotsford, the Sumas Prairie, is located on a floodplain, so there's no insurance. It'll be up to the government to provide aid.
It is going to take a significant rebuilding effort, and we know that government is going to be a significant part of the rebuilding that takes place.
Then there's the worry over more rain in the forecast this week from BC's notorious atmospheric river systems. Just like it sounds, that's literally a flow of water en route in the sky.
There would be some snow melt with this moisture. We're talking about 40 to 70 millimeters in the Fraser Valley.
The Dycorn family doesn't think it'll be anything like they witnessed a week ago, so they're in cleanup mode. Have you had any sleep?
Some.
There's no rest anytime soon with this disaster still very fluid and so much more work to do. And then there are those highways that were damaged by the landslides. The province says there's no way that they'll be fixed in time for the holiday season, but they are looking at a temporary fix. Donna?
Okay, Robin Gill in Abbotsford, BC, thanks. The Trans Mountain Pipeline, which supplies most of the fuel to BC's south coast, has also been shut down for a week. Teams have been airlifted into or hiked into areas where there is still no road access. Trans Mountain said today it's using helicopters and heavy equipment to clear roads, install temporary bridges, and divert water. It says there are multiple areas between Hope and Merritt where the exposed pipeline needs to be covered and other sections that may need to be replaced entirely. Spill response equipment has been deployed along the route, though the company says there's no indication of any spills. It's optimistic the pipeline can be restarted in some capacity by the end of the week. In the meantime, people in southwestern BC are being asked to ration gas and stay home if possible. The military is in the region to help with the recovery. Our Mike Armstrong joined them today for a bird's eye view of the daunting task ahead.
The scale of this disaster feels different from the air. On the ground, the idea that the Sumas Plain can be drained is almost hard to believe. When you look out, it doesn't end. From above, when you can see the edges, it seems possible. That said, it is still a massive area. From the air, you can see progress. The main dike breach now sealed. Work continues to make it stronger. Further north from the floodplain, the challenges change. There are roads that have to be repaired and others that have literally disappeared. In the Chilliwack area, crews are busy. There's also considerable activity around Hope. But not far from there, a different situation. While there is a lot of work being done on roads further south, once you get up north to the Coquihalla, an important thoroughfare, there are long stretches where the highway is closed with multiple landslides and no one's even touched them. Now, the Air Force is still ramping up its contribution. It's moved in or is moving in 12 aircraft, different vehicles with different abilities. The main tasks are the transport of personnel and equipment, as well as reconnaissance, something that takes people in the air and on the ground.
Yeah, it has to come with the crews and technicians to fix them, of course, and a small debt of headquarters. So right now, the footprint is about 75 people here on the ground to support the aircraft here in Abbotsford.
There are spots that are still only accessible by air. Helicopter traffic has been heavy for days. Their contribution, in particular civilian aircraft, has been vital. Now, there is one other thing you feel flying over the affected areas. By traveling from landslide to flood to washout, one after another, you realize how many places are affected and how big a challenge fixing them all is going to be. Mike Armstrong, Global News, Abbotsford, BC.
Canada's smallest province has a big problem. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency has suspended shipments of all fresh potatoes from Prince Edward Island to the United States, a move that could cost hundreds of millions of dollars. A fungus known as potato wart was found on 2 fields in the province. It poses no threat to human health, but it can reduce yields and take years to leave the soil. Ross Lord reports.
Potatoes are the lifeblood of Prince Edward Island, and the vast majority of them, almost $500 million worth per year, are shipped to the United States. So a sudden ban on PEI potatoes in the U.S. is a shock to the island's livid premier.
This is devastating news. And I think what's most devastating for farmers across Prince Edward Island, family farmers, is that this is being inflicted upon them through nothing that they have done.
The ban stems from the discovery of this fungus called potato wart in 2 PEI fields, whose spuds were never meant to leave the island. Potato wart can leave potatoes disfigured, but it's not considered a threat to human health. The most shocking part to islanders is that their potatoes are being outlawed not by American officials, but by the Canadian government.
With this order, we are taking a responsible approach that is based in science. It will provide the protection our industry needs through this difficult time.
Minister Bibeau calls it a temporary suspension to prevent more damaging long-term measures from U.S. officials. Premier King says the government is overreacting.
A knee-jerk and wrong-headed decision by the federal government.
Others agree.
You target the specific farms that are having some issues, specifically, not the entire island.
Premier King says PEI potatoes are under attack.
The best doggone potatoes in the world isn't just a lyric in a song, it's the foundation and bedrock of our industry here in Prince Edward Island.
Officials on the island say they'll pursue compensation to offset the impact of their top crop being blindsided. Ross Lord, Global News.
Now to the crucial next phase of Canada's vaccination campaign. Doses of Pfizer's vaccine for children are now being rolled out to the provinces. Vaccinations are expected to begin in a matter of days. In Manitoba, the online booking system opened this morning for children aged 5 to 11. In Ontario, vaccine appointment bookings are expected to open tomorrow at 8 a.m.
We should be able to start getting shots into little arms by about Thursday this week, so it's very good news.
Saskatchewan also plans to open its online booking system tomorrow morning. The province says it expects children's doses to arrive at clinics in the next 2 days. Vaccinations will get underway there on Wednesday. MPs are back to work on Parliament Hill for the first time in 5 months. The 44th session of Parliament got underway with a mandatory vaccination policy in effect. The government has a lot on its agenda and little time to tackle it all before the Christmas break. David Aiken joins me from Ottawa. David, what's on the government's urgent to-do list?
Well, Donna, the government House leader, his name is Mark Holland, he said he hopes there will be enough cooperation among all parties in this minority parliament to get 4 bills through by Christmas.
It's my intention with all parties to operate in a way that is logical and preeminently reasonable so that we can find common ground. But I also want to be clear that we're here to get results.
The Trudeau government has 4 priorities: passing legislation to extend financial supports for those still impacted by COVID-19, protecting healthcare workers and facilities from harassment and threats, providing 10 days of paid sick leave for workers in federally regulated sectors only, and banning so-called conversion therapy. It's an ambitious list, considering there are just 20 sitting days until the House rises for the Christmas break.
I am not looking to tolerate a lot of obfuscation or political games. And the good news is that's the spirit I've heard from all of the parties.
The NDP, at least, think the Liberals' 4 priorities are a good place to start.
There are some priorities in there that are things that New Democrats have pushed for and that we believe in absolutely, and we'll absolutely work quickly to pass. And there's things that we're worried are going to include measures that hurt people. And if they're going to hurt people, we're not going to support those bills.
Order! First order of business, though, electing a speaker. 7 MPs wanted the job, but the incumbent, Anthony Rota, a 6-term Liberal from Northern Ontario, prevailed.
after all this time, I am still in awe of this place.
Now, Monday was about 4 priorities for the next 4 weeks. Tuesday will be about many priorities for the next 4 years. That, of course, is the speech from the throne in which the government will lay out a broader vision on everything from a comprehensive mental health strategy to fixing the housing crisis and, of course, dealing with the effects of climate change. Donna?
Okay, David Aiken in Ottawa, thanks. And Global News will have live coverage of the throne speech at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it live on the Global TV app, as well as on Amazon Prime, Roku, and YouTube, or on our website, globalnews.ca. The Christmas parade that turned into a crime scene. Coming up, the suspect accused of driving into a crowd. In Wisconsin, a 39-year-old man has been charged with 5 counts of murder, accused of driving his SUV straight into a Christmas parade on Sunday evening. 5 people are dead, 6 children are in critical condition, and dozens of others are injured. Police are not calling it a terrorist act, but they believe it was intentional. We're not going to show you the moment of impact, but a warning: this story does contain disturbing images. Jackson Prosco reports.
The SUV flew past spectators on the parade route, and then the screams began. A driver careened through the crowd at the Waukesha Holiday Parade, plowing into bodies without stopping, smashing through barricades as he fled.
I saw people right away run to the people that were hit and start doing CPR, and I saw people on the ground, there's blood. It was really bad.
Mom! Mom! Jaden and Jody Singsamy recorded the moments as they rushed to help the victims, treating some inside a store.
It happened so suddenly and so quick, and the truck came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you just hear the sound of people getting hit.
Among the dead are members of the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies. They were performing in the parade. 18 of the injured were children, including 3 sets of siblings. Several are in critical condition.
Injuries ranged from facial abrasions to broken bones to serious head injuries. 6 of these patients were sent to the operating room last night, and 2 additional patients are undergoing surgeries today.
Police are not calling this an act of terrorism. They believe the 39-year-old suspect, identified as Daryl Brooks, was fleeing from a fight, but can't explain why he didn't stop.
We have information that the suspect prior to the incident was involved in a domestic disturbance, which was just minutes prior, and the suspect left that scene just prior to our arrival to that domestic disturbance.
Brooks was arrested shortly after and faces at least 5 counts of intentional homicide. As the investigation continues, this town is left to clean up and grieve. The tragedy happened just days before the U.S. Thanksgiving holiday. So many families who were preparing to gather and celebrate are instead left to deal with unthinkable loss. Jackson Prosco, Global News, Washington.
Ahead, buyer beware, the historic supply chain crunch affecting your grocery cart. A significant hearing is underway at the CRTC over a planned merger that could alter Canada's telecom industry. The 5-day Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission hearing is focused on the bid by Rogers Communications to take over Shaw Communications. The companies announced the $26 billion deal last March. Today, Edward Rogers, who has been at the center of a family battle for control of Rogers, made his case for the merger.
We believe passionately that a
At the turn of the 20th century, this valley in southern British Columbia was a thriving freshwater lake surrounded by extensive wetlands. 8 kilometers, or 64,000 American football fields. During high water season, the lake flowed from South Sumas in Chilliwack, BC to Highway 547 in Sumas, Washington. And then it disappeared. Scottish explorer Simon Fraser traversed the Stolo River, now named after him. It was unknown at the time to settlers, and this opened up a whole new land for them to explore. Europeans settled in the lowlands, farming the fertile soil, but they were increasingly irritated when the high water would destroy their crops before harvest. So, they dredged new pathways for feeder rivers. They choked the lake. A pump was built in what is now Barrowtown. Since 1924, it has kept the lake bed dry so farmers could cultivate their land. But if a severe power outage or large earthquake were to happen and these pumps were destroyed, the lake, it would flood back within 48 hours, displacing around 3,400 current residents.
Hello. Farewell.
It would destroy the Lower Mainland's most fertile farming land. But the birds, the salmon, the steelhead, the flora, and the fauna, the biodiverse ecosystem of old, would be restored. Would we dare drain it again?
Thanks to Simply Safe for sponsoring this episode. My dad and I have always dreamed of building our very own log cabin. This is our journey to make it happen. Thanks for joining us. Now let's get started.
Hello.
I remember when I went to Ireland, I caught the flu there. Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ, man. No way, we got a crawl blade from the Howl Beast. What the hell? When you're aiming to go fast to level 60. it's human. You receive a crawl blade.
Okay, it's fine. Here we go. He is back. All right, I'm gonna do BGs. Can I get the lair? Yes, it's okay, my man. My God, this guy is a poggers in the lair. Are the Yo, bro, you fucked it up, man. Yeah, but yeah, you're. Yeah, but it's over, bro. You had to open right now. It's over. Yeah, you fucked it up. No, I have. Kidney? I bandage for 2 HP. That's so bad, actually. I might be dead here. What?
How do you think Zarya would do in a tournament? I have no idea, man.
I can't take that.
Next question.
Equip some armor.
Left, right, mate. Oh my god, now I get spotted because I'm sitting here and doing fucking groups, man.
You have to taunt effect.
No, I'm here. He can't hit. What the?
Chain stay still. Move behind the chains, so into the slowed balls gap. And you can just move through the gap. Chains go through the gap. Go through, dodge the wave.
It's almost unbelievable how you can fuck things up like this in a video game made 15 years ago for 12-year-old kids that only played Game Boy. You know, like, how's it possible? It's literally made for kids who only played Game Boy. You know, like, you remember yourself when you were 12 years old, and the only thing you had done was like Pokemon on Game Boy? You remember how stupid you were? You were able to clear this. And now 30-year-old men are not smart enough to fix it. Okay. Can you try this time to actually...
Jesus, you're so mature, Bean.
It's too far away.
Oh.
Okay, I think I gotta kite this guy back. Oh, you kidding me? No. Wait. Okay, I gotta pop a potion. Everyone chill out.
I need to get closer.
Okay. Wait. I've got cold snap still. I think. Holy shit, I'm a baller. I'm a baller. Whoa. I'm dead. No. Bitch. Blink. Oh, God, insane. Oh, God, the play. Okay, clip it and ship it. Yeah, get Nova too. You too. Let him know. Wow, I'm wild.
What? Healing? What the fucking hell, bro? Hey! Hey! He's griefing! He zoom! He zoom! Leaving combat. Ah! Wait. He was there! Ah!
You never do 2 dooms.
You need another Baritone?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Ah,
druid
I'm
has
stuck.
a quick you can only do 1 for every server.
Oh, he goes down, right?
We're fine. We're fine.
Oh, sorry. Remember, nobody's hitting these except for the people. No, you don't want to pop it yet? Okay.
Oh no, where's it? It's going to Hydra.
Oh my god! Grim! Kill it. Just Grim, kill it. Rage, kill it. So, the idea, Grim, is... So, hey, guys, stop. So, the idea is you want it to be hitting you so we don't pop our
I get a heal.
Treg, you grab the next one.
I've got one already. I'm going.
Okay. Clark, you grab the next one.
I'm scary. This is fucking off to fucking Hydra.
Then Fubu, you're gonna
Oh,
go
he's
left.
going again.
He's going.
again.
We have to go.
That's a different one. That's not. Was that still mine? Yeah.
We're fucked. I don't know what the fuck, like... No, just let die.
No, it's coming.
But we're all around.
And spell it and get it.
Can't back up. There's ads behind it.
When I wash my hands, I don't mess with the book. I YOLO it, bro. But why? I don't know, bro, man. I'm sorry.
That's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna write ask.x and I'm gonna write bullet of ask.x and bullet of ask. Yeah, I already know.
My own destiny, man. That's how I feel when I have my void out.
Yeah, I saw you with it out. I was like, man, that's probably pretty smart as Warlock. You go for a tap, and then a Warlock or like a mob comes and attacks you. Like, oh my god.
Pretty much, man. I used it during MC too. It was my little safety net.
Honestly, it's big brain too. Unlike Geddon, you can have it out, just sack it, and have like a 2k shield on the bomb.
Exactly.
It's actually massive.
Yeah. I had it on Rag, had it on most fights.
We should clear this room, right? Doesn't he? Some people get knocked back on this
fears, but I'll start out. It's okay for us to go for the beast now.
The beast. What is this guy dropping in?
Oh, I need
This
to
juicy.
Fear word, grace, because I could stance.
Yeah, I just need a few minutes or 10 seconds.
Yeah.
I know he dropped shoulders, right? Nothing. He dropped shoulders.
Drops my bisque bracers.
Shoulders
with 1% hit.
Does he drop head too, or is head off track? I think head's off track. Yeah.
Sorry.
No. It's good to have 2 tanks here. He like drops thread on some abilities. It's
yeah, we got.
There it is, shoulders.
That's a Leroy special.
Iron weighted boots. Hell yeah.
Wait for that.
Closer.
Interested in Rested XP? Check it out at restedxp.com. It's a leveling add-on and guide made by like my good buddies. Like pretty much everybody you're watching is like, kind of like involved with the project a bit. It's got a hardcore mode. It's good shit, man. Use code GRACE for this. Or is it code GRACE?
Code GRACE. Oh man.
Sheep moon.
I could park the void on one too, if we
But it'll be okay.
No, just pump skull and X real fast.
Yeah.
That's where most of the damage comes from.
We're gonna kite Star.
What does the damage look like in here? Is it a lot of fire? I wonder
It's
if
an AoE fire,
yeah. Yeah, you could probably pre-pop fire prop potions on.
Yeah.
Fresh meat.
Yeah, those blast novas.
You could kill the sheep.
Okay. There's one kited away somewhere too, huh?
Yeah, I'm just should be okay. So, as long as you what do you think, Peter? Do you think you can do that? Like, it doesn't even have to be 2 times. You could just do it like maybe you do the first loop towards BWL, and then like drop down, go to the front, drop down again, and bring it back to us, like on Draxter. If that's possible, that's more than enough time. If you ask me. I think it's split pulse. I think this pack isn't like.
I need to target something first.
You can fear it too now that we cleared this all out.
I think it's 2. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Wow, I don't know if I ever did it like that. Yo, it feels like just yesterday practicing UVRS on like the little mango score thing for a real classic, you know? It's like... Yeah, this whole classic has been so much fun. Many years in the making.
Alright, still going.
We're putting this across the bush. Don't.
Oh, okay.
This.
I just dotted everything because
it's fine. Yeah, we should be AoEing this. It's no big deal. The issue with these pulls is potentially getting knocked off into Elbers and dying. That's like the scariest part right here.
I want to see the knockback. Is it because it's really small, isn't it?
It's not that small.
No, it's the same size as the ones from over at the Wellflint pit.
Yeah. Okay, let's sheep the elite.
I remember sometimes you used to kill these in the room before, but maybe because there's a pad in here too, right?
Yeah, we're playing back again.
We might as well
go back again.
Okay.
Might as well sheep everything, right? Or not that serious.
No, we can deal with 4. 4 is
the pad's all the way on the other side, but coming back.
Yeah, I'm just playing back.
I'm out of range.
Oh.
Nice, Braces of Valor. They seem kind of bad though.
Alright, don't pull, don't pull.
Shit.
Mana slow. Sheep, the assassin. That should be fine. Now we can do this pack in the room. You guys
just joined. Did anyone die? Yeah, Grace for dies. Grace for
die. Don't get the sheep out.
He died one time. He's on his throwaway burner druid's dead.
Great. That's a terrible omen for Season of Mass. Hopefully I'm not Grace for dies.
Imagine you get stuck in the shadow zone during the most clutch time.
Bro. I'm
hard stuck at level 15.
That would happen to me. That would happen to me. 100%.
What's the little sheep? Get Moon Am.
Probably sheep pull.
Yeah.
I'm a gnome. All right, boys. Oh no, one more.
Yeah, we'll do this last pack. Same thing.
I need to get closer. I'm out of range.
Immortal Strike is brutal.
Yeah, these bombs do hit pretty hard. We're getting into that territory. Because the skull
I'm
does a lot of
mortaled right
fire
now.
damage.
Yeah.
And well, watch out for boss. Just stack rage here. These are the last bombs we get. So these probably won't be tanked very well.
I died at the other one, my bad. Just if you want to pick it up. Gonna get rage?
Yeah. So
It's too far away.
Peter, Godspeed, man. Bringing both ads with him for the team, and we're just burning them.
You'll belt for tactics.
He's making a list, man. He's tallying it all out.
Peter, we can pull, like, so you can be over here already. I can pull it.
Alright, so we actually are just burning the boss though, right? Once he gets the ads under control.
So
if the ads come back
give me
early,
a pre-shield. Give me a pre-shield. So okay, so I'm gonna pull them. I'm pulling the boss, and don't DPS anything. Don't heal. Let him get threat on the hands.
Oh my god. Okay. Let us know when.
He didn't get X. It's okay. We can. It's just.
Do Grace get X? I'll get X.
Just. You need to threat Drakasat as well.
Do you want us to kill that or no? Do you want us to kill that or no?
Kill boss. Kill boss.
Kill
Just
boss,
fear.
Grace has
X
both.
if you can.
Fear X. Got you. Bring X. I'll keep it feared forever. Invalid target. Wait. What?
Okay. We taunted?
No, I'm fearing. Resist.
It'll resist a lot. Yeah.
Okay, he's feared. He's feared. He'll be permit feared. Don't worry.
Yeah. So we're just gonna have to rotate taunts now. Yeah, I'll stun it.
Double resist. Triple resist.
You should Curse of Shadows it or something.
What can I do?
Sure. Because they have really high resistance.
Resist. There it is.
See you around.
Here comes the flask of the Titans recipe.
Need something?
Draconia deflectors are massive though, and the.
Yeah, that's actually massive. Holy shit. Peter, you good, bro? You still with us?
You're just coming
the
back.
Land of the living.
So, I think if he's able to get both ads, then it's actually a joke. Like there's nothing.
Bro, that Draconic infused emblem. Little on-use action right there, little baby toad.
But that was terrifying, man.
Was it?
Yeah. I don't even think I was mortal and I almost died. Both ads on me.
got down like 6k health.
Yo, honestly though, I really could just fear one forever though. Even though it was resisting, if you just spam fear on it, obviously you can just fear it forever,
Yeah.
right? So like in the real thing, maybe we just have a Warlock do that. You have a lip just in case, like if it is gonna hit somebody.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Good shit, guys. Yo, Peepos and Sharaz, thank you for the subs, my friends. Thank you so much. Welcome.
That was kind of scary, man. Even with all of our gear, like.
Yeah. Well, you should we should be popping Greater Stone Shield. It's a ton of armor. You pop like Greater Stone Shield pre-pull and you can. It's 2 minutes duration.
Yo, that was super fun, guys. Do it again or not? Do 5 minutes?
I'm down for anything.
What haven't we done, man? I'm trying to think.
I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, we could try and speed run in Ubers, but
Dire Maul.
Is it out?
What can I do for you?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Is it really? Yeah, let's go to Dire Maul.
Let's go.
Dire Maul's actually hard.
Yo, let's go to Dire Maul, yeah.
It's the best way to get the Dire Maul on Menethil.
Yeah, we're making the run.
Support Darnassus. Probably don't have the flight path.
We have the Crescent Key, Peter, from the characters.
Do I go Darnassus right now? Which one?
Go Ironforge.
Okay.
Can I help you?
Frick darn.
Yeah. Menethil for the win. Are you allowed to duo for Rodrek? Yeah, you are.
Safe travels.
It's normal, Hell yeah, boys. We can race the other team. And, Dire Maul or something.
Yo, Tactics, you wanna come? I don't think Tactics ever wants to join my groups again.
Wait, what
Can I
happened?
do for you?
Yeah, he's salty because
Be careful.
he didn't get an Uber's invite. Which I did tell him I was gonna invite him, but then we had a full group, and I thought he was busy, so it was just payback because he took my tier 4 chest in TBC, and
He said it was payback.
Yeah. So we're even now. Yeah. Tactics is salty.
What'd he say? No hell though?
He's rage spamming my chat. My bad tactics, for real, dude. Don't take it personal, man. We're supposed to be on the same team.
Thoughts on reincarnation not considered dying in hardcore? That stuff has always been considered dying since the beginning. Soulstone reincarnation would just be OP, right? If you had a couple classes that could just come back to life every 30 minutes.
For real, I'll get it back. You will regret it? Yo, that's not a way to live, tactics. That is not a way to live, my friend. Yikes.
I'm running a minute though right now.
What would you take to a Dire Maul group with what we have in this 10-man? I mean, we could always split up in two.
That's what I'm saying. Do 2 groups.
We'd have to split up the tanks. Which is it's whatever.
Yeah, you guys are about to miss the boat.
No bloodbath, man.
Yeah. Oh shit.
But let's just do a 5-man DM with 2 tanks with Minapi, and then cargoes only, and then we need a 5th, maybe a hunter or a mage.
Sure, bro.
Hunter would be best for our comp. With True Shadowra on both melee tanks.
King's honor, friend. Light bless you. Light be with you. Be careful.
Hey there. Farewell.
Is there any chance I reach level 60 on this character? Probably not, right? I'm dead, bro. On this character. Probably not, right? I'm dead, bro.
Gonna pick this up real fast. We will be good to go. Alright, so we got Deviate, Eradication here. And then we also got this one as well. If we can finish this quest here, the Deviate Heights, we get like a 10 slot back, which would be kind of nice. Okay, boys. We are here. We made it. We made it. Now we can summon people. We are allowed to summon people, so we will be summoning people up here now. Alright. Dude, if I could get like Leggings of the Fang or something, bruh. That would be so cute. Leggings of the Fang plus Stinging Viper. That would farm. Alright, we're here, guys. We're Parla. Dude, he's got his little goggles on, dude. Yo, he looks ready for battle, though. Look at him. Oh, damn. There it is, boys. Wailing Caverns. There is no way we will die. I simply, frankly, unethically do not believe that. Alright, we'll get all the way through, and we should be good. Alright, I guess I'll pass on the items so you guys can get them first. Okay, so me and Parla's passing, and then Nikki, Parla, Nikki, Frost, and Bible Thumb, you guys can get it. Yeah, it's fine. I'll just pass on this. Okay, so I'll just delete the quest. I'll delete the quest. So if you three finish, you can share. Yeah, I'll just delete the quest. If they finish the quest, then I'll pick up the quest as well. Yeah. All right. So the other people can get the heights first. Because like if we all just try to do the height quest and we're all trying to farm all the things, then none of us will get it done. So I'm just gonna pass on it so the other people can finish theirs quest. So yeah, that's fine. We are just about to hit level 22, guys. Gonna get the second and improved sprint here, so that's nice. Did we pull? How? Oh, she pulled because like the Raptor screeches when it dies. Yeah, it screeches. When it's about to die, then it screeches. Level 22. Okay, I guess we'll ding from the boss. Okay, 22, boys. Oof, 22, not too shabby. This is would I rather want these? I lose 5 strength, but I gain 2 edgy and 3 I think this is better for sure. Yeah, I definitely think this is better. Yeah, I'll need on those. Ah, we lost. Can this guy drop anything for me? Lord Cobran? Ooh, the pants. Oh, he can drop the... This is the pants. This is the guy with the pants. Yo, give me your pants, bro. Seriously. No, seriously, give me your pants, man. If you can give me your pants, I will be so happy, man. Bro, the pants for me, man. Here you go. Here's the pants. The pants? Here's the pants. Grats, Parla. Ah, God. No pants today, boys. At least Parla got a belt, so that's not too bad. That's good for Parla, man. That's huge. 8 strength, 3 edgy. Yeah, that's the big blaster belt, dude. There it is, dude. Oh, grabs the Parla, man. Crash. Let's kill this B-word.
Make him bleed. Make him suffer. Make him suffer as much as I did when I watched the final season of Game of Thrones.
I don't think that's possible, but at least make him suffer a little bit. Okay. God, that last season was so bad, man. I watched the entire season, like the entire 8th season of Game of Thrones in one day, guys. Like in literally like one day, man. I binged watched the entire thing, dude. Oh, it's fine. I'm not gonna complain about it too much, but it's like, it's just one of those things, guys, where, you know, when you look really forward to something, like something happening or something like getting to know why something is happening, and you just get blue-balled. Oh my god, dude. Whatever, guys. Let's continue in Wailing Caverns. Next boss we're gonna kill can actually drop us a really, really good mace. Like the Stinging Viper. Oh my god, another 23 hunter died. What the hell is going on? That's a lot of high levels. I mean, high levels, but like 20 plus at this point is pretty high level. Like, I would say so for sure, because like, I'm level 22, and I've been playing a fair bit amount since launch, right? So I would assume this is pretty high level now. Yo, there's a ring for the casters, though. Hey, I'm gonna take the Briarthorn as like tax. Yeah, that's my tax to check the chest. The Briarthorn. I'm not gonna need another ring, man. That's kind of BM, man. I mean, the spirit would be good, but like the intellect, you know. Ooh, let's hope we get the weapon here, guys. This boss can drop a big juicer weapon, man. Like a nice weapon, dude. God, I need to stop looting while we're fighting mobs. It's like a bad habit of mine. I don't know. I'm just like looting Andy, man. I can't stop doing it, man. Okay, Lord Pythas, please bless me with your hammer. Please, hammer. That is some not nice loot now, is it? No hammer, boys. God damn it. Well, that would have been a nice weapon to have, but worst case scenarios, we just run away and then bing bong bang in the chat. Maybe the hunter will get the bow here, actually. Oh my god, the luck for the hunter, man. Bible thumb! Bible thumb! Dude! Oh my god. That's like double the DPS of his weapon, man. Oh, congrats, dude. That's awesome, man. That hunter's gonna be pumping now. Okay, just everybody go in. Okay, we're fine. Let's go. Alright, let's go, boys. If I get aggro, I just pop sprint and run off. Ooh, okay, I think we're good, though. I think we're good. Look at the health. Like, Parla's health goes down by like 50% every time he gets hit, man. Nah, I think we're good, though. Oh my god, he gets chunked, man. Oh my god. Yeah, he's getting spam healed. Good job, though. Easy clap, guys. Okay, we just get the Murloc left. Living Root. That's actually pretty good stuff. That's not too shabby, actually. 12 spirit and stuff. I think we're fine. I think he does some mind control, I believe. Don't kill the mind control target, guys. If somebody gets mind control, just do not touch them. Okay, and... Then we're fine. Oh, you can kick it. Well, never mind then. Oh, you can kick it. That's okay then. Well, easy clap, guys. Last boss. We're farming. There it is, boys. Up. Oh, the breastplate for Parla. Yo, Parla. We're gonna go to Ratchet for this quest too. So we got the eradication quest and we got the glowing shard quest. Well, GG's, guys. Ooh. Oh, yo. Okay, let's get to Ratchet, boys. We got another quest for Ratchet with the Murloc thing. Alright, let's in, boys. How much do we get from this, actually? Ooh, 4K, baby. Ooh. Yo, that's hot. That's hot. God. Alright, and we also get this quest. We need to go to Darnassus and we can get actually our first shoulders. They're pretty bad. Like, they're basically like the green versions of the ones I have. But they have 3 stamina on it, right? And then we're probably gonna ding from the thing as well. Hello! Give me XP here. Oh, look, guys. Watch. Perceive the XP.
Great on me.
Oh, wait, 2.8? Wait, what? I thought there was gonna be way more. Well, at least we got some new shoulders. That's not too bad, I guess. We got a thing we're gonna do, boys, okay? We gotta go get our poison things finally, okay? We could start the poison quest at level 20. I usually like to wait for Vanish before I do the poison quest. So we're gonna go to our rogue trainer right now. Get Vanish.
What can I do?
And then we'll do the poison quest now, okay, boys? It's gonna be very good. I'm gonna be a poison Andy now, and we're gonna be able to pump with the poisons. It's gonna be very, very nice. Do not aggro this throne under any circumstance, by the way. This guy, he blasts, like he pumps, man. He will literally like one-shot me. Like, no meme. He's crazy. Why I have underwent some training, boys.
How are you?
Okay, and my Garrote has gotten so strong that it literally one-shots mobs. That is how strong my Garrote is now, boys. I underwent some training, and we can pump these mobs now, boys. Okay, this is really easy clap, guys. All we gotta do is sap this boy. Boop, and then steal his thing, man. Feels good, man. Look at that, boys. Hey, you want that, dude? You know what you're gonna get, dude? You're gonna get this right here. Yep. My poison quest now, dude. Easy clap. What is the debuff? It's a debuff you get when you, Wait, actually... Hold on. Dwarf Prio, guys? Yeah. Imagine having to do a quest to remove the debuff, boys. Yeah, we just don't farm it off. Normally, you have to do a quest to remove that. That thing reduces your agility by 10, I think. Yeah, you can just stone farm it off, boys. Easy clap. And people asked me why I rolled a dwarf, man. Literally best rogue class. Here it is. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John, this is many a true and welcome to Skyrim, which just came out again for the... I don't know, it's released so many times we've all lost count, but this time there's a fishing mini-game, so I know what I'm doing today. So naturally I'll be starting a new character, and as we're going fishing, Argonian seems the most logical choice. Being able to, breathe underwater, that might be rather useful when it comes to catching fish. So our girl here, she's heard there's good fishing to be done in Skyrim. She just hopped on the next wagon and headed straight over here. Unfortunately, it turns out they take a really hard line on fishing without a license in this part of the world. Alright, something, dragon, civil war, etc. I don't care about any of that. I want to get fishing, damn it. That's what we're here to do today. We're just on a lovely fishing vacation. We're not going to get drawn into anything that is not explicitly fishing related. Now, there is a fishing spot right here in Riverwood. So, I could help myself to a nice little fishing rod right here. But no. No. I'm not having somebody else's rod, damn it. That just feels... wrong and weird. I want to make my own. Here we go. Just need basic, firewood and iron ingot. Nice and easy. Nice chopping axe right over the river here. That's a giant pile of free firewood, literally as much as I could ever need. Meanwhile, back at the forge, if I just offer to help Alvor...
How about you smith me an iron dagger? Here's everything you need to make one. Go ahead.
Right, there's an iron ingot. I just have no interest in crafting him that dagger he wants. Instead, one fishing rod. Spectacular.
Not bad. Reminds me when I first started smithing.
Okay, apparently this guy also accidentally crafted a fishing rod while attempting to make a dagger. So it's good to know everyone makes that mistake. Also, I do appear to be holding the hot end and not hammering the actual... I am really bad at smithing. Okay, here's something I wasn't really expecting going into this, which is obviously you set your fishing rod like it's a weapon, but one, it's a one-handed weapon, so you can use it with a magic or a shield, but two, it's actually a weapon. You can actually fight with your fishing rods. I mean, next to even basic iron stuff, it is terrible, but okay, it's actually a weapon. You could do heavy attacks with it and everything. And presumably, you could actually increase your one-handed skill by fighting with a fishing rod, right? Okay, my current one-handed is like, yeah, about there. Only a tiny bit above at 20. So let's just find ourselves a nice convenient wolf who's about to jump over here, because he always does. Let's just give him a nice block and then give him a whack with my fishing rods. Holy flip, it actually does. Okay, the fishing rod is actually a one-handed weapon. Although, interestingly, you can't just fish anywhere you want to. Instead, the game seems to have, yeah, fishing spots determined by, here we go, fishing supplies, bait, etc. together with, ooh, a book. Okay, it's a basic tutorial, so watch out for motion in the water. That indicates fish. Alright, so toss in the line, and, yep, wibbly wibble, meaning there are fish present. Now, we wait for a bite, a rumble. Yeah, rumble in the rumble pack. No, too early. Gotta be patient here. Alright, gotta get the timing just right. So, there's still fish. Wait. Be patient, John. I'm not good at patient. Patient is not my thing. So, little tug. Little tug. There we go. And boom! I have caught a salmon. Which, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like we could just do the old-fashioned way. Because, hang about. If we just go up the river right here, do the old methods still work too? Yeah, here we go. If we just go into the water, you can just, walk up to fish and catch them, which strikes me as way more efficient. But then again, maybe some fish just, don't show up. But, yeah, you can just walk up to fish and grab them if you want to. So, okay, we're talking about salmon right there. Took me a while to get a salmon. Well, I bet I can get bloody tons of salmon around here. Hang about, there's just more bass. And, yeah, there we go. That was a salmon. Okay, that was way easier. Now, I can't say for certain how many fish have been added into the game, but I can say that, yeah, looking at the cooking menu, there's a lot of fish recipes that have suddenly shown up. Yes. Okay, I want to go to Riften, and as far as I can see, yeah, looks to me like the best option would be doing a bit of a river tour from where I am to Riften. So how about we follow that river round, doing as best we can, using a fishing rod for our protection, for that is all we could use, for I am a humble fisherman. Yeah, we'll start here by this lake, and then just work our way around the entire river, trying to find as many different fish as we can. Aha, speak of the flipping devil, literally right by the Guardian Stones. Okay, walk straight past this one, there is a camp. Right here. So yeah, look out for this here bucket. That lets you know you're in the right place. Together with another fisherman. Alright, we're picking up some favourites that have always been here. A River Betty, for example. Also, this guy won't shut up. Really sorry, buddy, but we're just going to have to fight to the death over this bloody fishing spot. Okay, he's going to come at me at some point. And go. There we go, buddy. I feel like he's got the better weapon, but me, I've got the better tactics. For I have...
What is up, guys? SoM here, back with another classic WoW Season of Mastery video.
I hope you guys are enjoying the launch of Season of Mastery as much as I am, and with the launch of Season of Mastery, I wanted to show you guys a couple of gold farms that I am doing while leveling in order to more comfortably afford my class training, as well as my level 40 mount and my level 60 mount. And I also want to have some leftover gold to invest into items for the future, so basically I'm doing what I can to make as much gold as possible, as early as possible. And don't worry, this video won't just include level to 60 as fast as possible in farm, it's more of a video showing you different gold farms you can do while leveling, to get both experience and the gold at the same time. And as a matter of fact, one of my favorite gold farms from this video is available in the high 30s, meaning some of you might be able to do this one right now. Before I get into the gold farms though, I want to let you guys know that I've made and published my own gold making guide for Classic WoW Season of Mastery, containing 38 different gold farms, suitable for all classes regardless of professions, as well as 36 different items to invest in, and if you want to make thousands of gold in Season of Mastery, this is your guide to do exactly that. Right now you can also get 50% off using the code Solheim, so make sure you check it out through the link down below in the video description and the pinned comment. With that being said, let's go farm some gold. Gold farm number 1 that I want to highlight is the Small Flame Sacks farm in Swamp of Sorrows. This is always my go-to location at level 34, and it's suitable for everyone level 34 and up. The mobs are between level 34 and 36, so if you are combining this farm with leveling, I would recommend using it from level 34 to 38 or 39. Small flame sacks are used in regular fire protection potions, which might be used a lot in Molten Core, as the greater fire protection potions might be a bit expensive, and a lot of people might choose to save those for Blackwing Lair or later in phase 1, meaning that small flame sacks could end up being used quite a lot in early Molten Core runs, and this is what makes this farm so lucrative. The fact that you can combine it with leveling at a pretty decent speed as well is another bonus to the farm itself, and the level range means you might be able to skip Stranglethorn Vale questing if you opt to farm for some gold while leveling instead, and STV is absolutely trash if you're playing on a PvP server. On top of that, you will also find some large fangs which are used in crafting rage potions for warriors, and you can also find Wicked Claws used in crafting Lionheart Helm and Wolf's Head Helm. As a last bonus, you can also find the Emerald Whelpling at this location, which can also net you some decent amount of gold if you're able to find a buyer for it. Another farm I will personally try to do if I can level up fast enough is the Elemental Fire farm in Arathi Highlands, which is located west in the zone itself at a red circle and drawn on the map. The mobs here are roughly level 38, and they have a pretty high drop chance of elemental fires, and they respawn pretty fast. This is one of the best elemental fire farming locations in the game, which also makes it incredibly popular, which is why I will probably only be doing this one if I can get ahead of the curve and have the location to myself. At level 42 you can farm for Steel Jaw Snappers in Tanares, and this is actually a really underrated gold farm in my opinion, especially in phase 1 when raw gold is incredibly valuable. These turtles can drop some pretty expensive vendor trash, which is the primary reason to farm these in my opinion. They can also drop big mouth clams, which has a 0.5% chance to drop a golden pearl, which is worth a lot of gold, but your consistent gold per hour will be based on the vendor items you receive from the mobs. On top of that, if you have skinning, you can make even more gold by skinning them, as they will give you thick leather and heavy leather, which can be vended for even more raw gold. There's also a vendor right next to the Bay Area at the farming location, meaning you can pretty much farm here 24/7 with no downtime whatsoever. On top of that, because these turtles don't drop any super items, it is a semi-low-key farm, which might mean there will be less competition for them, and for gold farming, having no competition for mob tanks is actually incredibly important. If this location is taken, you can also farm turtles on the eastern shore of the hinterlands for the same type of loot. At level 54 you can also head on over to Ungor Crater for another elemental fire gold farm, and the items you are farming for are elemental fires and essences of fire. You will also obtain hearts of fire, which become more and more useful later on, core of elements, coal, and a lot of vendor items, green, blues, and possibly even world drop epics. As these mobs are high enough level, you can also obtain travelers backpacks from them, giving you even more gold, or extra bag space if you need it. This is a hotspot for elemental fire farming. It is a fairly popular farming location, and it's popular for a reason. It is incredibly efficient, it is packed with fire elementals, and they have a decent drop chance for elemental fire, 6% according to Wowhead, and as they are tied to a quest, you can forcibly spawn them, and they generally respawn a little bit faster than usual. I will also include a high level gold farm that I will personally be doing in the high 50s as well as level 60, and that is the Rotting Behemoths farm for the Greater Nature Protection recipe, as well as other items. This farm is located in the Western Plaguelands, and the mobs are level 55 to 56, meaning you will probably want to be at least level 55 before going here. Items you are farming for are Living Essence, the recipe for the Greater Nature Protection Potion, and random herbs. These moss elementals can drop any type of herb ranging from Peace Bloom to Grom's Blood, and anything in between, and that alone will provide you with a pretty consistent gold per hour. Add Living Essences on top of that, random junk items, and last but not least the jackpot item of recipe Greater Nature Protection Potion, which can drop from this location, and was worth hundreds of gold in Classic WoW. Personally, I love this location as it guarantees a decent gold per hour even without obtaining the jackpot item, and the jackpot item also provides a huge bonus and keeps you grinding for eternity. The Greater Nature Protection recipe won't be as lucrative in Phase 1 as it will be in later phases, such as Phase 5 and potentially even Phase 4, if we get revamped Sulgurub with new boss mechanics, which could also introduce some deadly nature damage effects. But if you're planning to level up fast, you can also take advantage of less competition for the mobs, and farm up some Greater Nature Protection recipes to sell in later phases, and that is what I'm planning to do. Once again, for even more gold making information, I have a complete gold making guide for Classic WoW Season of Mastery, and the support has been insane so far, and I honestly really appreciate the support much more than you know. I will keep updating the guide throughout Season of Mastery, and once you purchase the guide you will also get the updates for free, always giving you the most up-to-date gold making information, so make sure you check that out to the link down below. I hope you are all having the time of your lives with the Season of Mastery launch. I hope to see some of you in game, and I also hope you enjoyed this video, and that it helps you make some gold. If you did enjoy the video, please consider dropping a like on it. It's honestly really appreciated and helps my channel out so much. And for more Season of Mastery content, make sure you subscribe. And with that being said, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again very soon.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, Willie here. New world update time, new patch, the entire economy gets shut down for a second time since launch, and a whole new incentive to flag up for PvP so that PvP can exist outside the vacuum of instancing. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Amazon Game Studios are doing a massive amount in a short space of time to patch up the new world ship. It's got to start getting better soon, right? Well, let's see what we have. A furniture dupe. So after the last dupe where the economy shut down, which caused in turn another dupe to arrive, we now have another dupe, so we've duped our dupes. Similar to the previous one, this one was about the luck trophies and furniture, which prior could easily go for 30 to 50k depending on your server. Makes the watermark farm go that bit much faster, and who doesn't want that, let's be real. And there were even steps posted on the bug forum. Simply lag whilst having an item selected for moving, move it around, move the item you want to dupe, and then pick it up. Sounds quite like the old invincibility bug in PvP where you just dragged your client around in windowed mode. What will come out with the new patch as well? Each patch seems to bring out something new and broken. I mean, even if you aren't playing New World anymore or never have, it's been one of the most interesting launches in recent memory for just how many things are completely broken. With New World, it's been exploit early, exploit often. Amazon say they have permanently banned over 1,200 players since November 2nd, with a further 460 with the recent wave of furniture dupes, claiming to have removed 98% of dupe items and coin from circulation. Amazon Game Studios have to get the game-breaking exploits under wraps. So much is escaping the realms of test that should never go live. Each day where the economy is turned off, it brings the game to a new peak low in terms of players, and more players are losing trust in what they have the ability to do daily. Nothing will turn players away faster than the feeling of undermining their efforts and hard work in an MMO. This is why people despise pay-to-win games. It gives in-game reward for real-life wealth. Moving on though, we have a rather significant change just casually dropped in the patch notes where flagging up will now, on top of giving you 10% luck, will give you 30% gathering luck. Well, it looks like we're encouraging the mice to flag so the cats can chase them. This has proven time and again that incentivizing PvEers to become prey for PvPers has not been a good design choice. You want PvPers to fight PvPers. This is why Outpost Rush is popular, as long as your, server isn't dead. This is why pushing territory influence works, as well as wars themselves. There's a lot at stake there. Jagex, who run old school RuneScape, have spent years putting more and more PvE objectives into the wilderness. They've put in a resource zone for high level items, achievements, bosses, revenants that consistently drop some of the highest gold per hour in the game, some of the best training methods, unique rewards, and so much more. And it's just not active whatsoever. The only active places are directly next to safe banking areas so players can just get their gear out quickly and find a fight. As soon as you go into the deep wild, you're probably running across PvEers. Here's a poll with 30k responses from July this year, where under a quarter of players said they entered the wilderness to fight other players, and less than 1/3 said they thought the wilderness offered a good risk versus reward. Keep in mind, old school RuneScape is a game where you will drop all but 3 of your items baseline, and if you are skulled, showing you have hit another player, you drop everything in your inventory, and players think that is not an adequate risk versus reward. So New World fails to hit the risk versus reward really hard. Risk at the moment is losing progress on PvP quests, that's always existed, and durability loss, which also hits items which you do not have equipped, which has also been reduced by 10% this patch. No material loss whatsoever, as the game used to be. Also, the actual gear itself in New World fails to hit the mark on this. To max out your luck in the open world, you either need luck gear or gathering luck gear equipped. This will by and large be far less combat effective than your PvP gear. If you get hit by somebody that's flagged whilst in your luck gear, you're probably going to go down in a few hits unless you have a good getaway plan or weapons with high mobility on them. You won't beat an equally competent player in luck gear unless it just so happens to be very combat effective. So despite you actually flagging up, you don't really want to fight back. If you die in your luck gear, what risk are you taking on? A durability slap on the wrist and a teleport to your nearest storage unit to deposit your gains, and anything that could up your durability losses. It's actually not an entirely bad outcome dying. You don't have any material loss from your inventory, and with 30% gathering luck and 10% chest luck, you should easily be able to outdo your repair costs. And look what we just got in the patch as well. We got linked trading posts, and you can't post sell orders if your storage is overweight in a certain settlement. So this means both, it doesn't really matter nearly as much where you want to store things anymore, and you actually want to split up where you're storing your items as well. Also for open world PvP, it fails on enemy power recognition, aka I cannot tell what I'm fighting before they're absolutely in front of me. You just can't. Amazon took some pages out of Art of War here. In World of Warcraft, if somebody has the Season 2 PvP helm on and 12k health or whatever is good nowadays, I know that's a PvPer. If I'm in old school RuneScape doing a clue in the wilderness and I see somebody with a skull over their head and an ancient staff pop up on the edge of my vision, I know that's a PKer. In New World, imagine you're gathering and now a player flagged starts running toward you in the distance, like that scene in Monty Python with the guys running up to the castle. I squint my eyes to try and see what kind of build he has. Majority of the armor in the game is copy-paste, so that's nothing to go off. Maybe you can see his main Hana weapon if he's dodge rolling and cancelling to speed up his movement. That's not really a huge tell, and there's no portrait to judge off their total health, and mana is fixed. Perhaps the only real tell will be the Void Bent Helm. If you see that, you pretty much know it's going to be somebody who's got PvP in mind. The mystery shouldn't be, I just don't know what I'm fighting, but what kind of weapons is that person using? What actives does he have? How best can I play around those with the tools at my disposal? At the moment, it's, oh well, I think I should have run behind that rock, put my PvP gear on and gone and fought instead, which we don't even have gear sets for. And that's before we even get into faction population on servers either. But don't worry, the first huge round of class balancing is in with a patch too. Balance would have been a bit more prioritized if it weren't for, well, you know, everything else that's gone in with New World. But surely they're addressing some of the clear outliers which are a bit over the top. I don't know about you guys, but I thought there were definitely some weapons which felt like they could do everything, and then some other ones like musket and bow. Fire Staff and Ice Gauntlet both are nerfed heavily, like I'm not sure where the part of them is that didn't get nerfed. Now, I do have the majority of my time on this weapon combo, and I thought Fire Staff was overtuned for sure. Ice Gauntlet was as well, but it was just such a buggy mess that I never wanted to use it unless I really have to, but it was a really obnoxious zoning tool. Looking at some of the changes, they've increased damage on Pillar of Fire, but it's actually been decreased since the double hit isn't a thing anymore. They increased the damage slightly on Flamethrower, which is a short-range attack that you have to max out in talents for it to be anywhere useful, and it doesn't have any grit, so that's a pure PvE ability. They've reduced the damage scaling on pretty much every single passive that the staff has. Looking at Ice Gauntlet, the auto speed has been nerfed. I'm actually okay with this because it felt so clunky before. If it feels like Fire Staff, I'm actually fine with that. Ice Shower and Entombed have both been mega nerfed overall, but don't worry, Wind Chill and Icy Pylon have got buffs. There was some reason nobody was using them. It's not the damage they were doing, let me put it like that. Well, those are some pretty harsh nerfs to some weapons that I'm very familiar with. I hope some other ones have got adjustments too. Let's have a look at Great Axe. I feel like I see that weapon quite often. Well, it's just bug fixes and a buff to an underused ability. They've actually buffed Great Axe. Just for a reference on the most popular weapons here, if we go off Steam achievements, 7.4% of people have mastery 20 on Hatchet, 6.6% on Great Axe, 4.7% on Life Staff, 4.1% on Warhammer, 3.7% on Fire Staff, and 3.3% on Ice Gauntlet, and then the other stuff after that. It's not even the damage for Great Axe, it's just the toolkit. It does everything. It has a dash, a permanent movement speed buff, a grab ability, like Darius in League of Legends, a gravity well, like Zarya in Overwatch, permanent grit on attacks, attacks that jump you forwards, and very wide swings. Fire Staff has a dash and high damage, except we're going to cross the high damage part out now, I guess. For Hatchet, which is very widely played as well, they buff the unplayed spec whilst bug fixing the main one. Hatchet has an ability that gives you movement speed, damage, grit, a heal over time, as well as a 3-second immunity to death. What about Warhammer, the most paired with Great Axe in PvP? They've just buffed the unused abilities. Life Staff also got nerfed. I'm actually okay with the nerfs in heavy armor, that seems okay. I didn't actually mind it being strong / maybe OP because it was the only healing weapon. I would have wanted to see how Void Gauntlet performs before they absolutely ruin it. Overall, damn, they might as well have just said in the patch notes, mages out, everybody getting the Sacred Ground Gravwell Death Ball. This is what PvP on our game is going to be. For the first big round of changes, this is not very encouraging, and for what it's worth, I have tried a different build with Bow and Spear. I think Spear seems fine, borderline very good after the patch, and Bow, yeah, I'm not exactly Shroud, but the hitboxes seem to be way off, and you either do 80% of somebody's health in the opening shot or you just tickle them from afar. But I'm not sure about this. No direct nerfs on Warhammer CC chains, and Great Axe being able to do everything feels like looking into Arena and TBC at the moment and saying, yeah, I reckon Resto Druids and Rogues actually could do with a little bit of a buff to the specs they aren't using at the moment. But with the patch up now, let's see how the population looks Sunday and whether they can turn too much around. I'm not overly hopeful for my main weapons anymore, but I'll continue branching out. I'll be interested to see whether the luck changes do affect World PvP and get more people out and about flagging, and whether we get a new unintended set of dupes or changes out of the patch as well. That's about it though. Let me know your thoughts, guys. As always, thank you all so much for watching and listening in, and I shall see you all in the next one very soon.
In the beginning, the earth was dark. Humanity may have existed, but was it truly alive? And then the Lord spread his arms, and lo and behold, humanity sparked to life in the year 2011. When Skyrim kissed millions directly on the mouth. Maybe a little tongue was involved, it's hard to recall exactly. 8 years of Skyrim's reign has overseen humankind in a very fortuitous and bountiful direction, and God saw to it that every one of his subjects had a copy on every available platform.
Alright, so it's probably a little weird to fit this game into the was it as good as I remember category, but I do actually kind of want to take a look at it that way. I know the 6th installation is still a ways off, but I'm pretty sure we're done receiving content updates for Skyrim beyond modding the ever-living hell out of the game. In this video, I'd like to take a look at the main questline and all of the faction questlines in Skyrim, and give my opinion on what was done really well and what could have been done better. I might come back and run through the DLCs and notable side quests of the game, but I'm gonna leave most of that out for now. I'll also mention that while I'm not going to be modding the game, I will be playing the special edition. Alright, let's get into this thing. God, it's so nice to launch a Bethesda game on Steam and have it function without tweaking it.
Why are we stopping?
Oh boy. So we start this whole thing off as a prisoner on a cart, which is a sequence that I've experienced because of this game far too many times in my life at this point. You're told that you were caught trying to cross the border by the Imperials who had locked it down in an attempt to capture the leader of a rebellious army that had cropped up to repel the Imperial Legion's forces in Skyrim. The devs stick a horse thief in the cart with you to help you come up with your own backstory for the character that you're playing, as his existence in the cart makes it seem like the Legion were just rounding up whoever they caught breaking the law in any capacity. It's not the most compelling logic, but I guess it gets the job done. Were you trying to aid the Stormcloaks in their rebellion, or were you just in the wrong place at the wrong time? A lot of evidence actually points to the latter, especially when you pick a Nord.
You picked a bad time to come home to Skyrim, kinsman.
Despite your name not being on the list, you're still set up to be executed just for being with the company that you find yourself in. I always found this sequence a bit odd because the Imperials have finally captured this huge threat to the land, and instead of serving him up first, they choose to execute you after the first nameless soldier volunteers. I suppose they couldn't expect anyone or anything to save Ulfric Stormcloak, but why even take that risk? It could have just as easily been an enemy raid instead of a dragon attack. But yeah, the big boy dragon comes in to break up the execution and save you from your demise. You take off through town and wind up facing the choice of running to safety with the Imperial Nord from earlier, or the Stormcloak Nord. I'm kind of at an impasse when it comes to choosing a side here, because I've always been a Nord first in every single Elder Scrolls game and was naturally drawn to the Stormcloaks the first time because of this. But it occurs to me now that after playing through the last 2 games semi-recently, and having never sided with the Imperials in Skyrim, that I would actually like to side with the Legion for this run. So you run through the game's tutorial, which brings you to blows with some roaming Stormcloaks, has you learn how to lockpick and sneak, and you get a meet and greet with actual Darth Sidious.
Come on.
When I finally reach the outside, I'm pretty much free to go wherever I please. I'm not as enamored by the environment as I was with other Bethesda entries, but the starting area is pretty in its own way. My first stop is picking out a Guardian Stone. Alright, that's gonna take some getting used to. Interestingly enough, Hadvar mentions that his uncle could help me out and then notes that you two should split up after the big escape. I'm unsure why he says we should split, and then more or less leads me to the Guardian Stones and then to Riverwood to meet his uncle. Maybe he just meant we should split up later? I don't know. Anyways, you meet his uncle and he asks you to take the news to the Jarl of Whiterun. Apparently the Jarl has stayed out of the conflict between the Imperials and the Rebels so far, but it's clear that he's going to have to choose a side, which is likely where you're going to come in. I ran into my first set of speech options outside of Whiterun when I had to convince a guard to let me into the city. Speech in this game is trash, and that sucks for someone like me who loves to make super charismatic characters in RPGs and try to talk my way out of stuff. And the worst part about it is that I don't actually need a super complex system to make me happy with the way that speech works in a game. I mean, I enjoyed Fallout 3's and that was a chance system that you could just save scum until you got it correct. Sure, it's a bad system, but I guess the idea of having a percentage chance to succeed a speech check was always fun for me. Skyrim's speech system gives you this huge skill tree to work with, and then just kind of rewards you with better prices at shops, more or less. There are 5 different levels of difficulty that require a base amount of speech points to succeed at, and then that's the end of it. You don't speak more eloquently, you don't get tons of more dialogue options, and the biggest fuck you is the mere fact that the only very hard speech option in the unmodded vanilla game is being able to talk your way out of the College of Winterhold entry test, which isn't even that difficult to begin with. So raising speech to a certain degree or just having the right items or buffs is all you really need to get what you want in the game. Don't get me wrong, I personally didn't enjoy the speech minigame in Oblivion after the 300th time, but this was 5.5 years before Skyrim released. I mean, since then, we've seen a pretty drastic improvement to the speech system in the likes of the Fallout games, especially in New Vegas. I realize that it's a different set of teams, but it really isn't that hard to look at a game and see things like specialized science or computer speech options and go, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. We should implement that. I just really feel like Skyrim is where we started to go backwards with the speech systems in Bethesda games. And Fallout 4's abysmal dialogue choices really only exacerbated that sentiment for me. At any rate, on my way up to Whiterun, I ran into a few members of the Companions. This is going to be the first big thing that we cover in this video, as it's pretty quick to jump straight into their quest line. I think the weird path that I took had the encounter outside of Whiterun spawn a little quicker than usual, because I didn't even get a chance to jump in and take a few whacks at the giant that the group was fighting here before they felled it without me. I then got berated for being in the vicinity while they killed the thing, and then was told to talk to the leader of their group in Whiterun if I wanted to join. The Companions are a group of very honorable warriors who relish a fierce battle more than anything, and tend to take care of various threats and pests for coin. They're basically the Fighters Guild of Skyrim. After witnessing a fistfight that went on for entirely too long,
No more! I yield! I yield!
I met with Kodlak. Now, I refer to them as the leader, but you're told multiple times that the Companions have no leaders. I'd argue that anyone who's deferred to as the person who allows a newcomer to join the ranks would be considered the leader, even if that's not Kodlak's official title. So you get tested, and then sent on an errand to meet the blacksmith, and then shown to your room. It all feels pretty natural and organic, which is nice. So I'm sent on my first quest to clear out bandits, and it gives me the opportunity to level a few times. Skyrim's leveling system differs from its predecessor in a multitude of ways. First off, there are no major or minor skills. Instead, all skills are on an even playing field, but you can only access the skill tree nodes if you've advanced enough of a skill to unlock them. These nodes unlock perks which affect a variety of aspects in major and minor ways. I actually enjoyed the basic idea of this system, as I've always liked skill tree based systems. I will say that not increasing individual attributes is a huge hit to any sort of major complexity in this system. You instead get to increase your stamina, health, or magicka with each level. It's kind of a letdown because your build is only going to get so intricate. In addition to this, the skill trees are a bit simple. It's not a major complaint, but it would have been nice to see a bit more complexity with a few different trees. For example, the difference between the amount of things you can tweak with the various magic trees and the low amount of things that you can learn from melee trees are pretty drastic. Melee trees tend to give you damage, different weapon type specializations, and then the same stuff that you got from leveling the skills in previous games, like knockdowns or paralyzing strikes. Meanwhile, something like the Restoration Tree allows you to absorb part of the magic that's been casted on you, or damage undead with your restoration spells, or save yourself from death once a day, which are all pretty cool and different properties of that type of skill. Again, I'm not super upset about the system, I do enjoy it to a degree, it just would have been nice to maybe have some in-depth customization for one or two-handed weapons, like parrying while dual wielding, or unlocking weapon-specific maneuvers, or maybe even crazy shit like, I don't know, throwing your weapon for lots of damage. Of course, all of this is answered with mods, so that kind of blows, but, you know, what can you do? There are definitely other trees that I would tweak or improve, but it's not something I want to spend a ton of time on in the video. Another part of the level up system is the fact that it's a max heal in the middle of combat. I guess you could just chug a bunch of potions and it's the same effect, but I mean storing that level for a tough fight when I'm at low health to basically max heal my stamina and my health has saved me a few times. I mean, at least in like Oblivion or Morrowind, you could only take so many potions at a time. It was kind of balanced that way. But in this, it's just non-stop heals. It's crazy. It's the only way that you die in this game is through negligence. The final part of the leveling system that I want to mention is the addition of legendary skills. I actually thought that legendary skills were introduced as part of a DLC or with the introduction of the special edition, but the mechanic actually came out in 2013, 1.5 years later after the game's release. But regardless, the legendary skill system is basically a way to Radiant Quest the game's skills. On the surface, the system looks a lot like prestige ranks in Call of Duty, but it actually does serve a bit more of a purpose. So basically, when you make a skill legendary, it reverts back to 15 and you get all of those skill points refunded. This essentially allows you to re-earn those perks while still retaining the points that you had in them previously. I'm not a huge fan of this system. While it does give players the incentive to continue to play after the game's previous level cap, it's usually a really bad idea to make a combat skill legendary unless you want to really challenge yourself. So for someone like me, I'd make a skill like Alchemy or Pickpocket legendary so that I can throw those points into something that I care about. But this would also require me grinding those skills all the way up to 100 in the first place, which is absurd because I don't like using them. The system is very crude and it almost seems like an afterthought with its implementation. I understand that it is a good system for people who just want to play their characters a certain way and not have to worry about stuff like grinding out the other armor skill tree that they don't want to use. But it really doesn't seem like it would be hard to come up with some killer new perks that unlock when you grind a skill to Legendary for the first time, and then still make it so that you can reset a perk back to Legendary a second time for funsies if you really wanted to. Also, on a completely unrelated note, I don't know what kind of sadist you have to be to mine ore in this game, but god damn it's slow, and it gives me flashbacks of playing WoW. After clearing out the bandits and reporting back, it's already time for your full initiation into the companions, which seems very sudden. You have to understand that I'm coming off of 2 prequels to the game that made you slay 25 rats, 10 wolves, 76 bandits, and made you make sure that every single member of the guild was spiritually and sexually satisfied before they gave you your Costco membership. So clearing out 6 bandits was kind of unexpected. Of course, you can do a bunch more stuff if you feel the desire to before embarking on your promotional journey, which I guess is a nice balance for those who like the grind. You're to retrieve a shard of a weapon that was wielded by the founder of the Companions. Midway through the Tomb Cave crypt, you get yourself trapped in a cage, and Farkas gets surrounded by members of the Silver Hand. I'm not really sure what they're about because Farkas transforms into a goddamn werewolf and one-shots all of them. When you ask him, hey, what was that about? He's like, what? Oh, that? Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. Let's go kill some more dead things. Yeah, alright. Man, if you ever want to level really fast at the beginning of the game, sneak into a crypt and attack one of these obviously alive undead while they're still lying down. It's like a sneak level every time, and there's way too many of them to be considered fun. After your Indiana Jones adventure, you hike back to Kodlak and crew, and they induct you as a full-fledged member of the Boys. After this, you basically goof off and do more tasks for whoever, but if you're just trying to get to the good stuff, all you really have to do is one more prerequisite mission for Skewer, in which you blast a wizard off a tower and retrieve an ordinary axe. After doing this, Skewer wants you to meet him at night in the Underforge. It's here where the plot starts to pick up a bit, and he tells you that Kodlak wants to figure out how to reverse the whole werewolf thing. Ayla and Skewer view this as absurd, considering how much power and ferocity the form grants its user. Its very nature echoes what they feel the companions are all about. Well, I want to become a werewolf, which involves probably the most Skyrim-esque sequence of events I think I could possibly come up with. Seriously, if you ever want to describe Skyrim to someone who's never witnessed it before, just show them this sequence of events. After this, I get a taste of what being a werewolf is like, and how criminally underpowered I am compared to Whiterun guards. Werewolf form is fun to mess around with, but I couldn't help but notice how dated it looks in 2019. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really like sprinting around the landscape and pouncing on shit, but the animations and actual combat are they're very Skyrim. But as easy as it is to harp on an older game for dated interactions, I have to say that tossing around people like ragdolls is extremely satisfying. It's just not as easy to keep the momentum going around the tight indoor corners like you can in the more open and outside areas. The combat experience is very different than, say, stepping back and taking shots as a ranged fighter, or shrugging off blows in your heavy armor and striking back with your big-ass maul. It's most akin to a light armor-wearing, dual-wielding berserker type, which just happens to be what I'm playing through this run as. This makes the combat stilted towards a very kill or be killed attitude, which has you tossing stronger enemies aside and feeding off the weaker ones for regen before they can get back up. The worst part about the whole experience beyond being unarmored is the fact that you can't loot or pick locks or do any of the other exploring type stuff that I love doing in the first half of these games. And that makes sense because you're a fucking werewolf, but it does make me want to resist becoming one until I get to a big open room full of enemies, rather than just wrecking the place from the beginning. All that being said, I honestly found myself almost never using the werewolf power after the first few times. I guess I just didn't want to deal with being unarmored for that long. Although that is remedied a bit later after you complete the companion quests with the introduction of a werewolf perk tree. So you blast through the Silverhand base, only to find Skewer has gotten himself killed. Ayla is understandably pissed, and is now ready to launch a campaign against the Silverhand to eradicate them once and for all, with you at the helm. Ironically, she mentions that Skewer should have never went alone without a shield brother, and then she sends you off to dismantle a couple of Silverhand operations by yourself. The actual journey to the set of locations is the more perilous part of these quests, but the meat of them is actually very easy to run through quickly. When you come back with some intel that you were sent to retrieve, Kodlak wants to talk to you. He reveals that the curse of the werewolf was only set upon the companions a few hundred years ago, whereas the guild is around 5,000 years old. When he was younger, he seemed to be all for the idea of beast blood running through his veins, but as he grew older, he realized that his soul would be sent to Hircine's hunting grounds to hunt prey for all of eternity. Kodlak felt that in his heart he was a true Nord, and as such he began to feel regret about this fate, and would rather his soul be sent on to Sovngarde, to rest there instead. So he figured out that this whole deal was made with a coven of witches to obtain this power, and that killing the witches of that coven and bringing their heads would aid in the reversal of the curse. I kind of wish they would have done a little bit more with this quest as far as approaching the actual witches went. I mean, really, you just kind of run in and you smoke the first witch and then you bounce. I mean, you can do the extras for bonus heads if you want, but there's no dialogue at all. I just kind of figured that maybe you'd get a chance to talk to the witches if they apparently were open enough for visitors to make a deal with them before. It actually would have been kind of cool to be able to take their side for some amount of power or items that were unique to them, but they're just instantly hostile and you have to kill them. Either way, the real interesting part of this quest comes when you return. The Silver Hand has finally decided to retaliate for everything that you've been doing to them recently, and it brought about Kodlak's death. This actually did make me a little bit sad because the poor guy was just trying to make it to Sovngarde in his death, and now he's been condemned to a fate that he was working so hard to resist. In addition to this, the Silver Hand has stolen all of the fragments of Wuthrod, the ancient weapon that the companions had been working hard to restore. Well, now it's full-blown revenge time, and you're sent to annihilate the remaining Silver Hand forces and retrieve the fragments. This is another chunk of the game that I wish would have been expanded on just a little bit more, seeing as I really don't know anything about the Silver Hand. I know that they're just out to hunt like werewolves and probably vampires, and they're just very generic, kind of almost like Dawnguard, but you know, with less story. And maybe there is more to it if I were to like search for little books and objects and notes in the background. But I mean, as far as being integrated into the story, you really don't know anything about the Silver Hand beyond, oh, they hunt the werewolves. Oh, they're against the companions. Like, I mean, just think about the Fighters Guild in Oblivion, and their rivals, and how much story they gave them. Anyways, when you return, Kodlak is sent off in a funeral pyre, and the circle convenes beneath the forge to talk about what happened. Vilkas and Farkas agree that Kodlak should have been able to undo the curse so that he could rest in Sovngarde, and Ayla initially opposes them, stating that the beast blood is a blessing, not a curse. She eventually agrees with them about Kodlak deserving to rest the way that he wanted to, but states that there's no way to reverse the werewolf magic without the blade of Wuthrod being intact. Well, fortunately, the Smith of the Skyforge has repaired it in the meantime with the help of you gathering the last fragment from Kodlak's room. This whole situation bothers me quite a bit with just how shallow it is. And that really sucks because there's a lot of potential here. When you go to retrieve the last fragment, Kodlak's journal also sits in the same location. When you read it, he mentions you by name, telling of your exploits and potential, and eventually how you're destined to take on the role of being Harbinger from him. I'm usually not one to complain about a lack of quests, but it's not just a lack of quests. This guy talks about me like he's really gotten to know me, like I've performed these great feats for the companion single-handedly. But that's just not true. It's been a handful of quests and an even smaller handful of ones that seem to have a large amount of significance. And most of the time, a shield brother was accompanying me on those bigger missions. I don't feel like I've earned this title, which is a really bizarre thing to say for someone as impatient as me. But before being granted the actual title, we gotta go save Kodlak's soul.
For Kodlak! For Kodlak! For Kodlak! For Kodlak! For Kodlak!
Huh?
Let me tell you, hiking along the northern icy parts of Skyrim really makes you appreciate the environmental sound design in this game. Every little chunk of the environment has its own sounds assigned to it, from its own ambient noise to footstep sounds to its own music and echoes. It really does impress me, I think now more than it ever has before. It just sucks that a lot of the combat sounds are extremely lacking. I think my mace almost always sounds like a sword rather than a blunt instrument, especially when I hit something like a spider web and it makes a katana-esque noise. At any rate, the final quest of the companions has you running through the tomb of Ysgramor with the remaining 3 Circle members. 2 of them wind up hanging back, so it's just you and Ayla at the end. It's here where you talk to Kodlak's spirit and help him cure him of his lycanthropy by throwing a witch's head into the flames and fighting off his inner wolf spirit. And then that's it. You get named the Harbinger of the Companions, which again feels very shallow compared to, like, finally leading the Fighters Guild in Oblivion. All in all, I wouldn't say the Companions are a horrible guild. I had fun with it in the short amount of time it took, and being a werewolf was fun for a little while. I just wish there had been a bit more meaningful moments and conversations before you suddenly get tossed into the role of being the leader. I will say that the guild serves its purpose extremely well when it comes to showing a beginner a very large portion of Skyrim quickly. I mean, all of the map markers you see right now, besides a couple, are all a direct result of questing for the Companions. I think it's a good guild for someone just dipping their toes into the game, but it lacks a lot of substance to be called anything beyond average. At this point, I'd like to jump to the next guild, but I haven't actually activated the dragons yet, and everyone knows that Skyrim isn't Skyrim without dragons, so I gotta go talk to the Jarl of Whiterun to press the Activate Dragons button and get this show on the road. But first, I gotta talk to this triangle. I don't like Farengar. It always seems like his main focus is crossing his arms and his secondary focus is speaking.
Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me.
He wants me to retrieve something called a Dragonstone to help him with his research. This is a really weird task, all things considered. I mean, I come into this place going, holy shit dude, a dragon just decimated Helgen, and it looked like it was heading this way, even though it obviously wasn't because it would have beaten me here like 20 times before I got here on foot. And the Jarl's like, oh shit, dude, yeah, we better get some people on this. Go talk to the court wizard. And then Farengar goes, yeah, I guess go get me this stone. It'll help me know what a dragon is. Yep, get to it. So you run off to the puzzle cavern to try to get to the bottom of this whole ordeal. Oh god, what do I do? Holy shit. Oh, thank God, I was gonna guess Hawkman. After the bandit gives you the golden claw willingly, you take it on over to the next puzzle chamber and learn a Dwagon shout, before grabbing the stone and scooting back to Isosceles. I don't know what's up with Farengar that bothers me so much, but it feels like someone directed the voice actor to sound as ridiculous as possible. Most of his lines seem like they were done in one take or something, I don't know.
Yes, don't worry. Although the chance to see a living dragon up close would be tremendously valuable. Now, let me show you something else I found. Very intriguing.
But yeah, as you return with the stone, a guard comes running in to tell everyone that a dragon is circling one of the towers outside of town. The Jarl has you go with Irileth to do something about the situation, but not before she gives a rousing speech to all 4 of Whiterun's guards. I hope that someday Bethesda will go, hey, maybe we should have NPCs steer clear of important dialogue areas. Because being complimented by a random guard mid-conversation about a dragon attack really pulls me out of the mood. You know, I gotta say, the concept of dragons has almost entirely lost its excitement for me. Back when the game came out, the idea of these big things roaming around the world while I adventured was almost theatrical for me. It was one of those things that really made me feel like I had entered a new era of gaming. But since then, the concept is so normal to me that I don't really ever get super excited by the thought of random dragon encounters. Now, all that being said, when I initially fought this dragon for the first time in maybe, 5 years, it really did feel pretty goddamn close to those feelings that I had in 2011. There's a lot of this game that I am used to, and there's a lot of things that have aged poorly, but that initial excitement of a dragon swooping in and spewing fire from its mouth onto a town guard is like something out of a fantasy novel. I'm sure that I'll recline back into that unimpressed mode that I'm used to soon enough. But for now, this has gotta be one of the top instances of me feeling really goddamn cool in an Elder Scrolls game when the town guard surrounds me after I absorb this dragon's soul and shout into the air.
I can't believe it. You're Dragonborn.
When you return to Whiterun, a noise can be heard in the distance.
All we ask is to... I don't care what you're doing. After what happened, you're lucky I don't toss you in jail. Now get low.
Upon returning to the Jarl, he appoints you as Thane of Whiterun and lets you know that the noise outside was the Greybeards shouting for you to come to them. You're told to head there and meet with them, but that's where we're gonna put a bookmark on the main questline. Let's go do some cool-ass Dark Brotherhood shit. So joining the Dark Brotherhood is a lot more of a direct approach in Skyrim rather than Oblivion. If you visit Winterhold, you might stumble upon the talk of this kid attempting to summon the Dark Brotherhood to kill someone. When you go to visit the home of this kid, you get to witness some creepy Children of the Corn shit where this kid is chanting over a skeleton.
Sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear.
It might be his mom. But he gets super excited when he sees you and explains that when his mom died, he got sent to an orphanage in Riften. The caretaker there is supposedly an awful person who he wants dead. So now you get to decide if you want to make that happen. Riften is a shithole. Like, of all the cities to not want to live in, Riften is at the top of that list. There's constant shakedowns, talk of shady shit, and some asshole who named himself after a weapon tells you to leave.
Yeah? Well, I got news for you. There's nothing to see here.
So it makes sense that this caretaker is apparently the worst person ever. And conveniently, right as you walk in, this old bagel is telling all the kids that they'll never be adopted or loved. So you give her the old razzle-dazzle and she topples like Glass Joe in Punch-Out.
Until the day you come of age and get thrown into that wide, horrible world. Now, what do you all say?
Someone has killed Grillin!
In a moment that can only be described as sheer voice acting bliss, the kids all shout and cheer and laugh, and I imagine they're at least 15% less sad now. So after reporting back to the kid who set this up, I take the absolute fattest nap that I can and wake up in an abandoned shack. That's how good that nap was. It's here where I'm confronted by one of the Dark Brotherhood members who commends me for my kill, but explains that it was their kill that I stole. So to make up for this, I'm to kill one of these 3 captives. The first one, who has the title of Fearless, is ironically the most fearful. He seems to be an honest sellsword who doesn't want to die. The second one seems to be a very fearless mother of many children who just wants to get back home and feed them and doesn't care at all about dying. The third is an absolute asshole who titles himself as the Defiler of Daughters and says that he'd tell his associates not to gut you in the streets if you didn't kill him. I was actually super excited about this quest at first. It's a pretty gruesome setup at first glance, which is awesome, but the fact that you can kill any combination of these people and Astrid will just be satisfied, I don't know. It just feels like it was almost a great introduction, but it just kind of fell flat. Like, why not have all 3 sound pretty innocent and make you do some kind of detective work? Or why not make it so that Astrid tells you that you chose wrong with the first kill, and then you have to kill another one, and then the last one, just to get across what the Dark Brotherhood embodies? I don't know. The alternative to this quest is killing Astrid, which leads you on a path to dismantling the Dark Brotherhood by killing everyone in the Sanctuary, which is also a very lackluster option. Astrid does explain to you that all you simply needed to do was kill when ordered, so I get what they were trying to drive at with this entire thing, but it just feels like they squandered an opportunity here with this setup. I don't know, maybe that's just me. I will say that it's nice to have dialogue for every possible combination of kills. Either way, after this, you're cordially invited to join the family in their sanctuary. Of course, this was all just a clever ruse to blow out your eardrums when you knock on the sanctuary door. It's here in the sanctuary where you're told to introduce yourself to the other members of the family. It's also here where we learn that the Dark Brotherhood is just a sitcom in this game.
Okay, wait. Here we go. Oh, you're such a pretty little girl. Would the sweetie like a sweetie? Oh yes, how about some chocolate? Oh yes, please, kind sir. My mama and papa left me all alone, and I'm so very... Your teeth! No!
They're bad, but you are so rude.
What about you, Festus? How did that last contract turn out? Oh, yes, please.
Talk about a really rocky start, like holy shit. I mean, there's no reason these guys can't get along and talk about stuff, but wow. It's just all very campy for a group of murderers, and it's so perfectly convenient for them to have this big circle jerk right as you slide in for the first time like Kramer. Man, you guys are not gonna believe the murder that I just did. Okay. Good meeting. So you get your first 3 contracts all at once, and they're all really basic because it's just kind of the grunt work that you gotta put in. It's what I expect at this point. I really can't be too disappointed with it because the lack of it is what irked me about the companions. But I do wonder why this dude literally pointed out that I must be a Dark Brotherhood member, and then just went back to dipping his hands into the fire. Weird. Enter Cicero. Cicero is the keeper for the Dark Brotherhood. He apparently carts around the Night Mother's body to keep it safe. I like Cicero because his voice acting is fucking amazing.
Oh, what a kind and wise wizard you are, sure to earn Our Lady's favor.
What I don't like is the very on-the-nose foreseeable twist, where he talks under his breath about overthrowing Astrid as the leader while he's 20 inches away from you.
Oh yes, mistress. You're the boss. For now. Ah, another member of the family!
He also explains that the Dark Brotherhood is basically a husk of its former self. There's no listener, and there hasn't been for a while. And apparently this sanctuary is the last Dark Brotherhood base in the entire province. So a lot has happened in the 200 years since Oblivion. That's when it felt like the Dark Brotherhood was extremely feared in every corner of the province. But I imagine the lack of a listener would be a huge detriment to getting things done. I mean, shit, at this point these guys are raising a fuss about a kid offering up silverware as payment, so they've definitely seen better days. Man, I just walked into this chamber to hear these two talking to each other, and I thought, oh, this is a decent interaction for idle chit-chat between two members. Then I went to use the enchantment table, and I hear this dude say the exact same prompt, worded the exact same way that the little girl just said to him to initiate the first conversation.
Suicide mission. Astrid said as much. Yet here you stand hale and hearty.
It was a suicide mission. Astrid said as much. Yet here you stand hale and hearty.
Are you fucking kidding me, Bethesda? I mean, the introductory bit where all the members are talking about random bullshit it's whatever. It's tacky, but it serves a purpose to introduce the player to the gang to some degree. But now you're telling me that you couldn't come up with some other dialogue to give the player knowledge about how these family members operate? You really thought that this was the best method of immersion into the game? Oh, but it gets better. When you turn in your contracts, not only do you get made fun of for doing them because they were so easy, but you also get to hear a stupid joke about one of them.
Of course she is. I hear the mining business is extremely cutthroat. And those hours, they're murder. I could do this all day.
What happened to this guild? How did we go from this?
Excellent. Now please, accept this token from the Dark Brotherhood. It is a virgin blade.
To this.
Congratulations. You slaughtered an emaciated beggar in cold blood.
Anyways, you get assigned a contract where you get to keep every part of the reward for yourself, and are sent off to Markarth to talk to a woman who has recently performed the Black Sacrament. She wants an ex-lover dead. The guy is a leader of a bandit group because, of course he is, but I have to give credit for them coming up with a feasible storyline for what happened. This dude showed up at a funeral to take advantage of her in her grief and rob her and her family that she was visiting. So now I'm off to get revenge for her. That's kinda cool. What sucks is that no matter what time of day it is, this guy is just watching his two friends around a campfire, and they're tenderly staring back. Just super lazy. I mean, shit, if you want me to fight the guy without sneak killing him, can you just have him sleep in a cell that needs a specific key or something? Speaking of keys and lockpicking, I see no reason for the lockpicking tree in this game. I mean, you can open any level of lock with level 15 lockpicking, and the only two perks I would be interested in are Golden Touch and Treasure Hunter. What a silly system. Anyways, you bop on back to Astrid to report the news, and she tells you that she thinks that Cicero is insane and has been conspiring against her with someone else. Some of these dialogue options that I can choose from are just dog shit, honestly. I don't want to be this erratic, or this somber, or this edgy, but I have to pick one of them. I really just miss some of the options that you got in Morrowind or Oblivion. So this nutty broad wants me to lie inside the coffin of the Night Mother with her corpse to spy on Cicero and the person that he's talking to. Apparently brewing an invisibility potion would never work, so we gotta hop in that coffin with the dead chick. Alrighty. Well, as it turns out, you're the big listening boy that the Dark Brotherhood has been craving this whole time. The Night Mother gives you an order, has you speak some password to Cicero so that he knows, and then Astrid comes running in. Cicero's been talking to the Night Mother this entire time and trying to overthrow Astrid, by the way, but now he's just an excited lad. The guy might sound like the little lad from the old Starburst Berries and Cream commercial.
Berries and cream, oh, little lad who loves berries and cream.
And a listener. She has chosen you!
But the voice acting is really goddamn good for Cicero. I really can't help but get sucked into his absolute insanity. So you fill in Astrid about what just happened, and she has this huge conflict where she's excited, but she's also perplexed about you, of all people, being the new listener. But then ultimately decides that she doesn't want to be undermined so hastily. So she has you do some side jobs while she thinks about how to proceed. It's a measured response, and I feel like I'd also question the newest member in the escaped circus clown's word. So it's off to do 2 more contracts, which are really easy and lack any real substance. Man, remember the crazy shit that you'd have to do, or like the unique ways to kill people in general that came with Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood contracts? It's insane to me how cut and dry these quests are. And the biggest thing that changes is how you get treated by the contract giver. When you make it back, Astrid has made her decision and tells you to follow the Night Mother's orders to see where this is all leading. So you trot off to a tomb where a particularly wealthy-sounding individual is wringing his hands in anticipation. And then he proposes to you several contracts which all lead up to the assassination of the Emperor of Tamriel. Well shit, now we're talking. He gives you an amulet as payment as well, one that he assures will pay for any and all expenses many times over. And then he discusses with you how this set of missions will help shift political arrangements to be more in his party's favor. He also mentions that this will more than likely help the Dark Brotherhood rise from the ashes of their former glory to make a swift and powerful return as something to be feared again. Well, we definitely went from generic to super compelling in no time flat. After you give the amulet and the letter to Astrid, she says that the Dark Brotherhood is definitely going to take on this task. The only thing that we need to do is get this amulet evaluated by a member of the Thieves Guild. I was a bit afraid that I might upset some members if I just ran in there without being a member myself, especially when all of these people with names attacked me when I entered the sewers, but no one seemed to mind when I made it to the real deal. It's probably because they knew that there were people like this fella who set up all these bear traps to keep people away from his side of the room, and then charged through the traps to swing at me. So yeah, apparently the amulet is from someone on the Elder Council, and is worth a small fortune. When you return to Astrid, she lets you know that you're going to be killing the overseer of the East Empire Trading Company's operation in Solitude. Not only that, you'll be killing her as the bride at her own wedding, with a bonus if you do it while she's giving a speech. And she's the Emperor's cousin. Now this is the kind of shit I was hoping for. I do have to wonder about the logistics of sending the only listener the guild has had for a long time, but hey, I'm not the person driving the Dark Brotherhood into the ground. Oh, and as a side note, there's a handful of extra contracts that are optional in between these quests for those wanting to overachieve. They aren't particularly interesting or inventive, but they're fun enough in their own way, I guess. I guess it'd be like if the Thieves Guild had side quests to rob certain shops in certain cities. It's not anything new, but it's fun in its own right, I guess. Beyond this, the only thing I really have to say about the contract quests is the fact that no matter how dangerous they get, you always get a base amount of gold. Which seems ludicrous to me considering that killing a homeless squatter and a wizard studying Dwemer runes are essentially of the same importance. I mean, I get that I'm doing leftover contracts supposedly, but you're really gonna play me like that? It's just laughable when the very last contract mission is supposedly something of the utmost importance and danger, which is killing a captain of a ship on her own ship. So I waited until the dead of night and I very stealthily eased my way into the entrance of the ship around 3 a.m. And, pardon me. Just gonna scooch on by here. All right, gonna grab a few ingots here, and
I'm going to find whoever did this.
Let me just, excuse me, Entschuldigung. Just gotta get out the door here, friends. Thank you. Have a nice day. All right, let's cut to the real business here. Though this wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be, I did manage to piss off all of Solitude and then cheese it back to Sanctuary. The reward for the assassination is the ability to summon Lucien Lechance's ghost to fight alongside you, which is really cool, but it's also kind of weird. I mean, the poor guy was murdered by the rest of the Black Hand for something that he didn't do. I guess his soul was captured at the same time? I don't know. What I do know is that feeling of, oh hell yeah, Lucien is back and he speaks to you and he tells you about his time and that's great. That feeling wears off fast, because this dude non-stop talks.
Stalking your prey, planting false evidence, destroying an innocent man's
Lucien, buddy,
reputation.
I'm trying to stalk someone here. Can you shut up for a moment, please? Thank you. So the next mission is to implicate the commander of the Emperor's Guard's son as someone trying to assassinate the Emperor. Basically, the goal here is to mentally break the commander, which I like the idea of a lot. But the absolute circus of gymnastics that I have to dance through beforehand are absolutely insane. So the son has to talk to his pops before he gets moving. But when I get close enough to hear the conversation, one of the Solitude guards runs up and sniffs me out no matter if I'm invisible and I have my silent boots on, or anything like that. So I figure I'll pay my fine, and then come back after getting crated off to Solitude. Except that I have a lot of stolen shit on me. So I decide to start the conversation between the father and the son, grab the guard's attention, and run halfway across Skyrim before I can rest. I figure I'll murder him in Whiterun since I'm the Thane there, so I wait a whole 24 hours and then check the map, and he hasn't moved. So I go to Whiterun to drop off all of the stolen shit in my house. Except some of my gold and lockpicks are stolen. Who knows how much. So I guess I'll just throw it all into the chest and they'll automatically sort out, right? Pfft, you're out of your mind if you think that. So I throw all but 1,000-ish gold into the chest so that I can pay the fine. And then I throw a handful of picks into the first chest, and then I push another fistful into the end table, then I shove a cupful into the dresser, then I slide another bucketful into some other object, until I find the single lockpick that was stolen. Well, that wasn't fucking worth it at all. So I'm good to go. Stolen goods are hidden away. Time to go turn myself in. So I travel back to the town where the commander and his son are talking, and there is no guard to be seen. I listen to the conversation and the sun gets moving, and that's it. What the hell, man? Also, just listen to the sheer clown fiesta of noise pollution in this game.
Look out. Where is that lazy man?
Destroying an innocent man's reputation. Truly.
You're going to try and sell me something? Well, I ain't interested.
See you soon.
Sometimes less is more, Todd. So you kill the guy and plant the evidence and hoof it back to Sanctuary, where Cicero has apparently gone berserk and tried to kill Astrid. He took off into the woods and Astrid's husband went after him. You're told to figure out what his motivations might have been by reading his journals, and then go after him. Now this is where things get really fascinating. So Cicero seems to have been a pretty normal but dedicated member of the Dark Brotherhood. He started his service more than 12 years ago. At some point he started to keep a journal, speaking of the diminishing influence of the Brotherhood in Tamriel, listing the remaining sanctuaries and talking about the politics and dangers around them. Well, after one sanctuary gets ransacked, another gets closed down shortly after, and the remaining two are the one that you're at right now and the one that was in Cheydinhal. During the raids, the last listener was killed, and the Night Mother's body was recovered by someone else. Cicero was made the new Keeper of the Night Mother, which is a role that wasn't traditionally necessary until now. This meant that Cicero could no longer take on contracts, which he was very saddened by. His final contract involved the murder of a jester, one that laughed at first, and then cried and begged for his life as he was tortured, and then finally laughed until he died. This murder left a profound effect on Cicero's psyche, as he was more or less sentenced to cleaning and oiling the corpse of the Night Mother, along with exterminating any bugs and whatnot. As the years went on with no new listener, Cicero's mental state deteriorated more and more to a state of insanity. First, he had one of the 4 remaining members of the Cheydinhal branch kill another one who falsely stated themselves as the new listener, but didn't know the password. Then one of the last 3 died to a bandit. By this point, Cicero had started to lose his mind, embracing the laughter that he remembered the jester had spouted before death. The second to last member told Cicero that he was leaving to find food and then never came back. So Cicero sat in the Cheydinhal sanctuary for 8 years before finally moving with the Night Mother's corpse northward. But he didn't go to Astrid's sanctuary. Traditionally, the listener is the one who hears black sacraments being performed through the Night Mother. But since there hasn't been one, the members of the family have taken it upon themselves to spread out and do their best to hear of sacraments being performed. Cicero finds this to be against the laws of the Brotherhood, and instead hides away in the abandoned Dawnstar Sanctuary. Of course, after a while, the silence of the Night Mother again drives him out of Dawnstar and to the last sanctuary, where he planned to teach Astrid a lesson. I liked reading this set of journals a lot. I'm unsure if I was fascinated more with reading the Matthew Bellamont journal in Oblivion or these ones, but I can say for sure that I really enjoyed delving into Cicero's descent into madness. So you tell all of this to Astrid, who sends you off with Shadowmere to go settle this once and for all. Chasing down and killing the Jester is a bit tough, but when you finally get to him, he pleads for his life, commanding you to tell Astrid that he's dead and leaving him be. If you go through with this, he can eventually become a follower, but his gear is just honestly too good to leave him with. And so ends Cicero. As much as it seems like he was just an insane dude, he was actually probably the most dedicated to the laws of the Dark Brotherhood, more so than anyone else. Astrid certainly doesn't seem to believe that the Night Mother is a real force, or enough of one to command everyone else over her rule. But with all this said and done, it's time to continue with the assassination plot. I'm to kill a very high-profile and prestigious chef, steal his papers saying that he can enter the keep where the Emperor is staying, and take the chef's place. That's, it's not a particularly unique storyline, but, you know, whatever. I imagine I'll be poisoning the king. I wonder if someone else will taste it for poison first. But before that happens, we gotta find out who the gourmet chef really is. This old balding scrotum says that he found a cookbook that was signed to some other chef, and that I'm supposed to go to that chef to interrogate him about the gourmet's identity. Thanks, old-timer, you really do a lot of good work around here, don't you? So you slap this guy around until he gives up the info, and then you slap him one more time and heck off to where the real gourmet is. After tossing his body into this wine barrel thing, you report back to the old man who goes, "I heard a certain orc has gone missing." Wasn't the whole point of interrogating the first dude? Wasn't that to get him to tell me the identity of the real guy? How does this old sag know that the orc that went missing was the gourmet? Doesn't it kind of ruin the element of surprise if he can gather that just a missing orc, just one missing orc in the entirety of Skyrim was the gourmet from the information out there? I don't know, it just feels like anybody could do that now. Then I'm given a poison to throw into the Emperor's meal, and I guess he's supposed to die fast. Wow, these fellas at the Brotherhood are really banking on no one else eating or tasting this meal before it goes to the Emperor, huh? It's a good thing that no one is on high alert at all from any other closely related recent assassinations. Boy, with leadership like this, it's really no wonder that the Dark Brotherhood is a thriving community of feared assassins, even today. After all this, I go to Solitude and immediately remember that I'm wanted for the high-profile murder of the cousin of the Emperor. So I drop my stolen shit and pay the paltry 1,000 gold sum, and then I turn around and report to the commander who's stationed 8 feet away, stating, "I am the gourmet!" All while wearing a fucking jester's outfit. Where's my... I know they're around here somewhere. Where are my awards? I gotta ship the rest of the writing awards to the Bethesda offices right now. After putting on your chef's hat, you can tell this chick who looks like she's wearing an apron and nothing else, whatever the hell silly shit you want to put into this broth, and she'll just do it. Everyone knows that when you cook, you never taste the final product to make sure that it turned out right. You never taste it to see if it needs more salt or pepper or anything like that, no. So she packs it up and ships it directly to the Emperor's open hole. So you get introduced, and then the Emperor takes a big sippy, and then biffs it right then and there. You get blamed, but so does that other poor woman. Whoops. So you blast past them and onto the bridge, and here's where the big boy plot twist happens. So apparently someone from the Dark Brotherhood sold you out and told the commander ahead of time, hey, there's a guy coming to poison the Emperor via food. Also, I'm from the Dark Brotherhood. If you could just leave us alone since I told you all this, that would be great. Just don't come near, it's like a little west of Falkreath, southwest of the tower. Actually, here, you got a map? Here, let me just circle that for you real quick. I'll show you where not to go. Please don't come right here. Please. Thank you. The Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim is really just a circus, man. I honestly almost want to see it burn to the ground at this point because there really is no reason at all for the person who betrayed you and the rest of the family to do what they did for the reason of preservation. This whole thing was orchestrated to basically drum up business again and create this reign of fear. But someone had a really big think and they concluded, hey, you know what? I should offer up the first listener in the last, 12 or 13 years. And also this guy knows where the sanctuary is now. Brilliant. I just like that the commander comes slow clapping around the corner and goes, ha ha ha, you just killed a decoy! Buddy, if you knew I was coming to poison the Emperor, why didn't you just make the other chef an undercover guard who arrests me when I add the poison? You just really didn't like that decoy at all, did you? After eluding the ever-stoic guard and hoofing it back to the sanctuary, you find it under siege by lots of the Emperor's guard. You save Nazir and attempt to escape until the Night Mother calls out to you and tells you to hop inside her sleep cabinet. So after taking a nap with Evening Mommy, you wake up to the voice of Nazir and of course the child who survived because you can't kill children in Skyrim without mods. Turns out the big dumb idiot was Astrid, which honestly isn't too surprising given how poorly things have been going for the past however many years since she's been in charge. She tells you that she understands the error of her ways and that she just didn't want to submit to the old rules. I guess the motivation makes sense, but this was probably the dumbest move I've seen all game by someone. Either way, you give her a stab and then NM says, haha, okay, but really you gotta kill the Emperor, man. Fella, we are 3 people strong right now, but yeah, okay, let's do it. So I ran over to Solitude again, took out a few guards and the commander, and then dove into the water and swam up to the ship where the Emperor was on board. I have to admit, Emperor Titus Mede II is probably one of the most baller people I've met in this game. The dude's a lot like Uriel Septim in that he accepts his death, but then he wants you to blow out the guy who set this whole thing in motion after you collect your payment. Then he turns around and looks out the window, presenting his back for me to kill him. What a legend. I couldn't help but eviscerate the guy who paid me to do this. The Emperor just exudes that amount of charisma. So I grabbed my 20,000 gold reward, talked to Nazir, who tells me that I could probably renovate this place if I wanted to, which has me running back to the Thieves Guild to do so. It's actually an excellent segue into another guild, as the Dark Brotherhood wraps up by giving out Radiant Quest contracts from here on out. I'd say overall I'm not thrilled by the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did have fun. I mean, shit, you're assassinating people and you get to approach them the way that you want a lot of the time. But the overall plot wasn't super compelling by any means. Cicero's whole part of the story was by far the most interesting, which sucks because the third act of killing an emperor should be a lot more fun than the second act of killing a court jester. I would rate it above the companions simply due to the sheer amount of substance and the slightly more compelling plotline, but I think that it falls very flat of Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood questline. Oh, hello, Godray. How are you today? Is there something you're trying to show me? Oh, just this patch of ground? Well, okay, thank you. So, Riften is home of the Thieves Guild, as mentioned before. Ironically, the guard out front mentions that they think that they control the city, but they're really just nothing but a bunch of low-life thugs. Meanwhile, the guard across from her tries to shake you down for money to let you into the city, so it's not like the Riften guard is the most noble bunch. I said before it was a pretty decent segue to be around the Ragged Flagon, but no one will actually talk to you about joining the guild. You've got to get that going up top in Riften's town square. We meet this lad here who has sniffed out how fat my pockets are after the big Dark Brotherhood score. He asks if I want to make some more coin, and then has me grab a ring from one vendor's stall and plant it on another vendor. This is a cool little test of sorts, but I always felt like the whole idea of make this guy look like he stole from this other guy can only really work if you put it inside the other guy's house or like stall or something. If you just throw it in his pocket, how's someone gonna find it? I guess you're just kind of banking on the first dude going, empty your pockets. After this whole ordeal, you're invited down to the Ratway to see if you can make it past the already dead security. Big Boy Brynjolf is impressed by the display of corpse trampling and assigns you the mission of shaking down some people who owe the guild some money. This involves walking up to them, demanding payment, and beating them down if they don't pay.
I've already told that buffoon that I'm not paying you people a single coin.
Come on, give it your best shot.
Come on, he's not so tough. It's you. Please, don't hurt me. Please, there's no need for that here. Message understood. Here, I even have the payment.
After delivering some street, injustice, I guess, I go back down and get introduced to the main man in charge. He looks me up and down and tells me to go burn down some beehives. How irresponsible. Save the bees. Brynjolf reacts by putting his hands on his cheeks and going, "Isn't that the thing that the other longtime Thieves Guild recruit completely failed? Oh my god." And Mean Man Mercer goes, "Well, if he can't do it, then what's the point of him being here?" I don't know, why don't you ask the chick who failed this thing in the first place? But yeah, this is also a fun quest. You get to burn down some hives and then steal some guarded stuff at the bottom of a mansion. I feel like I did it in the wrong order, but whatever. Apparently the Thieves Guild is also down on its luck. I guess Skyrim's really good at suppressing its criminal elements or something. Though I guess the Dark Brotherhood lost its influence everywhere, so maybe it's just a coincidence. But either way, the result is that the guild really cares more than ever about keeping its clients. One of which wants to see you immediately after you're done destroying all of that beautiful honey. Maven Blackbriar is a big shot in Riften, one who claims to have the guards in her pocket and the Jarl's ear. She also has a tremendous stick up her ass. She wants you to get to the bottom of how one of her competitors got their meadery up and running so quickly. She's probably one of the more insufferable people in the game that I've met so far, as she claims that she'll sick the Dark Brotherhood on you if you mess up, which is amusing to say the least. So here's the plan. I stroll up to the rival meadery and offer my services as an exterminator for the rat issue that they've been having. I take care of the rats and poison the mead supply just in time for a tasting that the captain of Whiterun's guard is going to be attending. The meadery will shut down after that, eliminating one of Maven's competitors. Of course, there's more than just skeevers down here in the underbelly of Honningbrew. There's also spiders eating the skeevers and a homeless level 900 wizard that can decimate me in 2 shots. Truly the greatest household pest of all. But no, really, the journal of this dude tells you that he escaped from prison 10 years ago and planned on enacting his revenge on the Mages Guild in Winterhold by basically creating a Skaven army underneath the Honningbrew meadery and unleashing it upon Whiterun and then Winterhold. Holy shit. This is a good quest. I honestly have no complaints. The fact that they could have just left it at rat extermination and chill, but decided to throw this lunatic down here with his alchemy lab is an excellent way to take a quest to the next level. So you poison the water hole, attend the tasting, and watch the owner get carted out. Now, in both this quest and the previous one, a symbol which no one can identify keeps cropping up in important documents. This symbol is the mark of a person actively working against the Thieves Guild to cause strife with one of their remaining clients, Maven Blackbriar. At this point though, this mystery person slipped up, and we find out that one of their contacts is a guy who works for the Thieves Guild out of the East Empire Trading Company. So after paying off my many debts to Solitude's people again, I'm gonna grab a case of rare wine to bribe this guy who's giving up who this mystery person is. Well, the wine is just like right there at the front of the castle, which tells me that this is not over. Surely enough, the Argonian tells me that he knows nothing concrete, finishes his big glass of nothing, and then walks out. So I give chase. But slowly. A slow chase. Well, for a moment, I guess. I hate following people in these games. They always move so goddamn slowly. So I just waited it out, and fortunately my guy was still at the front of the building when I got to it. I was a bit put off by some random creature charging towards me at a breakneck pace, but fortunately for me, it was just Tutorial Goat! Thanks, Tutorial Goat! So this guy leads me back to the secret part of the trading company, and I have to wade past all of these dopey bandits. Eventually I make it to the end and the scaly fella gives up the information, stating that it was some person named Carlia. She apparently killed the last guild master of the Thieves Guild, and is now after the current one. Usually when someone is this hellbent on destroying a guild, it doesn't tend to come out of just suddenly being righteous or something like that, but whatever, I guess. So you make it back to Mercer with the intel, and he figures out where Carlia is based off of it. So you meet him outside of this place, and you and him start going through this crypt. I hate when it's supposed to be like a super stealth mission, and it just turns into a debacle almost immediately for the entirety.
Hey, don't let her know we're coming. Be super quiet and watch out for these traps ahead.
And then it just turns into screaming and fighting dead dudes. Neat. Old Mercer here seems to be ridiculous at picking locks. Every unpickable lock is just nothing but easy for him, apparently. So you make it down to the innermost part of this area and immediately get shot with some kind of poison that knocks you down and paralyzes you. Here's where the Thieves Guild big boy twist comes in. So it turns out Mercer is the one who killed off the old leader, and Carlia was that guy's lover. Their methods clashed, which caused the death of Gallus and the framing of Carlia. After Mercer stabs you, you pass out, and Carlia has nursed you back to health. She tells you, well, not all is lost. I found this old journal from Gallus. But it's in some kind of crazy language. I don't know, man. Jeez. And then my guy goes, what if you, what if you got it translated? And she goes, oh, that's it! Wow, good thing you retrieved me from that crypt. That one was a real thinker. Translating the journal is a bit of a conundrum, though. It's written in Falmer, the ancient language of the now blind monstrosities which roam the Dwemer depths. They're actually kind of interesting to read up on because they used to be known as snow elves until they were driven underground by the Nords. Then they were betrayed by the dwarves and cursed to be the way that they are now. But their language is ancient and only known by a handful of people. The main source of translation is a researcher in Markarth, one that's been slaving over his research and translation for years. He's understandably stubborn about simply handing over all of the research to you, so it's time to steal it. This involves running through a Dwemer museum and getting to a wizard tower at the end. In the center of the tower is this lunatic's research carved into a big-ass slab in the center of the room. So you have to charcoal and paper it and then run back to Winterhold. The newly translated journal reveals that Mercer had been stealing large sums of cash from the guild to finance his own personal vices. I never understood this one because everyone mentions that the guild has been down on its luck, and how it might be a curse, but it's just this dude stealing all of the earnings for himself. Do these guys think that the thousands of gold that they've been earning just keeps evaporating in the vault? I wonder what kind of explanation they've been offered over the years as to where the money's gone. Beyond this revelation, though, is the fact that Mercer has desecrated a very important shrine to the goddess Nocturnal. You see, historically, a small sect of the elite Thieves Guild members in Skyrim have apparently been dedicating themselves to the protection of the shrines of Nocturnal, the Daedric Prince of Night and Darkness, also known as Lady Luck. Mercer, Gallus, and Carlia were all part of this group known as the Nightingales. It's unclear at this point in the questline what will happen with this new splinter of information, but I guess it's semi-interesting. I'm actually just kind of impressed with the guild's quests overall so far, but I guess I have to say it just doesn't quite feel like the Thieves Guild, you know? Like, it's one of the more compelling guild stories, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't seem to harbor any grand heists yet, where you steal some really cool stuff of large monetary value. Like, the notes were valuable, but used to translate. The meadery was valuable, but I guess it doesn't feel like a Thieves Guild thing, felt more like a Fighters Guild thing. The other quests seem to be all about gathering information or sending messages or getting revenge. I guess we'll see, maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself. So all of the pieces are in place for this big confrontation. How would you expect this whole thing to go down? Maybe they draw on Carlia and attack her before she can even speak. Maybe the guild's surprised that you're even alive, because Mercer told you that he was going to tell them that you're dead. Maybe they just don't believe that Gallus was the one who wrote the journal, that it's a fake. Maybe Daenerys Targaryen doesn't throw away all of her character progression in one episode. Nope. We walk in, they believe everything, Mercer isn't there. He's cleaned out the vault, which they check now, and has taken off. I mean, maybe he was just paranoid, but he seemed super confident that he would have no issue getting to Carlia eventually, and that he killed you. Maybe he should have chopped off your head. Why would he not be at the Ragged Flagon? I don't know, maybe he heard of your escapade with the Falmer notes. But it's not as if I stole the notes, I just made a copy of them and escaped. But he's gone, and I guess he's wiped out the supposedly impenetrable vault, one that needs 2 members with 2 keys to unlock it. So now I have to go to his Looney Tunes manor in Riften, where there's a funhouse maze of traps and misdirection. At the end of the tunnel lies Mercer's plans to go after one last big score before presumably hanging up his hat and lying low forever. The heist is one that Gallus was working on for a long time, just to add insult to injury. When faced with this information, Carlia comes up with the idea of making you and Brynjolf into Nightingales as well, which involves you getting some sweet-looking armor, probably honestly my favorite look in the game as far as light armor goes. Then you gotta listen to Cortana for a while she bathes you in her bluish-purple light, and ta-da! You're a Nightingale! And what's more? Guess what? You're the guild leader now! Yay! I'm so bored right now. I don't know, the whole nocturnal thing does not interest me at all. I guess because there's no godliness to it. Yeah, the armor's rad, but then it's just her going, congrats, you're a Nightingale, go on, protect the shrines. Then you get Carlia telling you that the guild's luck is so bad because of what Mercer did to Nocturnal. I guess the guy stole the skeleton key, a Daedric artifact that unlocks any skeleton anywhere. It's how he got through all of those different, really tough to breach doors with no issue, because they were all really just skeletons disguised as security. Yeah, I don't know, this guild started really strong for me and it's just kind of floundering now. And I hate to admit it, but I miss having all of those extra little titles that come with pushing on through a guild. The Companions and the Dark Brotherhood both lacked it in a major way beyond the final titles like Listener and Harbinger. And now you're suddenly the leader of the Thieves Guild after a handful of missions. No footpad to Prowler to Shadowfoot or anything like that. And it's not as if these ranks just don't exist. I mean, Brynjolf mentions a few times that he thought that Nightingales were used as boogeymen to scare footpads into doing the right thing. So it kind of makes no sense that they just don't exist in the Skyrim Guild. Alright, let's wrap this thing up. So you run off to the big Indiana Jones ruins to Lara Croft your way through the crypts of Uldum. There's Dwemer shit, there's Falmer shit, there's Falmer's using Dwemer shit. It's just a mess. And it's huge. And I think you're supposed to really take your time and kind of sneak up on your prey and use the shadows to your advantage, take on a little chunk of Falmer at a time. But that's if you're a Kevin. Me being the Bruce that I am, I ran my ass through the whole room while chugging potions. Oh god, they follow me. Well, too late to think about that now, I gotta keep running. Thank god there's only lockpick gates and not actual puzzles, or I'd really be having a tough go at this right now. When I make it to the end, Mercer's just getting done prying off the second eye. There's a big showdown and the fella goes down faster than any of the hordes of Falmer that I just tore through. That's honestly about the ending that I figured that I would get with this guild. But wait, there's more! I gotta return this really useful item back to the Daedric Prince of Hide and Go Seek, because when I think of the final 2 Thieves Guild quests, I think killing hordes of monsters and one guy, and then unstealing an item. The Twilight Sepulchre is home to the spirits of Nightingales who swore to protect it, meaning that the spirit of Gallus is actually here, and he talks you through everything that happened. He's a bit smaller than I thought he would be. He explains the whole luck thing as Nocturnal's influence. She basically exudes luck to those who worship her. So shit like a lockpick breaking or the moon suddenly peeking through the clouds to reveal thieves doesn't happen nearly as frequently. I think this big temple was supposed to be like a maze of puzzles. I even got a handy decoding book to explain each chamber to me, which was really unnecessary. I think even children can manage to figure out, oh, the light hurts me. I think the only thing that threw me off was the pit at the end, because Skyrim taught me early on that toddling off of a 3-foot cliff would shatter my spine into dust, but turns out it was all good to jump down this one. So you wait a few moments at the bottom of this chamber before realizing that there's a skeleton down here with you. And since you have the skeleton key, you can unlock it and fall through to the chamber below. When you return the key, Nocturnal appears to let you know that she's not going to be nice to you just because you did what you were supposed to do. She then gives you a very stern handjob in the form of a once-a-day superpower of your choice. You get such flavors as cherry, water, and bath salts. I went with water because being see-through is a great way to not be seen. After this, Gallus and Carlia are reunited, the lovers at last meeting. and Gallus celebrates this event by lovingly jogging within 5 feet of Carlia. That's just true love, folks. Then he tells her that as soon as she dies, they can be ghosts together, and then bids her farewell. If you've done all of the main stuff for the guild, all that remains are the side jobs. The side jobs are absolutely ass. I mean, don't get me wrong, it has you doing a lot of those Thieves Guildy type stuff that I said was missing before, but it's just a smattering of uninspired Radiant quests. And to unlock the real stuff, you have to do 5 Radiant quests per town. So when you do 5 small jobs in, say, Solitude, you then get to do the special job that seems a lot more like a proper Thieves Guild quest.
Captain Wolf is ashore right now, and I want the authorities waiting for him when he gets back.
Now get going. I don't want to see your face until the job's done.
Then you get to repeat all of the small-time shit again, which includes the likes of stealing a bunch of stuff from a place, pickpocketing an item off of someone, stealing a particular item from a home or business, planting a stolen item in another person's house, or forging numbers and ledgers. The last one is by far the easiest job, but it's so ridiculously boring and tedious to go to a town, waltz in, change the numbers, walk back out, travel to the guild, go to the Ragged Flagon, and do it all over again 20 times. And if you get unlucky enough to get a Riften quest, it doesn't count towards anything. But the most annoying thing of all is that if you get 2 or 3 of these special jobs done in these cities, you have to hope for RNG to continue to give you the correct Radiant quests for the last city. If not, you gotta either go do that extra quest or tell Delvin that you don't want the quest after all and re-roll, over and over again until you get your last city covered. What an absolute dog shit system. Why would you lock all of your special missions, which are honestly just average Thieves Guild quests, behind a slew of Radiant quests? I wasn't even gonna do these, but I thought I'd give it a shot and see if anything fun shook loose, and nothing did. Or at least nothing worth going through all that trouble over. The end result for all of this running around is a shop opening up for each city down in the Ragged Flagon. They all sell weaponry and armors besides the poison potion guy. Even though you were nominated for the title of the Thieves Guild Master through the main chunk of the story, you have to do all of this little side shit to officially get the title. And then the ceremony is, well, it's uneventful. But you get a cool set of armor and some other neat trinkets. I don't know, man. I'm just majorly let down by this guild at this point. I guess I just don't understand the lack of parallel between the Oblivion's Thieves Guild and Skyrim's. And I know at this point it's like, how many times are you gonna mention Oblivion, but why is it so hard to outdo a game that came out 5 years earlier? It doesn't make any sense. Oblivion's guild took care of its beggars. It gave back to the needy, and they were generally prankster-esque Robin Hood types. They got guards reassigned who were giving them trouble, they reined in freelance thieves, and they pulled off some amazingly high-profile heists. And they also did a pretty good job at weaving in a kick-ass story to tell along the way. Hell, I'd say Morrowind did a good job at conveying that feeling too. Skyrim starts off with some pretty interesting stuff, but always has you working against this mysterious force until the big twist is revealed, and then that's kind of where the intrigue dies. The big showdown isn't some grandiose heist where the stakes are intense, like stealing an Elder Scroll. It's taking out another thief who is mean to a goddess. Then you return the stolen item and get a spiffy new power, and that's it. This really could have been the questline of a brand new guild called the Nightingales, and it would have had just as much impact. And then they just shove all of the stuff I would expect of the Thieves Guild into these special side jobs that can only be unlocked by mushing your face into Todd Howard's asshole. Oh well, let's just move on to the Mages Guild before I get sad. So the Mages Guild, or the College of Winterhold as it's called in this game, and the Winterhold area in general is probably one of the most aesthetically pleasing and impressive to look at areas in the entire game, at least in my opinion. It's a daunting fortress of a college across a man-made bridge over a steep valley of ice and snow. But to gain entry into this noble institution, you actually have to take a test of sorts. This is completely different from Oblivion, and it's actually a positive change in my eyes. When she said that I needed to take a test to get in, I expected 2 things. One, that if I tried to cross the bridge into the college's threshold without passing the test, that something bad would happen to me. And two, that I honestly wouldn't be able to pass it because my grades here are tumultuous at best. But it actually isn't much of a test. You just need to cast a firebolt spell, and I guess it's random which spell you get, but you just have to cast whatever spell you get at the ground here. She even sells you one, which is nice. I can't complain about the simplicity of the test because it's still a realistic way to separate someone with some property of magic to them, and Town Guard Bob, whose best magic trick is fitting a whole keg of meat inside him when he has time off. And I would definitely be hooped if they were looking for people with above D grade averages. After this, you meet the glorious leader who welcomes you to the college with some introductory robes and has you follow her around to be shown to your quarters and the like. The whole thing has a very real-life university kind of vibe, except that she goes on to tell you that they've had to increase security recently because Nords have been trying to dismantle the college or something, and then right after she says this, these guys just poof into existence.
We're here to teach you a lesson. Never should have come here.
Apparently this was not supposed to happen because the tour guide here is broken afterwards and she keeps telling you that you can talk to her when the tour is finished whenever you approach. So I had to reload to do this over again, and she walks at the speed of 2 snails pushing 3 snails. Eventually, you're told to attend your first lecture class thing, which has you talking to this fella about safety, and with great power comes great accidentally killing yourself if you're not careful. These guys are all sitting here going, "Come on, Teach, we can totally do cool magic tricks. Let us enter our names into the Tri-Wizard tournament." And I'm just sitting here thinking about my low magic scores and whether or not zebras see in color or black and white. Then I'm picked as a test subject for the Ward spell, which would be a sweet spell if I didn't run out of dick after 3 seconds of casting. Then the professor excitedly claps his hands and says, "Hey guys, why do cool wizard shit when this game has 400 Nordic runes to trample through?" And so I ride off to class on my death horse. Upon arriving, you get sent further into the tomb to find little trinkets that are lying around. The last one is an amulet which sets off a trap to cage you in. When you equip it, the air around where you grabbed it from starts going nuts, and when you try to cast a spell, it destroys the structure which has sealed off an entire network to the tomb. Just to talk you through the logistics of this real quick. So someone forever ago set up this amulet to seal its user inside if they take it. And if the user couldn't figure out that they have to blast the stone that the amulet was lying on, I assume they die or they have to put it back or something. Yeah, that seems like a good system. So anyways, you go into a chamber with the old man where you promptly go on a mushroom trip. The apparition in front of you tells you that you set off a chain of events and that he was/is from the Sijic Order, and that only you could face the danger ahead. You tell the old man who didn't see anything and he goes, "Danger? Ha! That makes no sense at all." And then like 40 skeletons come shambling out of their sarcophagi. The professor here goes from, "Hey, make sure that you put safety above all else," to, "Yeah, I'm gonna hang back here and study this stuff. You go on ahead." That bastard completely cheesed it out of the room after I left. Man, let me tell you my favorite thing about Skyrim. It doesn't matter what guild you're a part of, or what set of quests you're on, or anything like that. You're always going to find yourself in a Nordic rune eventually. You know, it really ties everything together. And nothing screams Mage's Guild like going through what feels like the same ancient tomb, with the same skeletons and coffins, and the same lame rotating block puzzles, except with the added bonus of a big mage orb at the end of it. So what do we really learn here? 1. The Sijic Order was, or is, a powerful ancient order of mages that were responsible for a lot of advancements in magic knowledge. And 2. Big Mage Ball, make a big mystery. I'm sent back to show and tell about the Big Mage Ball, and the Archmage says, "Fine, but, you know, now you gotta go research it. Go ask the bookman below to give you smart books about the topic." Alright people, welcome back to Design That Quest. That's right everyone, the game show where the contestants get to be a writer at Bethesda for a day and design that quest. The rules are simple, all you have to do is design a quest so that it fits into Skyrim in the best way possible. But be careful, too much innovation and it might be better suited to Morrowind or Oblivion. Alright, now let's see how our first contestant of the day does. Option A. Urag is particularly grumpy today. He has the books, but he wants you to explore the magical menagerie filled with unique and mystical amalgamations below the college's grounds for a rare substance to make a potion with. Option B. Urag has the books, but he has a lot of work to clear out first. Go retrieve 3 overdue books from other apprentices. Plot twist though. The last book student is missing. Fortunately, the book's in his room, but when you go to grab it, you get pulled into a fictional story realm and need to escape. Option C. A guy stole the books and gave them to a rival sorcerer faction. Looks like the contestant is looking at option C, but wait! Oh no, what's this? The contestant is locked in option B. That's way too much innovation. How did he not realize? Well, you truly hate to see it, but better luck next time, contestant. So yeah, you go kick the asses of every mage at this weird offshoot of a school. I just wish it didn't look like every other tower type thing in this game. I mean, it's supposed to be a rival school, right? Sure, they're a bit lacking in morals, what with locking up all of these wolves and vampires and the human who brought the books there. But they have what appears to be training halls and classes with instructors, and the whole place looks like a big dumb dungeon that would fit in with the Brotherhood and Thieves quests. I don't know, this didn't even have to be particularly innovative from an objective perspective. But it could have at least made the effort of constructing a setting that looked something like it would actually rival the College of Winterhold. Oh well. One of the books you retrieve mentions Sarthal by name, and explains that it was the first city that the Nords settled in Skyrim. It was burnt to the ground by the Snow Elves, which became the Falmer, and the Nords retaliated by wiping out the Snow Elves and driving the remaining ones underground. The book then speculates that something of great power and mystery was found and sealed under Sarthal, and the elves attacked because they wanted it. Upon returning to the college, the first thing to note is the relocation of the big-ass mage ball, which is now hanging out in one of the rooms. You return the books and report back to Old Man Winter, who asks you about the one that you read. He starts going on about the symbols on this big magic ball and how it exudes a powerful amount of magicka, when suddenly this walking bag of jaundice comes in and interrupts him. He asks why someone from the Psijic Order is here asking for me specifically. I'm like, aren't you just an advisor, dude? And he's like, yeah, but still, come with me. So I follow Volcano down, and sure enough, the guy's just hanging out with the Archmage. On approach, the world goes gray again and everyone disappears. Apparently, this is something that he can do to have a private conversation, which is actually cool. He tells you that his order watches over everything magic related, and noted that the object that we found, called the Eye of Magnus, is extremely dangerous and might be used for the wrong reasons if left unchecked. And finally, he directs you to someone named the Augur of Dunlane, who is supposed to be somewhere here on the college grounds. I ask the old man about him, and he says that he's located beneath the college in a semi-dangerous stretch. I ask the guy to tell me more about the Augur, and he's like, well, he was before my time, but he was super brilliant. And focused. Maybe even too focused. And then the accident happened. What? What accident? There is no option to ask what accident, even though it's very obvious that any person anywhere would ask that. I guess my character zoned out. So it's down to Midden, which sounds pretty intimidating, but the place you gotta get to takes like 2 minutes. When you get to the door, a voice goes, "You can't come this way, it's useless." And then you wait 4 seconds and he goes, "God damn, you're persistent, alright, come on in." The Augur is actually a big bunch of swirling light, and he answers your questions like God in Futurama, but not before telling you that it's too late. This is a really stupid way of trying to create a sense of defeat that isn't there. The Augur tells you multiple times that it's too late, that everything set into motion can't be reversed, and that there's not much to be done. Then he tells you what you can do about all of this. Okay. So the Eye of Magnus apparently needs a staff to utilize it properly and prevent it from being super destructive. The Staff of Magnus is supposed to be a powerful staff of old, as the Archmage mentions when you return. Moses also lets you know that Volcano visited earlier with a bunch of aggressive questions, so that's fun. When you return to the Archmage, he gives you a big round of applause for being the best apprentice ever. This would be the part of the Mages Guild where I get a new title, but as mentioned before, we're done with those apparently in Elder Scrolls. But what Skyrim does make sure is that you get some kind of physical item. It doesn't matter if this quest took me a grand total of 7 minutes, 4.5 of which was listening to people talk. I have to get something for my troubles, or how else am I going to be entertained, Todd? Anyways, you inquire about this staff, and this lady says that a group from Cyrodiil called the Synod was after it. They're portrayed as a very self-important group that's hell-bent on the gathering of powerful knowledge and artifacts. It's odd because Mirabelle here tells you that she would rather them not be collecting such dangerous objects, but I guess she wasn't concerned enough to organize any sort of group to maybe go along and stop these guys from obtaining the Staff of Magnus by any means. I guess it's fortunate that I came along and she remembered which runes they were headed off to. When you arrive at the Dwemer rune, there's a guy who's almost dead who gives you instructions to go to the Oculory, whatever that is. So you get to the center of this Tootsie Pop and the guy goes, "What'd you do with my colleague?" And I go, "Yeah, he's dead." And he goes, "Damn, must have been the Falmer." It's a weird 180 on that suspicion, but hey, we'll take it. This fella starts going on and on about how this whole thing was his idea and how brilliant he is and all that stuff. Then he leads you to this big-ass room with this big-ass spherical astrolabe thing in the center. I slapped the buttons for a while before going, "Alright, what am I missing?" And then he explained to me that I need to use cold, and insulted the college again for being inferior to the Synod. I'd say that I'm offended, but I literally did not know a cold spell, so yeah. Anyways, I get this thing going, and the guy starts losing his shit after a projection of Skyrim appears. Apparently it was supposed to show the entire continent of Tamriel, and light up places of important magical artifacts, but it stopped in Skyrim because of the Eye of Magnus. He accuses you of being some kind of slick undercover agent attempting to stop him from completing his work, which doesn't make any sense in the slightest because I retrieved the focusing crystal for him and did all of the work. He then starts going off about how this is better than he ever could have hoped for, because now he's going to report to the rest of the Synod in Cyrodiil about this so-called scheme that the college is involved in. So the dude's kind of nuts. He also goes, "Oh yeah, the staff you're looking for is probably in the Labyrinthian. Not that that matters after I report this." Alrighty buddy, see ya. On my way out, Mirage Man makes a mini message telling me to march to the mages, effectively halting my retrieval of the big important staff. Well, turns out Avocado has really done it this time, and the lad has decided that the best course of action is to zap the big beefin' ball at the center of the hall. So you bust in on him, and he doesn't say much besides "Oh my wah," and then makes the Archmage part of the school's foundation. The other girl from before goes, Hey, get up. I need you on your feet. Bitch, what are you doing? My feet were never anywhere but on. So I run outside, and yeah, this guy's not going anywhere. He's so rooted into the ground that it's like trying to loot a tree at this point. So I have to go protect the town now because Father Time would much rather water the Archmage than be useful in this game. I slay the hell out of these magic worms and loot their bodies for some big boy soul gems and then report back to temporary Argonian sits on ground to ask her what the hell she's doing. She goes, "Hey dude, you gotta get that staff. We'll sit here and be useless. We're gonna stop Guantanamo from expanding the planetarium." When you tell her that the staff is in the Labyrinthian, she goes, "What? The Archmage gave me this item from that place and told me I would know what to do with it when the time came. Wow." Alright, let's break down why this is bullshit storytelling. The Archmage might have been one of the most clueless higher-ups I have ever seen in any of these games, and the guy was literally the leader of the college. When you ask him about the Augur earlier, he goes, "That old myth? What tall tales has Grandpa been telling you today?"
Hello.
And then when you return to him to tell him that you spoke to the Augur, he goes, "Oh, yeah, sweet man, really cool." When you tell him, "Hey, we found a big fucking ball in Sarthal," he goes, "Huh, weird, go look it up in the library." A member of the Sijic Order visits after so many years of being shut away, asks for me, and then goes, "Oh, well, there must have been some kind of mistake," after he was done talking to me. Even Arpeggio shows some initiative here by going, "Okay buddy, that makes 0 sense, why did you really come here?" While the Archmage goes, "Oh dear, I hope we haven't offended him." Savos Aaron was a dink, and to sit here and give him this post-mortem significance like he had some kind of explosive epiphany and gave Mirabelle an amulet that's going to help me now is just ludicrous given how he's behaved at every opportunity. So it's off to Pan's Labyrinth, a location that I am 100% sure will be awful before I even get to it.
Who knows what we could find?
And what if there are things guarding this place?
Against 6 college-trained mages? I think we'll be fine.
We have to go back. We can't leave Gerduin.
We barely made it out alive. You want to go back in?
Might as well go forward. We can still do this.
You returned, Marvin. You are not Iron, are you?
We're not going to make it, are we?
So yeah, this whole place is about what I expected. Apparently Savos was here before with a bunch of friends and they all died, and he kept going, "Come on guys, we can make it." Meanwhile, this disembodied voice is taunting you, first mistaking you for Savos, and then realizing that maybe Savos sent you. The most innovative part of this labyrinth are the frozen and flamey doors, and they aren't really awe-inspiring, to say the least. It's kind of just another Nordic rune, which really sucks. I mean, the Twilight Sepulchre at least had the common courtesy to come up with some interesting room ideas. The last room has these two wizards making a big force field seal thing on the main mean boy, and apparently Savos left them there to die while promising to seal away the place forever. And he did, with this plank of wood.
Need help?
Afterwards, you play peekaboo with the assassin that was sent by Baklava while he was still controlling the big ball, apparently. And then you get back to the college where the big ward field has multiplied in size. You use the staff on it, run in, and deal with the big evil dude once and for all. He's invincible at first, but you use the staff on the thing and he becomes the opposite of invincible. The dude from the Sijic Order comes in and goes, "We knew you could do it. You know what? You deserve to run this school. So congratulations, Archmage." What? I don't think you get to choose this, buddy. This is like a police officer coming into a restaurant having really good service and going, "You know what? You should be manager. Congrats on your promotion." But apparently Gandalf agrees and pronounces you Archmage, and that's the entire plotline for this guild. I'm starting to physically ache from these guild stories. Of course, there are side quests, which include such thrilling entertainment as finding books, finding an alembic, finding some writings, and finding a better game to play, but we're gonna skip those. I'd say the most interesting quests in this guild actually stem from the ritual spells, which are available when your magic-related skills hit level 90. All of the quests reward you with some very powerful spells and range from relatively interesting to pretty fun. My personal favorite is the Conjuration Ritual, which has you taming an unbound Dremora. I guess all in all, I'd have to place the college over the Mages Guild of Oblivion. I didn't like Oblivion's iteration of the guild at all, but I did enjoy the plot of the college a fraction more. I don't know, man. All of the entertainment in Skyrim seems to be extremely surface level. And that's just it, I'm having a lot of fun still just playing the game. Because I'm still running around and exploring shit and leveling and crafting and fighting and gaining powers and glory. It's all very much a non-stop dopamine rush. And that's only exacerbated by the non-stop rewards for doing every single little type of quest in this game. And even if you get bored of that, hey, there's mods. But if you dive any deeper than the surface, for the most part, you're not going to find a lot of fulfillment. Sure, there's chunks of fun story elements, and there's some cool ideas, and a handful of characters and settings that really hold my interest for more than a few moments. But for the vast majority of the time, it's just non-stop shallow bullshit that really feels like a husk of the series and not the meat of it. And that's why a lot of people like me got sick of dragons, or make fun of the introduction, or laugh at about the near non-existent puzzles. Because despite the lack of plot elements and quest depth, the game is still fun to play, and fun to mod, and fun to pick back up after some time has passed. But if you're expecting much more than the thrill of grinding through a dungeon, getting a new shiny or a power, and then leaving through the shortcut that connects back to the entrance, you're only going to be satisfied maybe 10% of the time. Alright, let's get to the war stuff. So like I said before, I'm siding with the Imperials. The set of quests that you get when joining them over the Stormcloaks is more or less the same, but with a slightly different flavor. The big difference is the philosophy you're fighting for, and the characters that you interact with. The Legion seems to consist of two main players at first, General Tullius and Legate Ricka. Ricka's a battle-hardened Nord who is extremely knowledgeable about the race's traditions, myths, legends, and emotions. Tullius tends to disregard or berate a lot of the stuff that she tells him as silly superstitions, fairy tales, and general nonsense. But he always seems to take what she says into consideration when he's done giving her shit for it. My first mission to prove my worth is to clear a fort of brigands. That doesn't take too much effort, obviously, and I trot my way back to Castle Dower in Solitude to officially become a member of the Imperial Legion, and immediately get thrown back into the fray on a mission to recover the Jagged Crown. Supposedly a crown crafted from ancient dragon teeth and bone, this legendary item is a great show of power to the Nord population in Skyrim. If we don't recover it and it falls into the hands of Ulfric Stormcloak, it'll be a huge blow to the Legion's popularity for those undecided. So we all meet outside this rune and charge into it, taking on the Stormcloaks that have littered the place. I think the most fun way to play this quest is to sneak ahead and try to kill everything before the Legionnaires can run into the obvious ambushes. I guess it's not really friendly to the surely epic dialogue that they wrote for Rika here, when she reveals that she's actually a single mother who lost her husband and had her son crippled at the hand of a stunt. You're out of your mind if you think they wrote any sort of compelling character in this game. You run through this rune that literally has the default set of check marks for a Nordic rune, but with the added bonus of Stormcloaks. I just hate fighting with other people on my side because I always hit them by accident. So you snag the crown, push the wooden plank out of the way of the exit, and hand the power hat off to the general, who commends you on your work and gives you a message to deliver to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun. Apparently the Stormcloaks are going to attack the city, and the good Jarl has been refusing the help of the Legion. Time to see if we can actually convince him otherwise. Well, it doesn't take too much convincing, as the Jarl is pissed about Ulfric being so indirect, and has me carry his axe to him as a final point. Either you're with me, or you're against me. So this is one of the parts of Skyrim that I actually love. Listening to Balgruuf talk to his people about the country and what Ulfric has done to it, and then listening to Ulfric talk about why he fights and what he's fighting for, is a captivating experience. Ulfric Stormcloak is an extremely charismatic man, and he speaks extraordinarily well about what he fights for. It's hard to not be swayed when he speaks of returning to his country after fighting for the Empire and seeing how weak and impoverished Skyrim's become under its rule. But realistically, that's just part of being a nation, and Skyrim trying to emancipate itself is only going to do more harm than good to its people. At least that's how I feel, and that's how a lot of other Nords feel. I just love the politics in this game, and it's a shame how they're padded by Skyrim dungeons, and Skyrim animations, and Skyrim puzzles. I just wish there was more love put into this game, like it has something to prove. It's a huge game, but just think about it, there's 5 years between Oblivion's release and Skyrim's. That really is not a lot of time to create something as huge as Skyrim and then polish it to a perfect sheen. That is, until you look at a game like The Witcher 3, which came out 4 years after Skyrim, and The Witcher 2. It's really hard to forgive a lot of the immersion-ruining interruptions, like some random steward talking to you when you're listening to the plot, or watching Ulfric do these weird ballerina twirls before finally sitting in his seat in the exact same position that Balgruuf does. It's lazy. It takes some of my favorite moments and makes me lose focus on them. And it's hard to stomach with other developers stepping up to the plate and doing something massive, but with love. I mean, imagine being able to outright kill Ulfric Stormcloak right now. Yes, I completely ruin this set of quests if I do this. I get that. But why can't I ruin them for myself? You have a game series that at its core is made for save scrubbing and reloading and trying again. There is no game over, there's reload the last save. Morrowind understood this when you could kill one of the most integral people and an actual deity, Lord Vivek. The game even tells you that the world is doomed if you do this, even though it technically isn't, and that's all there is to it. I guess I just don't feel that spirit living on in this game. At any rate, sorry to go off on a tangent there. Ulfric acknowledges your bravery for arriving alone and delivering another Nord's axe to him. Ultimately though, he sends you away to take it back to Balgruuf, and lets you know that his troops will be marching on Whiterun sooner than I think. Well, it turns out that this means like right when I get back. As the Jarl and an Imperial commander discuss tactics, one of the scouts finally blurts out that the Stormcloaks are about to descend on the city right now, which means it's time to fight it out. I actually tried to have a bit of fun with the fighting, which I kinda did to a degree. Being untethered as a werewolf and mauling people is really cool, but it also destroys the part where you have to return to hear the Jarl's victory speech, because everyone freaks out when they see a werewolf, despite Werewolf HQ being based in the city walls. It's not really a huge deal though to me, because I already skipped the pregame speech. You know the one.
Alright men, people are burning alive and our city walls are literally under siege. But I need to tell you how important this fight is. For the Empire! Ah!
That speech. It's alright though, Todd floated a dragon my way immediately after the battle, so I did that instead of speeches. Just wish that, Being a werewolf against a dragon wasn't literally the worst thing ever. When you report back to General Tullius, he gives you the first and maybe the only official middle ground title of the whole game, and it doesn't even sound like it's a real thing. Then he sends you off with Rika to reclaim the Pale from the Stormcloaks. This is the meat of the war as far as questing goes. You go to a new region, complete a precursory mission, and then take a major fort. When you return, you get a new rank. I know it's gonna sound weird, but I kind of like it. That's not to say I'd be satisfied doing much more than what's required, but I like watching the map change from blue to red, and the feeling of accomplishment that comes particularly with the quest where you intercept the orders and forge the new ones. It's kind of the best of both worlds, from sneaking around and picking pockets to a giant battle that has you slaying a ton of men. It's weird because when I slay a wolf or a bear or a Daedra or a dragon, I don't feel particularly powerful. Just feels kind of like another day at the office. I feel like a video game character. Especially when the entire town, including Meemaw from down the street, comes running out to throw fists at dragons. But there's something more grounded about going into a battle with maybe 8 or so men against 40-ish opponents and just letting loose and feeling like a killing machine. I guess I feel like a video game character here too, but it feels better. It's hard to explain, I guess. Maybe it's just a personal preference. Eventually, you make it to the rank of Legate as well, and the final assault is planned out. While I enjoyed these quests for what they were, seeing Rika at every single camp and Hadvar at 2 of the sneaky missions kind of just deflated the excitement a bit. It just feels like they could have had a lot of different people, or like a couple different legates involved in these quests, instead of the entire operation seemingly hinging on 3 or so people. The final assault takes place at Windhelm, where General Tullius and 9 entire men are waiting to advance on the city. You march in and take on less people than there were manning the forts, and then make it to Ulfric. It's bittersweet to hear Ulfric Stormcloak give such a powerful statement about him belonging to Skyrim and how the Empire has failed the nation. But it's not bittersweet because I have to execute him, it's bittersweet because the sheer loss of potential here is staggering. I get that it was 2011, but I refuse to believe a game that has dragons fly in and attack whole towns, which fight back, cannot handle a larger amount of men fighting at the same time. You don't have to have literally hundreds fighting at once, but can you at least line up a bunch on the bridge and outside of the bridge to Windhelm? Can actually killing the Emperor of Tamriel as a Dark Brotherhood assassin have an effect on this war? Can being the Master of the Thieves Guild affect the quest where you need to prove that the Jarl of Riften has ties to the Thieves Guild? Can there be more decisions that affect any other major plot element in general? It's really upsetting, honestly, and to call any of these quests or this game so far a labor of love is just insanity. Alright, let's finish this video up with the main quest and pray for the best. So the last thing we did was recover the Dragonstone and kill a dragon. Now it's time to pay a visit to the Greybeards up on this godforsaken mountain to see what they want. When I arrive, they teach me the second part of a shout, have me practice it, and then give me a new one. Then they want me to retrieve the ancient horn of their founder, which involves, you guessed it, an old Nordic rune. What I can say about this one is that it's one of the more interesting layouts for a tomb, and you can tell that it was a little more thought out. Plus, since you had to get a shout to get this tomb pointed out to you, they can even toss in a puzzle that utilizes the whirlwind sprint to progress. When you get to the horn, there is no horn. There's just a sticky note that says, haha, come to this inn. So I head to this inn and the innkeeper meets with me and gives me the horn. I'd criticize the method here, but I guess I actually can't fault her for doing this the way that she did. She then explains that she's from some sort of group that historically has sought out and destroyed dragons, and they're at odds with the Thalmor. She tells you that the Dragonborn is the ultimate killing weapon, and that dragons aren't just repopulating, they're rising from the dead. This lady is the one that had Farengar searching for the Dragonstone, which is a map that somehow shows where the dragon burial sites are. Using this tool, Delphine has figured out the pattern of dragon rebirth and can now accurately tell where a dragon will rise from its grave. But she doesn't trust you yet, despite giving little to no reason for you to trust her. Her reasoning for me trusting her is that she gave me the horn, which is a bullshit reason to trust someone. It'd be like if I did the whole crown retrieval thing for the Imperials and then brought it to the Stormcloaks instead. Those guys wouldn't possibly trust me if I did that. Oh wait. So yeah, I guess I'm teaming up with this secret agent, and we're off to a dragon that's supposed to pop fresh out of the oven to slay it. But before that, she has to change clothing right in front of you. Oh god. She's gonna do it. She's gonna strip right in front of me. Oh, fuck, dude. When you arrive at the area the dragon is supposed to be climbing out from, this lady tells you that the dragon is attacking.
A dragon! It's attacking!
She then leads you up directly to the dragon, which is understandable. The best way to avoid a tornado is to run directly at it in a display of dominance. Turns out that this big-ass dragon in the sky speaks at a normal volume and is great at talking dirt into shooting out bones. I think the bones were forming a dragon, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Might have been a field mouse, we don't know. Delphine sprints over to watch me gobble up my dragon load and then starts clapping her hands about me being a real dragonborn. Then she spills the bean and tells me that she's a member of the Blades. Apparently every single faction in this game has fallen from grace, because even these fellers have been bumbling around for the last 200 years in the hopes that a dragonborn would appear again after the last of the Septums fell. The most interesting part about this information that Delphine gives you is the fact that she believes that the Thalmor, the Empire's enemy in the Great War, were the ones who set the revival of dragons into motion, which is a hell of a way to attack a nation if you really think about it. But of course this is just speculation at the moment. To get proof, I'm to infiltrate the embassy of the Thalmor here in Skyrim. I should return this horn here first though. Alright, so the plan is to get into this Thalmor-ass party at the embassy and then sneak around and do some cool hood rat shit. To do this, I have to give this guy my essential stuff that I'll need. You know, stuff like weapons, sneaking gear, maybe a few potions for good measure. But nothing too excessive. So after getting that sorted out, I give the rest of my shit to Delphine, who gives me my party clothes and some of her bathwater in exchange. I don't know what that's about.
My lateness is due more to getting lost on the way up this god's-forsaken mountain than to any desire to actually arrive late. I prefer to arrive early, often the day before the party, so as not to miss out on any of the drinking.
That is the most boring thing I have ever heard in my entire life. Fortunately, my guy makes up for it by causing a scene for me when I ask him to, and immediately becoming my boy for the rest of his short life. I like this quest. It actually gives me a very faint Murder Mansion vibe from Oblivion. Obviously, there aren't a ton of parallels, but it just kind of feels like the stakes are really high and that you can't afford to fail. I may be a bit overqualified for the job, but that's alright. After grabbing some information, a prisoner starts getting tortured by a guard and an interrogator. I intervene, and the guy actually has dialogue for if I've been around the Thieves Guild, which is a goddamn Toddmas Day miracle. After this, my cover is somehow blown, and they take old Mort here hostage for a handful of seconds before they die. The guy goes, "Well, I hope it was worth it, because now I'm gonna be hunted for the rest of my life." They gave this guy a totally decent background story before this, and they just piss it away. His whole family was wiped out by the Thalmor, and he decided to work in the embassy as a spy to get back at them one day. That's a great reason to help this operation out. And then he's gonna be mad at me for quote-unquote blowing it? What else were you gonna do, buddy? This was the end game. So it turns out the dude that these guys found was an archivist for the Blades. When the Great War ended, a peace treaty was signed. It sounds like the Empire was on the verge of collapse before this, so as part of the peace treaty, they gave the Thalmor the rights to hunt down every last Talos worshipper, especially the Blades. The history of the way that the Thalmor, and more specifically the Aldmeri Dominion, came to be is actually fascinating. This latest instance of them becoming a threat to the Empire is actually the third time the Dominions rose in power. It seemed to crop up overnight. A legion of elves who believed that they were the rightful rulers of Tamriel. They took advantage of the Empire's weakened state following the Oblivion Crisis and began to form a strong resistance, much like the Nords of Skyrim, although Skyrim's Nords only had an interest in their own country, not any other. These elves took the Somerset Isles after proclaiming it was them who protected them the most during the Oblivion Crisis, and soon after they overthrew the Valenwood government. Elswere's conquest came later, growing the Dominion even further. Tensions eventually reached a boiling point when the Dominion invaded Hammerfell, and then Cyrodiil, sacking the Imperial city. Titus Mede II fell back to Skyrim where he plotted his counterattack. After this, a tremendous battle took place, which the Imperials won, reclaiming Cyrodiil. This was when the treaty was signed. banning all Talos worship and driving out the Blades. Now there's way more to this, and I love reading about it. And maybe I'm just the type of person that's really receptive to that kind of lore. But I feel like there's an amazing story to be told here that wouldn't be lost on the average person playing through an Elder Scrolls game if it was just presented properly. What I'm trying to say is, why am I reading up on this stuff on the internet and being absolutely enthralled by it, but then in the same exact game that this stuff stems from, I'm dealing with shit like, the old Archmage got blown away by a big fat gust of wind and died. I guess you're the new one now. I don't know. Anyways, I guess the Eldmiri Dominion doesn't have anything to do with the return of dragons, and this guy that I'm supposed to be finding in Riften is a huge expert on them. He's also a total nutjob who has locked himself in the Ratway behind 20,000 locks. He lets you in at the mention of Delphine and then goes on about the world being doomed due to the fact that there is no Dragonborn. He tells you that the dragon who's raising the dead's name is Alduin, and that his return has been expected by prophecies for a long time. When you meet up with Delphine, he shows you the location of something known as Alduin's Wall, an ancient wall of knowledge about Alduin. Everyone then meets up at I have legitimately never seen a game become more and more broken as time has gone on. I just can't believe it. Anyways, you make it past the precursory puzzles to get to the Skyhaven Temple, where Esperin tells you about what these ancient carvings mean. He notes that a specific shout was likely used to defeat Alduin, to which your character brings up the Greybeards as an option. Delphine doesn't like them, stating that they have all of this power but are afraid to use it to help. I have to say that a lot of the main story stuff has some pretty cool looking areas and fun stuff to watch open and unlock and shift. The lead up to the temple and the actual temple itself are nice to look at and definitely unique. It just sucks that most of the other stuff in this game is just very uninspired and samey. So you pop back up the mountain to the old fellas, and you ask the Greybeard in command if he can teach you the shout that will take down Alduin. He goes, "What? Who taught you this? The Blades? The Blades. I'm not gonna teach you. Maybe the world should just end. You're not on the path of wisdom anymore." Alright buddy, yes, of course, the wisest action is letting the world end. How could I have been so ignorant? The guy's associate reminds him that he's being a big meanie-head, and they all teach you the word to shout away the weather, and tell you to meet their leader, Parthenax. Now Parthenax is at the very top of the mountain. The worst part about this ordeal is the fact that you can't just be blown away like Mario in Snowman's Land, it's just an invisible wall. Actually, no, the worst part about this is the fact that this is supposed to be a super perilous journey and there's just like trolls and mountain goats hanging out up here. Anyways, after being sat on by Daddy Parth, you clap your hands on your cheeks and go, "Oh my god, you're a dragon?" And he's like, "Yep, check this shit out." After you spit the spiciest meatball at him, he continues to switch between Italian and English before taking a seat and giving you the real answers. Now Parth here loves to talk to people, mostly about philosophical shit. He asks your reasoning for wanting to stop Alduin and reflects on those who don't want to stop the world from ending and those who do. And then he tells you that he doesn't know the Dragon Wren shout which defeated Alduin because a dragon's mind simply can't comprehend it. But what he does tell you is that the shout didn't kill Alduin, it just weakened him. Enough so that an Elder Scroll could be used to fling him further in time to this era. Tearing a hole open in this way has created a wound that, with the help of an Elder Scroll, could be used to exploited to travel backwards in time and learn the Dragon Wren shout straight from the source. Usually shit gets pretty complicated with time travel antics, but this seems pretty straightforward, at least so far. So now we gotta get our hands on an Elder Scroll, which is described by Parth as a fragment of existence, something that's always there but always isn't there at the same time. We humans actually have a very specific explanation of what Elder Scrolls actually are, a get-out-of-jail-free card for plot development. Parth concludes this discussion by telling you that he was one of the few dragons who opposed Alduin's tyranny way back when, that he was the one who taught the first 3 humans how to shout, and that the Dragon Wren shout makes the normally immortal dragons mortal. It's all a lot to take in, but it is all somewhat interesting, some more than others. You conclude by realizing that the best person to ask of the Elder Scrolls would be at the college. The orcish librarian from before lets you know just how stupid you are for asking about the Elder Scrolls, and goes on about them being all possible futures and all possible pasts, all truths and all falsehoods. They're like the matter of the universe, incomprehensible yet filled with knowledge. Most people who view them go blind or mad or both. So yeah, they're basically the perfect way to fix something that the writers wrote as irreparable. But the most important part about this whole thing is that one of the world's foremost knowledge sources on Elder Scrolls was last seen scoping out a Dwemer rune a few years back. You meet up with this crazy old guy who's stationed far up north, and I think that he tells you that if you get something for him, he'll help you out with the Elder Scroll. I'm not entirely sure about this one. It's kinda hard to comprehend him. The way to this guy's hideout is probably some of my favorite scenery in the game. But weirdly enough, there's also another extremely cool landscape that's part of this quest, because you can tell that the devs actually cared about the design of this Dwemer rune. Yes, it has Dwemer spiders, and it has the spheres, and it even has Falmer further down. But the layout is really well done and engaging, which is nothing like the Thieves Guild take on it where they went, yeah, you're 3 people, here's 100 enemies in a big open space. This part here reminds me of the descent down to the Duke's Dear Freya in Dark Souls 2. Well, actually, I guess it came out before that, so weirdly enough, I guess this part of Brightstone Cove Seldora reminds me of Skyrim. And then this whole thing opens up into this very Morrowind-esque open cave. It looks really cool, and it just hurts me even more to think that I went through all of this other shit in the game and didn't experience anything else unique like this beyond the Twilight Sepulchre. I mean, do you know how many times I just wanted to walk off the beaten path away from the pointy compass arrow? I would struggle to count 3 times. This whole area has me wanting to see what's in its corners and what secrets it hides. Unfortunately, it's still Skyrim, so I know better than to push it. But man, everything about this is really cool, including the big spherical dwarven technology at the end. I mean, yes, I've seen something similar in the college questline. Yes, it isn't a particularly challenging puzzle by any means, but it's really cool to see this big thing spin around and calibrate and unlock, and then just imagine these ancient dwarves of old constructing and using it to house an Elder Scroll. I'm infinitely more amused than I ever thought I'd be by a quest at this stage of the game. So all that's left to do at this point is to read the Elder Scroll at the Time Wound and figure out the shout to defeat Alduin. It kind of sucks that Elder Scrolls games don't really have cutscenes at key moments like these. Morrowind and Oblivion both tried at the beginning and the end, but Skyrim doesn't even make that attempt, even though they could really benefit from it. So we watch these 3 Nords taking on a bunch of dragons until eventually Alduin lands and gobbles up one of them like a snack with 2 C's. The remaining 2 decide to use the Elder Scroll on the dragon as a last resort, and I learn the Dragon Run shout and manage to not turn into Daredevil. When I return to the present time, Alduin's there and he's steaming mad. You shout him down and scoop some of his scaly bits off, and that's it. It's a pretty lame ending to Skyrim, and it sucks that they introduced this big threat and they don't really... Oh. I guess I can't hurt him when he monologues? And he's gone. Huh. Well, I guess it would have been super anticlimactic if I just outright killed him there, but it's kind of weird that the fellow was just able to sit there and I wasn't able to hurt him anymore. Again, cutscenes. So the next step of the plan is to try to convince one of Alduin's allies to betray him by giving up a weakness or just helping us in general. In order to do this, we need to use Dragon's Reach, which is the palace in Whiterun that was specifically built to hold a dragon prisoner. There's some really weird back and forth with this quest, mainly when you go to the Jarl of Whiterun and you go, hey, can I use your castle to lure a dragon here? And he goes, what? A dragon? In my castle? And I go, fuck, let me slap this amulet on real quick. Yeah, a dragon. And he goes, oh shit fam, alright. Yeah, that's what this thing was built for. How you gonna get it here, by the way? And I go, oh yeah, that seems important. I mean, I know a guy. And then I run back to Daddy Parth and ask him, and he's like, oh yeah, I was just thinking about that. That's a really tough one. Oh wait, you can just call his name, but louder. That's it. Just, like his name, just tilt your head up and then just say his name, but loudly. Why didn't he just tell me that before I left? So I call his name and he comes flying in to get his shit kicked in slow-mo. Then he scoots in for a big old slappy of the chains on his neck. When questioned, he mentions that Alduin went back to Sovngarde to eat the souls of dead people. There's an entrance that only a dragon can reach, so the deal is that I never-ending story this guy and we ride in and hopefully infiltrate heaven. Not exactly what I was expecting, but hey, that's actually not a bad story so far, surprisingly. Before you can get to heaven though, you have to go through an excess of puzzle chambers. This means spinning stones, picking up claws, and fighting skeletons. Not particularly enticing, but par for the course. When you make it to the Sovngarde portal, a dragon priest goes, and removes the magic stick. You beat him up and take back his stick and then go straight to Jesus' doorstep. This place is really damn cool looking, as Alduin hunts and consumes the lost souls of war between the Imperials and Stormcloaks. Kodlak and Ulfric are both here as well, and they reflect on their wrongdoings as the great dragon sweeps the sky. Eventually you make it to Shor's Hall, where an absolute wall of meat greets you as the bridge keeper. I feel like I'm 5'11" next to this load, truly a fate worse than these lost spirits. I take him on in a very brief combat before he lets me into the hall. This hall is filled with heroes and legends of old, many of which you hear from the Nords in the Living Realm. Ysgramor himself greets you and directs you to the 3 heroes of the past, who banished Alduin to the future. They unite with you and you shout the mist away and slay Alduin once and for all. This was a very cool ending for Skyrim, which is not something I actually thought I'd find myself saying. But I have to admit, the main questline is probably one of the best and most well-written ones of the entire game in my eyes. You watch as the Scourge melts away, as Ulfric and Kodlak make it past the mist, as the heroes stand triumphantly. Then you're given a shout to call a hero of times past from Sovngarde to fight alongside you, and you find yourself back at the throat of the world, surrounded by dragons. They shout for the defeat of Alduin, who Paarthurnax explains was still his brother in the end, even if he did stray from the right path. Then he flies off to try and sway the former followers of Alduin to follow him instead. There's a lot of little things to wrap up if I choose to, from talking to the Greybeards, to the Blades, to the dragon who brought you to Sovngarde in the first place. But this is really it for Skyrim. If this were a true was blank as good as I remember video, the answer would be a resounding fuck no. But like I said before, I did have fun. I liked the leveling, I liked fighting things, I liked collecting and finding new shit. But Skyrim's biggest and brightest point is the fact that mods exist for it. That people can fix the things that were wrong and add new fun shit to do. I never felt this way about Oblivion or Morrowind, and of course they have a ton of mods too. But the writing was just leagues better at almost every turn. It really makes me feel like Skyrim was the beginning of mediocrity for Bethesda, even though it sold so well. I could play these older prequels and be enamored by the stories that they told, all day, every day. The only thing I really wanted was better graphics. With Skyrim, I want better writing. And I know that Bethesda can do it, because I can read the history of different empires and be thrilled. I want more compelling characters. And I know Bethesda can do that because I've been wrapped up in older characters like Dagoth-Ur or Sheogorath.
This episode of Internet Today is brought to you by Magic Spoon.
It's been an odd year for gaming.
It's been
an odd year for gaming. We're still seeing the results of pandemic-related delays and various scandals that have erupted from the gaming space. But as the year comes to a close, we are once again thrust into the year-end release cycle where the biggest titles are going to be released whether they are truly finished or not. Now, personally, I've enjoyed a bit of mindless nostalgia out of recent releases. I mindlessly played through dozens of hours of Amazon's New World because I'm a pathetic grindhog who somehow enjoys repetitive tasks and infrequent weapon and armor upgrades. Exploits along with stupid decisions by the devs ended what little motivation I had left to keep playing, but then, out of nowhere, a gift from the gaming gods. Halo Infinite was suddenly released, the multiplayer version of it. And I gotta say, aside from the issues with Battle Pass progression being frustratingly slow, this is the most fun I've had playing a competitive multiplayer game in a very, very long time. And honestly, the Battle Pass problem isn't even that big of a deal. It's a modern feature that gives you rewards and has no real effect on the actual gameplay, which at its core is so far a blast.
But then you have the two other behemoths in gaming, Call of Duty and Battlefield, and despite both of them usually having plenty of issues at launch for nearly every iteration, for years it seemed as though Battlefield was the superior option because it offered so much more than you could ever get with COD, and also seemed to embrace and develop more than what was typically offered in your standard first-person shooter games. But, in yet another weird twist of reality, Call of Duty is actually fantastic this year, while Battlefield is getting justifiably destroyed by gamers and by publications alike, and has quickly become one of the worst reviewed games in Steam history, with nearly 50,000 reviews at the time that we filmed this episode, with the store page displaying the audience consensus as mostly negative. Metacritic has a similar rating based on user reviews, with over 3,000 submissions contributing to an average score of 2.3 out of 10. Ooh, uh-oh.
Yeah, and those
no one's getting their Christmas bonus.
I mean, I don't know, but it would be very sad for children getting the Battlefield under the Christmas tree this year. This game's broken, Dad. Don't you read the internet, you idiot?
Fuck you, Dad.
Also, why would you
love Battlefield?
Why would you give me a physical copy of this? I would just download it. Yeah. But no, that's the thing is on Steam, it's like you have to have played the game to review it. So that's 50,000 mostly unsatisfied customers.
Yeah, that's not good.
So what the hell went wrong? Well, first there's the idea that this game was originally supposed to be Battlefield's introduction into the Battle Royale genre, the same way Call of Duty entered with Warzone. And just at face value, this does make sense because much like every game company is forced to mention NFTs right now in development meetings, every game company for the past half decade immediately wanted to harness the success of the Battle Royale genre for their own titles. There was a lot of success, but also a lot of failure. But it looks like Battlefield might have been heading in the BR direction before bailing and just throwing together what looks like more of a traditional Battlefield game somewhere throughout the development process. And there's plenty of posts and articles that point out why these rumors exist, but one Reddit post in particular sums it up pretty well, saying, they 100% planned to make a BR and changed course during the development. So many things point at this. Huge maps, too big for normal BF gameplay, even at 128 players. Armor plates, cannot switch/create squads. Silly long timing when you're down with no visibility for medics, because initially it should be only your BR squad that can revive you. The plus system for weapons instead of ground loot attachments. No server browser, because you don't need one in BR. Lack of game modes. No hardcore. No proper factions. No scoreboard. No campaign. A lot of things cut.
Yeah. And a lot of the reasoning that's given for why people think this was originally supposed to be a Battle Royale title are also included in the many critiques of the game on storefronts like Steam, with plenty of other issues listed. One of the reviews listed as most helpful is an extensive laundry list of issues, many of which were completely fine in previous versions of this franchise. There's a lot here, but we'll just point out some of the more important mentions. No single player mode, no server browser, no scoreboard, no score bonuses for headshots, multi-kills, or hit-based damage XP gain, no persistent lobbies, no changing teams, squads, or creating a new squad entirely, no battle log or player stats page, buildings not as destructible as past games, reworked class system into hero shooter-like character select, only 19 primary weapons, and so on and so forth. It's so bad that Donkey even released a video with zero commentary, just gameplay showing how ridiculously broken and glitchy the game is on launch.
His video is exceptional because it shows the very clear promotional material that was used for it, and then attempts at recreating the gameplay shown in the trailer, and it's so disappointing and bad, especially the one where the body just basically gets dragged across the entire map. And I played it for a bit and experienced that, like a bunch of weird glitches as well. There's just something about it that's wrong. I can't even put my finger on it. I mean, all the things that are pointed out by other people are crazy. Like the fact that lobbies aren't persistent. Like when a game ends, the game just splits everyone up. You have to do a completely new lobby instead of just continuing.
Yeah, that's some Battle Royale shit.
Exactly. So that's a pretty clear indicator. But also, it's so strange. You can't make squads. So if you're actually playing with people, you can end up in a completely different squad than them. So you can't spawn on them, and you can't recreate it either.
That's
the maps being big has for many years been a bonus. Like, hey, bigger maps, isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
In this one, I was just running so much.
Yeah, the action's all way though, 2 miles down the road. You better find a vehicle or don't.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, there's lots and lots of running, and I don't know. It's strange. And as many people have pointed out online, there's the MVP things at the end of the game, which COD also has, are extremely cringy in this. Where it's just I just had a great time. And it's like, okay, weird. It's just odd. There's many odd choices in this. But having said all of that, if you are into gigantic battles and are fine with the basic mechanics and are happy just playing a new Battlefield title, it is playable in most respects, I guess. The big thing here is Battlefield Portal, which seems like a cool idea.
Yeah.
It's just another one of those things that's going to have to be patched and fixed because much like the regular game, like this obviously needed a lot more work. It did. I mean, it just doesn't feel the same. I played the free trial that was offered through Game Pass, and it just didn't work for me. It just doesn't feel the same way that it used to. And that might be my fault. I'm getting old, and a game really needs to hook me within the first few hours. 2042, I wasn't having fun, which is totally bizarre because I've been having a great time in Call of Duty Vanguard after legitimately hating the past half decade or so of Call of Duty games. It is so strange that this one rocks so hard. Vanguard just fucking works. It is simple, it is straightforward and satisfying, and it doesn't feel like Overwatch, which is why I gave up on COD, because the series really felt like it was heading in that direction.
With Black Ops 4 it was.
Yeah.
They quickly abandoned all of that.
Good. That was the worst thing ever. Yeah. And that's what it kind of feels like with this Battlefield as well. Also, Halo Infinite rocks. I'm just waiting patiently for a bit more of the customization for game modes, because right now it's just all objective mixed in with Slayer. Having Slayer solo would be a lot of fun, but it also sucks that Halo's not going to have co-op mode for the campaign for 6 months after it's released, which is totally lame. But hey, multiplayer PvP, it's rock solid. And the crossplay, as I think I've said before, between Xbox and PC, it is seamless. It just sucks that Battlefield dropped a real stinker this time around. And while it will probably have most of its problems solved throughout the coming years through patches and updates, will anyone be interested when it's finally done? It's like Cyberpunk 2077. It's like, I've heard that it's playable now, but
yeah, now it's mostly just a great way to like benchmark your new video card.
Yeah, this looks great.
Look at that. You can see the reflections of all the neon lights in that puddle.
Mhm.
You can't do that without RTX, so
there you go.
$60 worth it.
Like Battlefield in 6 or 8 months, when it's available on, because EA Play is a part of Game Pass, and you can play EA games like when it's free, it might still be successful. But in the meantime, I think Battlefield 3, probably the pinnacle of the entire franchise. Battlefield 4, pretty good. I even enjoyed Battlefield 1, the World War I or 2 or whatever.
Too many women.
Oh, well, that was a huge problem, as we all know.
My immersion. Broken. Anyway, speaking of people who are demanding their money back now, if you happen to be driving down the 5 freeway in Southern California last Friday in the morning and stopped to gather up any of the tens of thousands of dollars worth of cash that was just scattered across the road, seemingly gifted from on high.
Yeah.
If you were one of those people, the federal and local governments and the law enforcement they're looking for that money, and they're looking for you.
Please.
And there's a good chance they already know who you are. It's just a matter of time because it's 2021 and people film things. Anyway, if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, last Friday, an armored truck had a little bit of an issue out on the highway, and somehow the doors of the truck were flung open, whoops, as it drove down the I-5 freeway.
The busiest freeways in the country.
Very important and busy. It's also like really the only way down from San Diego up to the rest of California.
Well, so that's the thing too, is it's like, this didn't even happen. I don't want to like call out another city and say that it's worse than any other, but it's like, it didn't even happen in a less busy part of the state. It happened like north of San Diego.
Yeah.
Like in the San Diego LA corridor.
A part of the freeway that is so slow that a train is faster. And we're talking American trains.
Yes.
They're slow as fuck. You still get there faster than if you drive. So
you can take a step out of your car at any point in time, get back in, and probably have not missed anything.
Yeah. So that's where this happened. The doors flung open somehow on this armored car, and cash was flying out everywhere, just raining cash, covering the road as motorists, understandably, slammed on their brakes to maybe take advantage of this unexpected but ultimately highly illegal payday.
Yeah.
As tempting as it is, don't pick up that bill.
Yeah.
Obviously, folks, it would be illegal to steal this money and spend it. But also, finders keepers?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm no lawyer.
Look, when you're in a situation, the adrenaline starts pumping. There's cash everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like,
let them go.
Well, is anybody looking? There's a little bit of cash on the road. Surely they won't miss a handful of bills.
Yeah,
maybe allegedly.
This is the truck's fault.
Yeah.
Can you fault any American worker from stopping their car and maybe grabbing a little bit of cash that just happens to be there? They don't know where it came from.
I certainly would not fault them.
Anyway.
But I am not the criminal justice system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it would be pretty hard to track down every single bill that flew out of this truck because there was a lot of them.
Yeah.
And especially because if people just went and spent it in small amounts at everyday stores instead of making large cash deposits out their bank like fucking idiots.
Yeah.
But it turns out there is a modern solution to finding out who took the money because people just cannot help themselves. They filmed and uploaded their exploits doing what the law says was illegal in this case, then they put it on social media because, there's one thing worth more than money, and that's clout.
They did it for the clout.
Look at me, guys. Look at all this money that flew out of an armored truck. Oh, look at this. I'm keeping this. By the way, I'm keeping this.
That's literally how the videos are.
Yeah.
And then you have people who, in the background, are like, hey, this is money. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to film myself. But now you're in HD on an actual video that was posted online.
These cell phone cameras, they're pretty high res these days.
Yeah.
This was 10, 15 years ago. If you were way in the background, but I don't know, it's a couple pixels. But now, enhance.
Yeah. And that's the thing, too, is it's just like on like a bunch of the news sites that I was looking up for this article, it's literally just a slideshow of people's faces captured from the multiple angles of videos.
Yeah.
And the thing is the people filming it are, who knows if they actually took it or not. It seems like they might have taken a little, maybe some as a souvenir, but it's just like grabbing piles and throwing it in the air.
Yeah, which looks like a lot of fun.
It does.
You don't get a lot of opportunity. It's the same like if you ever have the opportunity to spread a bunch of cash out on a bed or something and lay on it, you're going to take it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if it starts seemingly, it doesn't snow down here in Southern California, but so we don't get the opportunity every winter to pick up some snowballs and winter's here. But these people had the chance to sort of do that, but with cash, which is something that never happens.
And the funny part is even if they did take $0 with them, they're still on video, literally holding thousands of dollars and throwing it around. It's very incriminating.
Well, I was just trying to help those poor armored car guys.
I was just helping them clean up.
What a pickle they got themselves into. I'm gonna help them clean up this highway.
Oh,
it's unsafe out
This
here.
road is filthy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna clean it up so that it doesn't impede any drivers. And well, what kind of good Samaritan would I be if I didn't take this trash that I've gathered with me to dispose of properly?
Yeah.
But even people who were smart enough not to film themselves, like I said, committing a crime, they were caught in the crossfire of what appeared to be influencers gathering up wads of cash and throwing it in the air. So yeah, there's so many photos and so many frames of videos just stupidly filmed and uploaded onto the internet, giving police and the FBI clear shots of people gathering up what they assume to be free money on the side of the road. It doesn't get too much dumber than this. Except for maybe one couple who was actually caught at the scene of the crime because they, according to reports, accidentally locked their keys in the car as it was parked on the freeway while they scrambled to gather loose bills.
Yeah, don't you fucking hate it when that happens?
Oh my God, money! Oh, please don't tell me this car is locked and sitting in the middle of the 5 freeway.
Smash your window. You can pay for a new one.
Yeah. In a pinch, spark plug.
Yeah.
Anyways, here's more info from the incident from local outlet Fox 5 San Diego.
Authorities Friday were working to identify drivers suspected of pocketing money that went flying from the back of an armored car and onto Interstate 5 in Carlsbad. Calls began coming in about 9:15 a.m. Friday to California Highway Patrol dispatchers about a large sum of money in the roadway
narcs
on I-5 near Cannon Road, as well as about drivers getting out to collect the bills.
Narcs.
The incident generated significant buzz in the community, with videos of people scooping up cash being widely circulated on social media and among local news outlets. Narcs.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple screenshots from some of these videos were released late Friday by CHP, which was investigating the incident along with the FBI. The agency said it was trying to determine the identities of the motorists in the images and were urging them to return the money within 48 hours to avoid potential criminal charges. Quote, the CHP would like to thank those motorists who have already returned money to their local CHP office, the agency said in a news release, and remind the public to do the right thing and return any money they found on the freeway. Listen, they don't know how much you took. Exonerate yourself by returning what seems like a handful of money, perhaps. They don't know how many handfuls. Listen, this is not legal advice.
Look, they have the serial numbers, but it's not like every convenience store or whatever is going to be checking all that all the time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't personally do it, but...
that would be wrong.
Yes.
But much like with the Capitol rioters who live streamed their insurrection, we have to point these freeway cash bandits to the now infamous Simpsons clip from all the way back in the late 90s, which just rings truer and truer now, more than ever. Videotaping this crime spree was the best idea we ever had.
Simpsons taught us everything we needed to know. We just weren't looking in the right direction.
Simpsons did it.
Yeah. All right, we do have more news for you today, but first, let's take a second to eat a healthy breakfast. Thanks to Magic Spoon.
I need my nutrients.
Black Friday's coming up, and they got a deal.
That's right.
Growing up, cereal was one of the best parts of being a kid, but then you realize that it's full of sugar and junk that you really shouldn't be eating. Luckily, in steps Magic Spoon with a great tasting cereal that's got 0 grams of sugar, 14 grams of protein, and only 4 net grams of carbs in each serving. Also, only 140 calories. Elliot's having one of my favorites, peanut butter.
It's one of the best.
You can try Magic Spoon's best-selling flavors in a 4-flavor variety pack featuring cocoa, fruity, frosted, and this one right here, peanut butter. And again, some of our personal favorites. You have to dig a little deep for them. You got the cookies and cream. You got the new maple waffle. There is some stuff that they offer that is exceptionally good.
Yeah. And it tastes exactly like regular cereal from childhood, but it's super nutritious. Honestly, too good to be true. And by the way, it's keto-friendly, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, low-carb, and GMO-free. This week, Magic Spoon is having their best offer yet for Black Friday. If you click the link below, you can get 20% off your order. That is right. You can build your very own 4-pack box and use our code TODAYDAILYBF for 20% off. And by the way, they are now shipping to Canada and to the UK. And Magic Spoon is so confident in their product that it is backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Click the link below and use the code TODAYDAILYBF for 20% off, or go to magicspoon.com/TODAYDAILYBF. To save money today, I'm going to get one more bite before we get back into the news.
Black Friday, baby. Getting some Magic Spoon and all kinds of products down at the local. You know, Target's actually closed all Thanksgiving now. They announced that.
Wow, that's actually pretty great.
Yeah. It's actually kind of nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, good for them. Anyways, back into the news with, you guessed it, more drama in the world of NFTs. I don't know why you keep doing this to yourself. You are the orchestrator here. And one of the largest, you're actually going to like this one.
Okay.
One of the largest art heists that the world has ever seen, someone has gone through and stolen every single NFT in existence and has offered them up for free on an NFT version of the Pirate Bay, literally called the NFT Bay. That's right, someone went through and right-clicked every Bored Ape, every Lazy Lion, every CryptoPunk, Bored Bunny, Curious Cat, Geno Pet, Modern Mouse, Chill Elephant, Blissful Bull, Cool Kitten, Thug Bird, Trashy Panda, Naked Meerkat, Flashy Flamingo, Hellhound, and Royal Pangolin that they could find.
Wow.
And they re-uploaded them to a database where anyone with an internet connection is free to take as many pieces of valuable digital art as they want, with the site currently hosting a reported 15 terabytes worth of JPEGs. That's a lot.
That's a lot of JPEGs. And that's a lot of hideous JPEGs.
Yeah, majority of them are hideous.
There's some good-looking NFT art, but everything you just listed is shit that I would not want on my computer.
And they keep saying JPEGs, but I'm sure there's a couple of MP4s in there as well, because there are some motion graphic NFTs, so that's probably where a lot of the extra storage comes from. But the site's description, written in a .txt format created to mimic the old torrent description files, reads in part,
"Did you know that an NFT is just a hyperlink to an image that's usually hosted on Google Drive or another Web 2.0 host? People are dropping millions on instructions on how to download images. That's why you can right-click Save As, because they are standard images. The image is not stored on the blockchain. The image is not stored in the blockchain contract. As Web 2.0 web hosts are known to go offline, this handy torrent contains all of the NFTs so that future generations can study this generation's tulip mania and collectively go, what the fuck? We destroyed our planet for this? Yeah. So here's more from on that website and its founder from Vice's Motherboard. The site's founder, Jeffrey Huntley, told Motherboard he considered the site an art project. He was inspired by the art of the Australian LGBTQ community in the 1990s, in particular the work of musician and activist Pauline Pantsdown. Quote, there was a politician that was gaining popularity, and their viewpoints are still, to this day, quite harmful to the LGBTQ community, Huntley told Motherboard in a Twitter DM. In response, one of the members of the community responded by creating art which was successful in changing the course of Australian politics. Huntley was hanging out in a Twitter space for NFTs and listening to the host get people hyped to buy NFTs, he said. We want to launch this project, Huntley said, quoting his recollection of the host. Once we launch, we're going to get the merch store out. Merch gets more people interested in the NFTs. More people buy the NFTs, and you'll get rich. It sounded like a scam to Huntley. Fundamentally, I hope through the NFTbay.org, people learn to understand what people are buying when purchasing NFT art right now is nothing more than directions on how to access or download an image, he said. The image is not stored on the blockchain, and the majority of images I've seen are hosted on Web 2.0 storage, which is likely to end up as 404, meaning the NFT has even less value.
The article continues, adding that Huntley believes there is a future for NFTs, but he doesn't think it needs the blockchain. Quote, the utility and value of NFTs will be created through social media platforms, he said. For many, digital representation is greater than physical representation, and if or when Twitter, TikTok, Discord backed away from it, roll out the ability to display flair on a social media profile, that will be a turning point. We see how bananas people go over the Twitter Blue verified checkmark. Now think how social media will change when it has the ability to display verifiable proof of membership versus adding the words to a social media bio. All of this, however, could be achieved without blockchain.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's not needed. And it's also a lot of, it's just unnecessary.
Yeah. I don't know, this whole thing, this story was funny, but I mean, I don't know.
I agree with them.
All the NFT people are like, oh, thanks, you did us a favor. You backed up all of our NFTs. Great. This is anything that happens with the NFTs,
they push towards a positive.
Any like just talking about NFTs, they think they're winning because they're staying relevant. So I don't know.
No, but I agree with the guy who created the website in the sense that this is an art project that says more about NFTs in general than actually being a resource for people to go and actively stick it to the man, whoever that is in the NFT space, by downloading all of these. It's more of a commentary on it than anything actually as a resource.
I still think the better commentary was the guy, the CEO of Telegram, creating NFTs that arbitrarily change over time because they're Web 2.0. He controls the hosting, so it's like he can change it to whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, it's like if you own it, you can literally upload a different picture with the same file name and redirect the link, and it changes what you own.
All you have is the link. So whoever controls the link can do whatever the hell they want. They can just remove it from the internet. They can stop paying for hosting.
Yeah, you're right. Well, but with every news story that reiterates how stupid NFTs are in their current state, there's another story about someone we admire diving headfirst into a new NFT project, despite seeming like they would typically be opposed to the very idea of it. People like David Lynch, Quentin Tarantino, and the man at the center of our next bit of blockchain news, Serge Tankian of System of a Down.
Why'd you put the JPEGs on the internet? You wanted to.
I wanted to make money.
Now, don't get us wrong. We're all about people acquiring the bag, and a lot of the NFT projects that are being adopted right now aren't as terrible for the environment as the early NFT projects, although most of them are still, I think, on Ethereum, which is bad. But it is weird to see all of this getting adopted and marketed by people in the space so rapidly, and you have to wonder if they even really care about how NFTs are supposed to work, or they're just saying to themselves, well, if people are spending thousands of dollars for pieces of digital art, why shouldn't I sell them some? This is a great opportunity. My agent keeps telling me I got to get into NFTs, so fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Easy money. And at the very least, when filmmakers and musicians get involved, you're typically getting something more than just a picture. If you want a rundown of everything that Tarantino's currently offering and dealing with legally as a result of his offering, you should check out our most recent episode of News Dump. But here's the news regarding Surge from System of a Down dropping some NFTs via Rolling Stone.
System of a Down Serge Tankian is taking his next art exhibition online, offering a mix of animated non-fungible tokens and archival giclée prints. Not for Touching, the intangible composition presented by Curio NFT comprises 21 pieces, which will be unveiled and go on sale on December 6th via an interactive gallery. Viewers will be able to peruse simulated gallery rooms with large-scale animated graphics designed by visual effects master Roger Kupilian, the Lord of the Rings Hugo. Music scored by Tankian will soundtrack the experience. And look, I love System of a Down. They're one of my favorite bands of all time. I was a little bit bummed out to hear the opinions of their drummer over the past 2 years. But you know what? I still had tickets to go see them this year. Tickets that I bought, I don't know because the timeline's all skewed. It was definitely pre-pandemic. They were supposed to play here in Los Angeles. And then, what do you know it? The dates in October got canceled as well. And now, hopefully, next year I'll still see them. Having said that, huge fan. This fucking sucks. They actually show one of the pieces from the exhibit, and it's not great. It's just lazy looking and sounding. I'm sorry. I even liked Surge's solo records. The included piece from the exhibition, I will link it below, but suffice to say, the effort here is pretty minimal. And if this is a good example of the rest of the exhibit, it's not good at all. The music is just ambient noise, and the art is, well, it's art, but it just doesn't seem all that impressive considering the names behind it. The guy worked on Lord of the Rings and Hugo, and it literally looks like something I could make in, not even After Effects, but Premiere in maybe 20 minutes.
But why bother putting effort into it?
That's the thing. Someone taped a banana to a wall, and it became historical in the art world.
Oh, you think this looks like shit? Well, you're going to really be missing out when it's worth twice as much money on OpenSea or whatever in a week.
But look, why should it be any good?
Yeah.
Someone's going to buy it, and they're probably going to spend an absurd amount of money on it.
Exactly. It's going to get bought either way. Anyways, in an email to Rolling Stone, Tankian says of the exhibit, "It's true, in essence, that I decided to start painting so I can see my music. Music is not only intangible, but has also become commoditized, undervalued, and deeply underappreciated. That is why during exhibitions, when people ask me if the music for each of my art pieces is available elsewhere, I gleefully say no. My art makes my music more exclusive. In other words, I enjoy the interrelationship between tangible and non-tangible creations. NFTs are the next step. Within NFTs, we're not just able to connect the music to the actual painting, but we're also able to make them dance. The more we interact with multiple senses, the greater the artistic multiplier effect." All right, this is one of them music industry types, one of them Hollywood types talking a little bit with that, a little bit of woohoo in what he's saying.
Which is so weird because, like, obviously the band's stance on any of this over the course of 2 decades wouldn't sound like anything what you just heard.
Yeah,
it's just strange.
It's also a really hilarious statement. He's talking about it like he's like, this is a fucking watershed moment.
It's literally like
a paradigm shift in like art, and it's just, look at this fucking garbage that
it's
they're
like
selling.
3 layers that float back and forth and ambient noise.
Yeah.
Which, like,
wow, it changed the game. So I don't know, there better be something incredible that hasn't been shown out of this exhibition, or our stance of this is a low effort cash grab will remain.
Mm-hmm.
And about that environmental impact, it looks like this exhibit is actually going to use Ethereum. God damn it. It's a terrible choice as far as emissions are concerned, but they add that Tankian and Curio NFT plan to offset the environmental impact from the show by utilizing lazy minting, a process that reduces emissions by minting NFTs when there isn't much Ethereum usage. Okay, sure, whatever. God damn it. Okay.
Yeah. Also, this doesn't need to be on the blockchain. He could literally have made moving digital art and giclée prints for years.
You know what I love is that Radiohead, a band that is not only great musically, but also like all of its members are pretty good artists in their own ways, in different ways. And the Kid A anniversary, 20 years is this year. And instead of releasing some fucking NFTs or some bullshit, they created a fucking video game that anyone can play on the Epic Games Store
a full experience,
or on PlayStation for free. Yeah. It's just, like, I'm sure there was some people being, wow, what a waste. They could have made so much money just selling the stuff they put in this, but as NFTs. But I think what they did is cooler than that.
Yeah.
And didn't involve any blockchain bullshit.
Yeah. So there you go. I'm sure there will be more news coming out of the NFT space this week.
Oh yeah, there's a very long article that I still need to read about sort of a Hunter S. Thompson style piece about attending a NFT convention.
Oh, fantastic.
So there's probably going to be some
well, that's great.
Some pearls in that.
And I can already see NFT being the headliner of the worst in 2021 video at the end of the year. So lots to look forward to. But also a little tidbit here. Elliot, did you see that CPAC banned the Sesame Street characters entirely?
I don't fucking care. I don't care.
Well, they're banned. They're banned.
Oh no, Big Bird is going to be so disappointed when he finds out he can't attend CPAC, a thing that he has attended in the past as a real person and not a fucking fictional character, a puppet.
Big Bird is it's in the same group as Jacob Wall. Cannot legally attend CPAC. Big Bird is going to have
Maybe
to
they'll have their own convention
in the hotel lobby. So there you go.
Yeah, Big Bird and Jacob Wall, until Jacob Wall inevitably betrays him and has a press conference on Jack's doorstep about who Big Bird fucked Big Foot.
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't. God damn it. This.
It's all quite the
This country's so dumb.
Anyways, that's it for today's episode. If you somehow missed, of course, the news dump where we talk about Quentin Tarantino's NFTs and the legal trouble he's in, but also the most recent episode of Weekly Weird News where probably the most joyous first 5 minutes of an episode in a long time. If you're looking to have fun and not be depressed by the news,
it's a good time.
The most recent Weekly Weird will really get you going. So check out our most recent videos over here. Subscribe to the channel. Is the chicken sausage Christmas a little bit longer than 30 days because it is very joyful, very pretty, and it gives me the happiness boost that I need to make it through that final bit of the year. It's that diarrhea that you take during a marathon right at the very end. You're right there at the end, and you finally just have to make it through.
Well, I don't know why you needed to bring diarrhea into it, but look. Some people are wrong about things sometimes.
I already have my tree up. I'll be the first to admit it.
Listen, accepting that other people are wrong is all just sort of part of the Thanksgiving spirit, which involves listening to other people's wrong opinions, usually those of your immediate and extended family members, but sometimes your coworkers as well. And you just accept it and you gather all around the same table and you eat the turkey.
You know what? I don't care that it's November 18th, 19th, whatever it is. I have these little mechanical people that are on an ice skating rink and it goes ding, 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 ding. And I look at it and I clap and I'm having a great time. I got Home Alone on in the background.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Yeah.
It's
too early.
It's not though. It's never too. Well, yes, some things are too early. Before Halloween, I would say is too early, but afterwards, sky's the limit. What you do in your own private domicile is up to you.
Until you start dressing up like Santa Claus for Halloween. You're like, oh, well, it's not Christmas, it's a Halloween costume.
Funny you should say that. I almost bought the Krampus costume from the movie Krampus this year.
Yeah, that's just your special way of extending the Christmas season until it's year-round.
And the food. Can we talk about the peppermints, the gingerbreads? Oh,
I love it all. It belongs in December. It belongs in December.
Listen, I don't have kids yet, so the only joy I have is setting up the Christmas decorations for myself and my own happiness, okay?
Fine.
Some of us like to live in fantasy worlds where we're happy because reality is terrible, okay?
Fine.
Some of us like to go to Disneyland to escape the reality that we're currently living in.
In the spirit of Thanksgiving, the holiday that's this month, I accept your worldview.
You know, Disney already has the tree up.
Of course they do.
Why wouldn't they monetize it? Well, regardless of how you feel about that, and guess what? I don't care. I'm not going to read the comments. Thanksgiving is less than a week away, and for most Americans, that means eating an unhealthy amount of Thanksgiving food, from roast turkey to mashed potatoes to pie, just stuffing yourself up like a bear, getting ready for hibernation, or maybe, almost certainly, a little afternoon nap.
Not a long one, just the body needs to reboot.
And why shouldn't I?
Yeah.
It's a holiday.
It's a holiday.
Then once you're out of that post-binge haze, maybe you ditch your friends and family and you head on down to the local shopping center, ding, 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 to fight people for insane Black Friday deals.
Yeah, and you've been carbo loading all day, so you've got the energy
You did, and you've slept it off.
Yeah.
Not to bring up Krampus again, but probably one of the greatest intros to a Christmas movie ever. It's like a 5-minute long slow motion fight scene on Black Friday.
Oh, that's good.
It's great. Yeah.
So yeah, while Black Friday does get all the attention, the day after Thanksgiving has a slightly different name in the plumbing community. Brown Friday.
I knew I brought up diarrhea for a reason.
And you can take a guess why it's called Brown Friday, but here's mlive.com to explain. Black Friday might get the hype, but there's a certain sector of the workforce prepping for something else. Brown Friday. The day after Thanksgiving is usually the busiest of the year for plumbing and drain service providers, according to Roto-Rooter, one of the largest plumbing repair and sewer and drain cleaning services in the U.S. There are several factors that contribute to the issue. Large gatherings, meal preparation and kitchen cleanup overloads sinks and disposals, while post-meal waste, that's poop, loads up toilets and sewers, creating lots of work for plumbers. Many Thanksgiving hosts also have overnight guests who take showers, baths, flush toilets, and might even do a laundry load or two. Quote, this extra strain on the plumbing system is like the proverbial last straw that breaks a camel's back, a news release reads. This has led companies like Roto-Rooter to dub the day Brown Friday due to the amount of sewage and wastewater that they deal with. Roto-Rooter, for example, typically sees a 50% increase in call volume over an average Friday and a 21% uptick in business over any other 4-day weekend period.
I just want to point out that Roto-Rooter is enjoying this business.
No, they love it.
They are simply acknowledging it and stepping out of the way.
That's right. Yeah, Roto-Rooter, like, is that poop I smell?
There's gold in them there toilets.
Yeah. Do I smell sewage?
Yeah. So when they, are doing this news release and these statements, it's with a little wink and a nod saying, whoa, we're not trying to change anybody's Thanksgiving. Yeah. We're not like those weirdos trying to have a war on Christmas or anything.
We encourage it.
We say eat all you can fit.
Yeah, fill those pipes.
Fill those pipes.
And then give us a call.
And then, use all the flushable wipes you want.
Yeah.
Which are not flushable and you shouldn't use them. And when I see people that have them in their bathroom, I judge them. I say, get a bidet.
Yeah, my apartment is the downstairs apartment, and it hasn't happened in a while, thank God, but in the first couple years we lived there, our sewage system flooded twice, and it was horrific. Just one of those things where you feel helpless, and it was because someone upstairs in the same system was just flushing all sorts of non-flushables.
It says plumber recommended right here.
Yeah.
Well, it's not actually. You should call a plumber and ask.
If you're an upstairs,
they will say no.
If you're an upstairs person and you've been flushing these all the time and nothing's gone wrong, well, maybe talk to your neighbors.
The plumber on there is recommending it because he gets to work on the pipes afterwards, and it's a very expensive fix.
This is all just big plumber.
Hey, should I be flushing these non-flushable wipes?
Do whatever the hell you want.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Just keep me on speed dial.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, hope the turkey is thawing.
Yeah.
You don't want to ruin your big Thanksgiving feast.
I hope it's greasy and viscous.
Yes. But yeah, it makes sense. One person taking a monster dump is something that the sewage system can handle. Millions of people all taking monster dumps at the same time, that's another thing entirely. And something that the pipes, they just weren't built for. So look, be careful out there next week, folks. Nothing ruins a nice Thanksgiving weekend worse than having your house flooded with doo-doo. And nothing ruins Christmas like having your Christmas gift budget spent on stopping a doo-doo flood. But those plumbers kids, they're gonna have all the Power Wheels and Nerf guns they can play with.
Yeah, the kid in your neighborhood whose dad works for Roto-Rooter, he got the PS5.
Yeah.
He's got an NFT. His dad didn't even know what it is. He got him an NFT.
Yeah, it's a spinning banana peel.
Yeah, I got him one of those apes.
Yeah.
It's an investment.
There's not the exact same thing, but there's a King of the Hill episode about how a shit extractor is literally living the dream life, making tons of money, and Bobby looks up to him. I think the voice actor is Johnny Knoxville who does it. And Hank's completely baffled by the idea that someone could be making so much money by cleaning human excrement.
Because they're truly essential.
Yes, they are.
Same thing with garbage men in most places earn a pretty good living. To work 6 hours a day, you do have to wake up real early and deal with a lot of nasty shit. But if the trash stops working, and there have been trash strikes in the past, and the world descends into chaos without garbage men.
I want to point out that I think that you don't like doing Christmas things. It's because you have a well-adjusted, normal family. And I believe the last time I remember ever seeing my family happy and normal was Christmas when I was a kid.
That could be it.
So there's probably, I should talk to my therapist about this. But just let me have fun, okay?
All right, fine.
When I walk into that aisle at Target, I get a little smile.
Just don't forget that Thanksgiving comes first.
Oh, I would, sure. Do I skip Planes, Trains, and Automobiles for a little bit of Elf? Maybe. But, I'll still watch it.
You got a whole month to watch Elf.
Oh, why not make it 2?
Anyway.
leave me alone, okay? Everyone, you too, just leave me alone. Thank you.
All right, let's move on now, please. To our next story. Some people consume huge high-calorie meals to feel good around the holidays. Some people instead consume drugs to feel good. And we would obviously never recommend such a thing, Susan. But here's a story about a way to get high that's pretty strange and is also the preferred mind-altering experience of former boxing champ Iron Mike Tyson. And no, it's not weed, which Mike Tyson does smoke pretty much constantly, including on camera on his podcast, Hot Boxing with Mike Tyson.
I wonder what that podcast is about.
Yeah, who's to say? No, we're talking about Bufo alvarius, aka the Sonoran desert toad.
The Sonoran desert toad secretes venom containing hallucinogenic chemicals very similar to DMT, which can be vaporized and inhaled. But again, not even joking this time, this stuff is literally venom and can literally kill you if taken improperly. So we are absolutely, we are the opposite of suggesting this. We are saying do not go to the Arizona wilderness and try to find some toads to lick. Also, it's illegal. Yeah. And in addition to the actual physical and legal dangers, it also sounds like the trip isn't one to be taken lightly. Here's the New York Post.
Mike Tyson dropped dead from drugs. Sorta. I died during my first trip, the 55-year-old
He's gonna beat your ass.
Former world champion boxer told the Post at Wonderland, a Miami conference dedicated to psychedelics, microdosing, and medicine. In my trips, I've seen that death is beautiful. Life and death both have to be beautiful, but death has a bad rap. The toad has taught me that I'm not going to be here forever. There's an expiration date. The toad is Bufo alvarius, a Mexico amphibian otherwise known as the Sonoran desert toad. It spends 7 months of the year living underground, but when it's active, its venom can be smoked to produce a short psychoactive trip. The venom has long been used in traditional healing rituals, but with the popularity of LSD and ayahuasca among the rich and famous, the toad is getting a lot more attention. Tyson discovered it 4 years ago. At the time, he was 100 pounds overweight, drinking and drugging. He was sluggish and unhappy. One of his friends suggested he try toad venom, and the athlete loved it. I did it as a dare, Tyson recalled. I was doing heavy drugs like cocaine, so why not? It's another dimension. Before I did the toad, I was a wreck. The toughest opponent I ever faced was myself. I had low self-esteem. People with big egos often have low self-esteem. We use our ego to subsidize that. The toad strips the ego. He's now tripped toad 53 times.
Jesus.
Sometimes 3 times in the same day. He said he lost 100 pounds in 3 months, started boxing again, and reconnected with his wife and children. It just works, folks.
Look, the proof is in the pudding. He did have that other fight, so obviously something's working.
He looks great.
I feel like he might be going a little bit overboard with it, but having said that, like, that is kind of what psychedelics do. Everything that he's saying that got fixed in his life is pretty much the standard for anyone who therapeutically indulges in psychedelics every so often.
Yeah, but it's one thing, like, to do
a little bit
of mushrooms here and there, which we're not recommending, obviously.
Would never say that.
But it's like, it sounds like he you know, I'm not sure if he ever did any of that stuff, because if he didn't, it's fucking insane for him to jump straight into like fucking DMT that you wipe off of toads.
Yeah, it's a big leap.
So it's a hell of a leap, but this man was a world champion, so.
Also, like, just the name alone, Bufo, I thought this was going up his ass.
That's coming, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, man. You done the toad? Well, you haven't actually done the toad until you stick an entire toad up your ass.
Do you think he's made the pigeons lick the toad?
Oh, yeah, he does love his pigeons.
Yeah.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Because this would definitely kill a pigeon.
Yeah, I think it would be strong enough to do that. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, look, I'm not doubting this at all. It seems like the connection that one's brain would make when induced with heavy psychedelics.
Yeah.
And if he's finding some positivity out of it,
good for him.
He is going to beat your ass over that impression.
He is.
So yeah, it seems like the kind of thing that can have a profound life-altering effect on people who use it, but there's also loads of stories of people who describe their experiences with the toad as extremely intense and not necessarily in a good way. This is, after all, toad venom. And despite there being toad venom shamans who tout its benefits, there's little evidence to suggest that it was ever an actual native sacrament like peyote or ayahuasca. Also, not recommended by the CDC to treat COVID. So
no, you should listen to your doctor.
Yes. Also, wildlife conservations are concerned about all the hype about toad venom in the past couple of years, what it means for the survival of the species. You look at something and you see that rich people are starting to get interested in it, and you say, well, there goes the end of that species.
Yeah.
But hey, Mike Tyson seems to really love it. And this is definitely something that scientists should research for its potential psychiatric uses, along with other psychoactive drugs that have been shown with research and playing it cool, not doing too much, to actually be pretty beneficial.
I get fucking ads for ketamine on Instagram now.
Well, yeah, and that's also like people are like, I don't even want to say the name of it, but the horse thing for COVID. Oh, and people are taking ketamine therapeutically, and it's like, well, if it's shown to do something, it's not shown to do anything for COVID.
They've been researching all of these psychoactives for years now, and ketamine's in a weird category of drug.
It's a rich person's guided trip thing.
Well, taken recreationally, it sort of just melts you. You can't fucking do anything, but I guess if you do it in like the right doses, it's good for your mind.
They're supposed to have like a doctor. I don't even know, because I don't know too much about it, but you're supposed to have like a doctor there administering it and is essentially a shaman in this journey through it or whatever.
Therapy.
But it is literally, it's psychoactive therapy for rich people because they're the ones who can afford to buy themselves into the trials.
Yeah.
It's like $400 or $500 for like one test run with it or something like that.
The pitch with it is like, that ends up being less money than what you would spend on SSRIs and constant therapy.
Sure.
They're like, oh yeah, just one session with the K-hole.
Or you just go down to your local rave, you try to buy one drug and you get ketamine on accident. It's a common occurrence.
Yeah. Whoops.
So
hold on, I have to call my therapist.
Actually, don't do that at all anymore because everything's fentanyl.
Everything is fentanyl. Yeah, it's bad. Sorry guys.
Mm-hmm.
You had a good run.
Been there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Everything is fentanyl now, and you will die.
We literally, our generation kicked the ladder.
Yeah. Yeah. So the only drugs you can trust are the ones that are on the skin of a toad in the Navajo.
Or down to your local dispensary.
Sonoran Desert. Yeah. Or that.
That's why we should fucking legalize everything.
But don't go looking for toads to lick. And if you do, what am I can't stop you. But,
yeah, I mean, if you meet Mike Tyson in Vegas and he wants to offer you a wild ride, who are you to say no?
The meme of like the hand holding the joint out, but it's a hand holding a toad. Mike Tyson offers you the toad. Do you accept?
Oh, man. Anyways,
we got more toad news for you, or rather, frog news. Toads and frogs are apparently different. I'm not quite sure how. They look the same to me.
Toads are big and fat, and they go.
Yeah.
And the frogs are more like a ribbit.
Frogs are more agile. And they're more wet.
Yes.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, the idea that popular culture is currently just rehashing a bunch of stuff from 15 years ago just got some very strong supporting evidence, because Crazy Frog is coming back.
Sorry.
So if you're too young to remember Crazy Frog, you kind of just heard it. It's pretty much impossible to explain exactly why this weird CGI cartoon frog, who was designed specifically to be extremely annoying, ended up being a chart-topping, platinum-selling musical artist. But I guess we'll try to explain.
Crazy Frog was the Skrillex of its era. It was noise to all the parents, but the kids, they had an ear for it. He was pre-Daft Punk.
Yeah.
He was really...
Crazy Frog paved the way for a lot of great art, and he doesn't get his proper due.
Yeah. It was, it was post-Sandstorm. It was pre-Daft Punk. It was just the perfect time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Crazy Frog got me through a lot of post-9/11 trauma.
Surprisingly, you're not joking too hard about that.
Yeah.
So look, back in the late 90s, a teenager in Sweden recorded himself trying to imitate the sound of a two-stroke motorbike engine and put it on the internet. For reference, I mean, I already did a perfect job, but here, why not take a listen to the clip?
Ding 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 bing bing dum bum bum bam bam bum 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 bum.
And there wasn't a whole lot on the internet that was spinning around back then.
Yeah,
so
it was a pretty boring place. This was the kind of thing they're like, hey, check this out.
Wow!
It has sound.
Whoa! This became a bit of a meme before memes were a thing, and it got recontextualized in a lot of different ways, including what was called the insanity test, on the website Albino Black Sheep. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a memory that I just
website
unlocked.
is still up.
I'm sure it is. It's like E-Bombs World,
Yeah.
Albino Black Sheep, Rotten.com.
All of those websites would have had to like painstakingly convert all of their Flash files into HTML5, but I think most of them actually did it. Like You're the Man Now Dog, I think, managed to archive everything.
It's a labor of love.
Yeah.
So the idea was to try and see how long you could last listening to a sped up version of that sound. And we're only going to show you a couple of seconds because it is truly one of the most annoying sounds in the world.
Ding 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 dum dum bum 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 bum.
Wow, that is fucking annoying. Anyway, around 2003, just as George W. Bush was sending young men and women to fight and die in Iraq.
It's called Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Yeah.
We're gonna go liberate some Iraqis.
And everyone clapped, and if you didn't like it, you got yelled at.
Yes.
Around that time, another Swede came across that sound effect and decided to spend 2 months. Remember, not a lot to do back then. They spent 2 months creating a video in which a CGI character that he created, who he called the Annoying Thing, made that sound with its mouth. Now, this inexplicably went super viral to the point that a European ringtone company licensed the rights to it and renamed it Crazy Frog, even though the artist had no intention, it wasn't a frog to him, it was just a weird little creature, but now it became Crazy Frog, and for some reason, people wanted that sound to play on their cell phones every time someone called them. And oh yeah, even if you do remember Crazy Frog, if you were around back then, you might notice something you don't remember. This original version of Crazy Frog has a penis.
Yes.
And we will get to the penis in a second, but we've got more of the story to tell.
Yeah, anyways, Crazy Frog was such a successful ringtone that the ringtone company decided to make Crazy Frog into a music star. And again, it was inexplicably successful at doing that. It was that, you know, like with the Japanese pop star?
Yeah.
Predated that.
Crazy Frog even went on tour, I think, in Australia. Like there
Where
was
they just set up a CRT TV?
It was just like a guy in a suit, I think.
I mean, we all remember the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Coming Out of Our Shell tour.
Yeah.
Where they all said they were gay.
That's right.
These colors don't just represent the weapons that we use. They represent who we are.
All the parents in the crowd.
No! They pulled out their big turtle dicks and he played it. He called it the one-string slap bass.
Yeah, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, being turtles, their penises are like 50% their body size. The ratio is insane.
Yeah.
And they fan out. It's real gross.
That's why everyone wonders why we are the way we are, us millennials, but that's why. Anyways, Crazy Frog is mainly remembered for Axel F, which was just a dance remix of the Axel F song from Beverly Hills Cop, being Axel Foley, the character. But with Crazy Frog on vocals, just making annoying noises.
People fucking love this thing.
Yeah, because at the time, it was the perfect amount of time had passed from the original release of the movie and its sequels for people to be extremely nostalgic about it. They're like, remember that banger that came and went?
It is a banger.
It's a great song.
It is. But now there's a CGI frog with a penis.
Yeah.
Just pretending, riding an invisible bike and getting into all sorts of hijinks.
And it was harmless. It was parents could look at it and be like, look, I like the frog too, right? We all love the frog.
Yeah. I even set it as my ringtone. Oh, someone's calling me. Bing, ding, 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 ding. I'm just gonna let it play for a second. I love that frog.
Hello? Yes, this is me, man taking actual phone call. You interrupted my snake game, but I loved the ringtone. Anyways, can you call me after 9 when I have more minutes available? Bye.
But yeah, so Crazy Frog Axel F reached #1 in several European countries, as well as number 50 on the Billboard Hot 100. It went platinum so many times. Crazy Frog has platinum records covering his office.
It was the early 2000s ABBA.
Yeah. But Crazy Frog, and you might not remember this, Crazy Frog had 3 whole albums come out between 2005 and 2009, entirely comprised of existing popular songs from many eras, but all with Crazy Frog on vocals instead of the original artists. This was a thing that people purchased and put in their CD players. They're like, you know, I love that song, but you know what I'd love even more is hearing Crazy Frog do that song. It needs a little more bring da ding ding ding.
Yeah, they've just now been able to sort of perfect like movies that show off the 90s in a way that is nostalgic and accurate.
Yeah.
And the early 2000s, it would have to be like a hot pink convertible, shitty-looking Mustang with girls driving by just blasting Crazy Frog.
Yeah, it was a weird time. Like, I forget, you look at like red carpet fashion from around that time, it's madness.
What were people doing?
Yeah. It was such a weird time. And it still hasn't, like the show Pen 15, I think is the closest to showing what it was like at the time. But even that show doesn't get too much into like the culture of it.
Well, the adult fashion, like the 18 to like 25, that was the weird shit. Cause like, I just always wore jeans and a t-shirt. Like I see a picture of me from 2004 and it's like, I'm literally dressed exactly the same except I have a fucking bowl cut basically.
Maybe the jeans are a little roomier.
I don't even know about that. I wore pretty skinny jeans. I was into fucking Screamo, so.
That's right.
I was wearing Dickies back then.
In the early 2000s, you either had the biggest jeans ever or jeans that were constricting your blood
we all
vessels.
wore rolled up Dickies.
Yeah.
And band shirts.
Anyways, eventually, the Crazy Frog hype died down. People got a little tired of the Crazy Frog, though we have no idea why it took so long. It took several years. And also, hold on, wait, back to Crazy Frog's penis. His little dangling dick. So yeah, the original Crazy Frog had a penis, and that penis was originally featured in the Axel F music video, which was also broadcast as a TV ad to sell ringtones. But in the UK and the US, the version featuring the penis was banned by our puritanical censors, while over in Europe, they still got full uncensored Crazy Frog.
I like to imagine that at some point Crazy Frog was going to play the Super Bowl, but they wouldn't allow him to because of his penis.
Put that thing away!
No, absolutely not!
It's who I am! But yeah, it still doesn't explain why Crazy Frog had a penis to begin with. I guess the other side of that question would be why every other pantsless cartoon character doesn't have a penis. Where's Porky Pig's penis? Did Porky Pig's dad have a penis? Because where did Porky Pig come from?
They did finally give Bart Simpson a penis in the Simpsons movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Anyways, like we said, Crazy Frog is finally coming back for some reason. There was a point to this meandering walk down nostalgia lane.
Yeah.
Crazy Frog is coming back.
Crazy Frog is back.
Your kids are gonna love it. The folks behind Crazy Frog announced that there is some sort of comeback plan for December 10th that will be broadcast on YouTube, which reads like a warning, a threat. And the suspense is obviously agonizing. There's just so many songs from the past 13 years that Crazy Frog could butcher. But why? Also, hold on. Didn't Crazy Frog fucking kill himself?
Oh yeah. I seem to remember something about that.
Actually, never mind. That was apparently just one of the people with access to Crazy Frog's Twitter account, did a little tweeting. They did some posts that were not approved in advance.
Oof.
They were like, I'm tired of running this Frog's account. I need to do something. But look, Crazy Frog did not kill himself. He is alive and well, and they apologize for the tweet. He's about to make his comeback. Here's the BBC.
The decision to release new music follows an increase in interest on YouTube, according to Wolfgang Boss, president of A&R for Sony Music.
This episode of Weekly Weird News is sponsored by Feels and by Upstart.
A recurring theme that we've seen over and over and over again, making this show for the last several years, has been people scamming their way into making other people think they have jobs that they definitely do not have and definitely are not qualified for.
Yeah.
And that's bad regardless of the fake job, but these people seem to always be drawn specifically to jobs where this kind of grift can have deadly life or death consequences. The undisputed king of this sort of thing is, of course, Dr. Malachi Love Robinson, who's absolutely not a doctor. But there's so many more examples of this sort of thing that have come across our news desk, our radar since then.
I feel like it's always the worst things because they're they take the longest to unravel. Like with a doctor, it's
why would someone lie about that?
Yeah, well, and it's also like a doctor, like, you know, if something's wrong with you, it takes a while before you get to the point where you're like, I think I'm being screwed over by my doctor. Whereas if it's like someone pretending that they're like a lawn maintenance service, like day one, you're like, what's going on here?
Have you ever mowed a lawn in your life?
Yeah. But yeah, for whatever reason, 2018 was a banner year for fake doctors. There was a woman who was found to have been working as a fake doctor in the UK for 22 years. I'm sure she learned a thing or two over the 22 years.
Probably pretty good at it by the end.
There was a woman in Georgia caught pretending to be a dentist for 7 years. That's for some reason to me, more horrifying.
Yeah, yeah.
There was a UC Irvine student caught roaming the halls of a children's hospital pretending to be a doctor. And over in India, there was a teenager who successfully posed as a doctor for several months. And on top of all of the fake doctors, we've also seen multiple examples of people pretending to be police officers.
Which is worse, arguably? Depends on how you look at it.
I don't know. Are they, like, it depends. I feel like there's specifically two ways people go with pretending to be police officers. They want to abuse power, or they're really into detective work.
Yeah, I don't know.
So,
just become one of those weird superheroes.
It's not that hard to be an actual cop, as we said last time.
It really isn't. Yeah,
No.
that's the weird, like, pretending to be a doctor, it's like, yeah, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, years of medical school. Like, it's hard becoming a doctor. Becoming a cop, anyone can do it. We know people who have.
There's a giant billboard down the street that has a website you can go to
just
sign up for the
call,
LAPD.
Call a phone number, do a couple classes.
Yeah, it's a couple
you're a cop
weekends,
now.
you'll be fine.
Yeah. Anyway, luckily, in none of the examples we just talked about was anyone actually killed or seriously hurt.
I mean, people
due to these people's deception.
Horrific fraud going on, though.
Yeah,
but
nobody
catastrophic
died.
situations.
Hey, how you doing? Nobody died.
Sure.
Until now. So here's Muhammad Wahid Butt. And yes, his last name is Butt. Apparently it's a common last name in Pakistan. I don't know. The name Butt, funny as it is, it's less important than the fact that this man is not a doctor, yet has been pretending to be one.
Dr. Butt.
Dr. Butt, and recently got an old lady killed because of it. Let's read from Newsweek. An 80-year-old woman died on Sunday after an ex-security guard at a Pakistani hospital posed as her doctor and performed surgery on her back. Jesus. 2 weeks prior to her death, Shamima Begum underwent an operation at Mayo Hospital in Lahore, Pakistan. But instead of a qualified doctor, her surgery was performed by Muhammad Wahid Butt, a disgruntled former guard who had been fired by the hospital 2 years ago, Lahore police told Agence France Presse on Monday. Quote, "We can't keep up with what every doctor and what everyone is doing at all times. It's a large hospital," said Mayo Hospital official.
There's a lot of doctors running around.
Look, sometimes the doctors are fake and they kill people. What are we supposed to do?
So it sounds like anyone with a lab coat and a stethoscope could just roam this hospital unnoticed, despite previously having been fired from a security guard job at the same hospital. Hey, that guy looks familiar. Wasn't he a security guard? You know what? I'm proud of him. He decided, no, I didn't want to just be a security guard, so he hit those night classes, and he became a doctor. Nothing that there's anything wrong with blue collar work, but look at that. He turned his life into something
good for him.
fruitful.
Good for him.
Only it was a scam.
What an inspiration.
Also, it sounds like this wasn't Mr. Butt's first crack at any of this. A police spokesperson said Butt had posed as a doctor and made home visits to other patients in the past. So, all right, why did Mr. Butt do this?
That's Dr. Butt.
Oh, yes, Dr. Butt, sorry. Well, it's the same reason most crimes are committed. Money. And then eventually you just gotta do surgery because you're a doctor, right? That's when it gets hairy.
How committed are you to this lie?
That's when Mr. Butt gets into a hairy situation. Someone died, sorry.
Yeah.
From Newsweek, public hospitals in Pakistan require patients to make payments toward their treatment. Begum's family paid Butt for the surgery, as well as 2 home visits to check and attend to her wound. It wasn't until her bleeding and pain worsened and her family took her back to the hospital that officials and Begum's family had figured out what had happened.
Yeah, it sounds like you can just dress up like a doctor, go down to the local hospital in Pakistan, and then do doctor stuff, and then the patient pays you directly.
Thank you for your service.
Being a doctor in Pakistan, it's like being a barber. You just rent a slot, and you
have a great day now.
Give the barbershop a little bit off the top.
You show them that photocopied license that you have there. You keep a poster right next to your cool stickers, and you're all good to go.
This is horrible. This is very horrible.
This is a really bad thing that happened. It's just ridiculous that
died.
it keeps happening.
But yeah, it's horrible, and it's also apparently not an isolated incident for this part of Pakistan. According to that Newsweek article, in May of this year, another Pakistani man was arrested for impersonating a doctor and attempting to extort money from patients at Lahore General Hospital, France 24 reported. In 2016, a woman was found posing as a neurosurgeon at Lahore's Services Hospital, the second largest health facility in Pakistan. She had been performing operations alongside real neurosurgeons for 8 months before being found out. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Fake neurosurgery, literally brain surgery. Imagine getting fucking brain surgery and finding out later that the person who did it, they didn't really know what they were doing, actually.
Messing around, seeing what works.
Although, I mean, at that point, would you even understand what any of that meant? After this lady scrambled your brain?
No.
Like, all right, pop them open. Okay, that's fixed.
Family just does what the Kennedys did and just shoves you away.
Oh, no.
So yeah, the fake doctor stuff is a lot less funny when it involves fake doctors doing actual surgeries.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, at least with Malachi Love Robinson, the worst thing he ever did was prescribe vitamin pills to an old lady who needed actual medical care for her stomach issues. And then in another case, embezzled money so that he could purchase cars under their names.
Yeah, he did rob a lot of these old ladies. So,
yeah,
not entirely without fault.
Yeah, he robbed that lady's life savings. But after hearing about Dr. Butt, I mean, we have to give Dr. Love Robinson some credit for not cutting the old lady open and just playing around with her guts.
Oh, here's the problem.
What better way to learn?
You've got a really bad case of spaghetti guts. And we're going to fix that right now.
Puts on a Chef Boyardee hat.
Yeah, I'm also a
chef.
A certified chef. Would you believe it?
I'll believe anything. Because I'm a gullible American citizen who is terrified of the medical industry because of its insane financial burden.
Sure, whatever.
It took me months to even build up the courage to come see you, Dr. What's your name? Love? Okay, whatever.
Sounds great.
Yeah, get to work.
Sounding name.
And you say these pills will work? Great.
So anyway, let's move on now to another story about a professional faker. And thankfully, this next guy's lives were much more low stakes. It was more along the lines of that metal musician we talked about a while back.
Threaten?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where he tried to do a whole tour based on like his own hype?
Yeah, this is more like along the Jared Threaten path of fakery, but like involving way more commitment. So yeah, no one's life was ever in danger in this one, I hope.
Good, yeah.
All this guy did was lie on his resume, which sure, a lot of people lie on their resumes, but this guy really took his lies to the next level. 35-year-old Christopher Massimini was hired back in 2019 to run the Pioneer Theater Company, the only professional theater company in all of Salt Lake City, which is part of the University of Utah. He was making more than $200,000 a year at the job, and his salary was paid for in donations and also tax dollars due to the University of Utah being a public university. And based on his lengthy professional resume, which shows him to be a major figure in film, television, advertising, video games, music, and theater, he was almost overqualified for this job. And he literally was, because again, his resume was total bullshit.
And it wasn't even very clever bullshit. Some basic scrutiny during the hiring process would have prevented all of this. And investigative reporters at Salt Lake City's Fox 13 News proved this by simply fact-checking Massimini's claims in an article that is comically long. It just keeps going and going. Now, for starter, Massimini claimed to have received both a bachelor's degree and master's degree from NYU in just 3 years. Fox 13 spent 5 minutes reaching out to NYU about this, and they confirmed that this was bullshit.
Okay, that was easy. Now, one of the few things on Massimini's resume that wasn't bullshit was his work as the CEO of the National Yiddish Theater, which was actually newsworthy at the time because he's not Jewish, but he was young, and so it's like, look at this guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, his other supposed work in the theater world included being nominated for 2 Tony Awards.
Wow.
Which the Tony Awards said was bullshit when contacted by Fox 13.
Oh, is this Tony? Did this guy win one of your awards?
I don't know anything about this guy getting my awards. This is Tony here. I give all the awards.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the Tony Award.
Hey, you seen this Dear Evan Hansen? Now here's a thing worth an award.
You get an award. Evan Hansen, you're getting all the awards.
Massimini.
Never heard of him.
Massimo? I thought he went to jail for getting his kid into college.
Yeah, he was in that scam. I don't like scammers. Tony doesn't like scammers. So yeah, you would think like being nominated for the most prestigious award in live theater would be a pretty easy thing for a major theater company.
Never go away, yeah.
Joker died.
What?
He died. What?
Joker died.
What? How did he die?
He's actually dead for real.
No, he's dead. He
Yo.
I actually forgot they don't flee. I'm like, they're gonna flee now, so it's fine.
Easy, Tommy, we're gonna get it.
Oh my god, dude. That was so bad.
No. How did he die?
I thought they flee for some reason. so they were like low enough.
Like he needs to make a new character. He has to.
Dude,
we need him
what a
in the
troll.
raid, right? Fuck, it's so sad.
No.
That's gonna be
No.
a death clip to watch.
That's my
Wait,
fault.
should we go watch it real quick, Tommy? FK?
No.
Holy shit.
No.
He fucked up.
I mean, that's always.
There's a big tree though.
Hopka, don't die, please.
Ah, I pulled. I am dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Are you serious?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm dead. I'm dead.
You're trolling, right?
I'm dead.
Dude. Oh my god, he's actually dead. Health flat, run!
I did.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Oh my god, Bobka.
Craze is chunking these mobs. Yeah, he's loving it right now. 50 plus Feral. 50 plus
Yeah.
Feral.
I really do feel like it's unique because it's 60. Well, I've never really played Cat at 60, but I hear that Cat sucks compared to everything else. But I feel like 50 to 60 while leveling. Nah, dude, you're still doing way more DPS than me, man. Like Corvus actually is on a hunter. Like I guess my class just kind of blows. It's just kind of inferior, bro. But I mean, I'm doing a lot of damage. But I look at the DPS meter, and you're still doing more DPS than me always. And like, yeah, I mean, I've got pretty good burst damage, but you're almost always doing more damage.
How are you? See you later.
Good day to you. See you around.
Safe travels.
Fresh meat.
See what number you are on this. You're number 12. Let's see what number I am. I'm number 6. Let's see your DPS. Your DPS is a 6.88.
Alright, and welcome back to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hope you guys have had a great day so far. Today we're going to do something pretty exciting, something I've been looking forward to since the beginning of this run. Let me know if this sounds okay as well. I'm kind of nervous for this. I've been planning for it all day. As you can see, if you've been following along with this warrior's journey, you're going to notice that I got some levels. I got like a level or so, a level and a half this morning. I did RFD offline, and I've been planning all day for this. I've never soloed Whirlwind Axe before. Never even knew it was possible, to be honest, until somewhat recently, until some people in the hardcore community have done it. So I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous, guys. In the thumbnail, you can see we're a level 38, but we're level 37 right now, and that's because we got some work to do before it's time to actually pull that trigger and go kill a Cyclonian. We need to get into Arathi, and we need to get those elementals down. I did the most annoying part. Already, which is getting the tusks from STV, right? Those tusks from all the trolls, those take forever. You have to kill like approximately 120 mobs on average to get all the tusks. So we did that already. So we just have to knock out these essences over in Arathi, and then it's time. It's time. The other thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna go pick up Oni buff, ZG buff, as well as the Wicker Man buff. So if you guys are unfamiliar with the Wicker Man buff is a Halloween exclusive, which is cool. We're doing something festive. It's good to have everybody here, man. Grace for Days, aka Blaze for Days, aka Steak for Days, aka Braised for Days in the chat. You love to see it, my man. My brother from another mother. It's good to see you, brother. Nebulous in the chat as well with the tier 2 subscription, man. Really appreciate the support, man. My fellow New York brethren right there. I don't know, guys. I'm starting to get attached to this warrior. I really mean it. A lot has kind of happened since the last stream. I've been playing a lot. Like I woke up early to play this guy. I played all day. You might be thinking to yourself, Cargos, where were you? Didn't stream today? I was playing all day on this warrior, and I got Whirlwind Axe. I mean, I got not Whirlwind Axe. I got the Whirlwind skill. Yo, guys, I feel so strong. I honestly don't think I've ever had more fun leveling a character in my life than leveling this character right now. I'm dead ass serious. I have had so much fun. Whirlwind was such a huge power spike. I actually love dual wield arms, and I'm gonna talk about that at great length today. Where, as you can see, you're gonna call me crazy. You're gonna call me batshit crazy. That's fine. Take a look. Sword spec. Take a look. The ebb and flow of damage in arms dual wield is so nice. It's so nice, and we're gonna prove it to you today. It is so much fun. Yeah, so sword spec, and just take a look at these swords. Come on, just guess what swords these are. Guess what swords these are. At 37, boys. At 37, guess what swords these are. I dare you. I dare you to guess what swords these are. You can't. Look at these swords, man. It's a beautiful thing. We somehow tanked RFD this morning with the high-speed, low-drag group. And this is what we have. This is what we're rocking right now. This is what we're rocking right now. Vanquisher Sword. Sword of Omen. Just soak it in. Soak it all in, ladies and gents. Soak it all in. Vanquisher Sword. Sword of Omen. Whew. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna put on Shadow Elixirs. Or Shadow, what are they called? Shadow, not Shadow Elixirs. You know what I'm talking about? The imbue for the weapons, the alchemy. Look here. Shadow Oil, I think, right? Shadow Oil. Yeah, so Shadow Oil on dual wield. Shadow Oil on dual wield, 15% chance to proc a 200 to 300 damage Shadow Bolt. And we're gonna bop this elemental today, guys. We're gonna bop him. And I'm not talking paladins. We're about to bop this elemental. You'll love to see it. Yo, Pondo HC, thank you for the prime, man. This warrior's actually making it to 60, right, Gray? Got to, man. Got to. He looks just like my rogue, man. He looks just like my rogue. Oh my god, it's gonna be a fun stream today. I've been waiting for it all day, prepping for it all day. You wanna see how hard we slap? You wanna see? You guys wanna see? You wanna see? You really wanna see? You sure? Look at that. Look how, dude, the dual wield arms. I feel like it slaps harder than dual wield fury. I have sword spec and everything, man. Come on, bro. Look how good the whirlwind is, man. Like, I really love leveling this warrior, man. Let me tell you, there's so much nuance to the warrior rotation that, yo. It just lights me up. There's so much nuance to it. When to whirlwind, you know, you have to factor in the duration of the fight. You're always playing this balancing act of trying to dump rage down to 25 because that's all you can hang on to with attack mastery, right? So much fun. I've leveled warriors with two-hand, like, you know, slow two-handers and stuff before, but this dual wield arms, man, has got me so excited. Didn't think you were gonna stream today? Yeah, well, no, we're streaming all right. We got a very special stream in store. Your UI is so fresh, bro. Thank you, Juno, man. Good to see you here, man. It's been a minute. I'm doing good, Wushko. I've been preparing for this stream all day. We already have 500 people in here by some miracle. It's amazing, guys. We're heading over to Arathi right now. We're going to finish off this quest. We're going to go to Orgrimmar. We're going to go pick up Oni buff. We're going to get the ZG buff. Hearth the Orgrimmar. Get Oni buff. Then we're going to go to Undercity. You know, yeah, we're going to go to Undercity. We're going to pick up Wickerman buff. Then after that, we're going to go back to the Barrens, and we're going to turn in Blood Shards and get a little bit stronger there. And then, at that point, we are going to pop a full suite of elixirs. A full suite of scrolls. And we are going to proceed to the Hillsbrad foothills, and we're going to bop this elemental. I don't even think I'm going to kite him. I think I'm just going to bop him right there where he spawns. It's going to be fun, dude. I mean, you're saying I'm giddy? I am giddy, because it's so fun playing dual-wield warrior. Like, Whirlwind, look at this. Dude. I don't even have world buffs. I mean, yeah, it's a great mob, but Whirlwind, you guys are telling me it was a power spike. Holy shit, is it a power spike when you get Whirlwind, dude. Oh my god, it's a power spike. You don't even use Sunders. I'm not even using Sunders anymore, man. Like, they die too quick. Yo, D, good to see you, my man. Yeah, it is how full zug. We're looking good. We got the blue neck, Vank sword, and I have never in my life tried these out on dual wield. Never in my life. Has anybody tried them? Any rogue mains maybe? I mean, it's not rocket science. But the shadow oils, I don't know if there's an internal cooldown. There might be. I don't know. But on paper, this looks absolutely busted. It's a rank 3 Shadow Bolt. 15% chance. Unbelievable. Cyclonian is a bruiser? He is, but you know who's more of a bruiser? This fucking Zug right here, dude. Look at this. I mean, we'll see. If we die, it's going to be extremely embarrassing. He's a 40 elite. He has almost 5k HP. How much HP do I have? Look. 1800 HP. Cyclonian has 5k HP. Almost 5k HP. Tactics did it. He kited him to the Terran Mill, and he got down to like 15%. Fighting him, right? Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Do I even need to Ren? That's what I'm saying. I don't think I even need to Ren, to be honest. Ren is too slow. Now we go back Berserk. The ebb and flow of Arms dual wield is just so